Oh, you're okay. That's good. Oh, okay. We're good. That's the problem I've been having. They're supposed to send me a new switch.
Good morning, everyone. This assembly room in the Luskin School is also where we host our plenary faculty meetings, which we had just on last Friday. And I should tell you, this is a friendly audience for me to stand in front of, so I appreciate your being here. My name is Gary Segura. I'm the Dean of the Luskin School of Public Affairs here at UCLA. And I want to welcome you both to the school and to our campus. We begin all events at Luskin by acknowledging the Gabrielino Tongva people on whose land the University of California constructed its Los Angeles campus. We also always give gratitude to Myra and Rini Luskin, who made so many things that we do at the Luskin School possible and who continue to be very wonderful friends and supporters of the school. So first, welcome to UCLA, the nation's finest public institution of higher education. I can say that for 6 years running. I can also say that it's the most desired institution of public education, and last year we received 149,800 applications for freshman admission to UCLA, making enrollment management director the worst job at UCLA. I also want to welcome you to the Luskin School and give you a little bit of hint of where you are and what we do. The Luskin School is an interdisciplinary unit. It is a school of public affairs which has a department of public policy, but also a department of urban planning and a department of social welfare. Unlike many universities, the social workers and the urban planners and the public policy professionals are co-located in Luskin. We think this makes us unique. We think it allows us to examine questions of human well-being at the individual and family level, at the city and community level, and at the polity level, be it state, nation, or globally. We were very grateful, and I was individually really quite excited when Helmut Enhire contacted me several years ago and said, hey, I'd like to come back to UCLA Luskin. And I said, that would be great. And we were able to make that happen. And we were even more grateful when, with the support of the Berggruen Institute and Don Nakagawa, who you'll hear from shortly, we were able to move the Global Governance Index here and launch its second round. It is not news to anyone in this room that there is a global democratic retreat underway, which is spreading and worrisome. The spread of right-wing and anti-democratic movements appear to be relying on overlapping playbooks. They're learning from one another, undermining elections, undermining trust in well-run elections. The truth is irrelevant, and they're being funded by globally motivated forces who do not wish us well. In my work as a survey researcher at the individual personal level, I'm appalled by the sizable, potentially just revealed, but potentially also growing democratic deficit. Many Americans, and you will also find this in the Eurobarometer and other measures of public opinion globally, simply do not adhere to core principles of what constitutes a democratic citizen. The belief that the party that wins the most votes has a legitimate right to govern, the belief that people who don't share your political view have the right to speak that view aloud. And those sorts of fears, those sorts of failure to adhere to core democratic principles serve as the foundation for what could be a dumpster fire of future democratic evolution in the United States. So I worry. Those of you who know me know that I'm a worrier in general, so it fits in quite nicely. The other thing I want to say to all of you, and my welcome to you, is that I know many of you are engaged in large N data collection on national indices. That's part of the project this 2 days is to look at these national indicator collections and see how they compare. That's certainly what the Global Governance Index tries to do. I have spent a pretty big portion of my career as a data collector. And data collection can be thankless, but it is also so important. In many ways, how we collect data, the data we collect, is the reflection of dozens or hundreds of theoretical decisions and developments, and will shape the development not just of the empirical findings that use the data, but also the theory that grows from them for years to come. So to data collectors, I say, data collectors unite. We are good people. We are valuable people. Don't let the naysayers tear us down. So again, thank you for your presence. Welcome to UCLA. Welcome to Luskin. And I hope you enjoy the next couple of days. I'm going to be with you just for a brief period this morning, but I'll be rejoining you tonight at dinner, and I'm looking forward to that conversation. So with that, thank you and welcome to UCLA.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dawn Nakagawa from the Berggruen Institute. Thank you, Dean Segura. Thank you, UCLA, for hosting this event. And Helmut, congratulations on putting together an incredible group of people for the conversations we're going to have over the next 2 days. So thank you all for being here and for helping us evaluate the index and hopefully make every iteration better in the future. Why do we measure things? Why do we measure things? We know it's a flawed and imperfect pursuit, and yet we are engaged in it in the modern era in virtually every area of our life. But we do it because we want to demonstrate, we want to identify, and often we want to justify. We do it because we are participating and creators of a narrative and a worldview. And when we set out to do these things, we imply that narrative by the data we choose, just as much as by the data we don't choose, what we choose to look at and what we choose not to. And even though it's imperfect, what it gives us is a sense of one slice of the truth, one version, one small view to make visible something that we didn't see before, or that we felt we couldn't see adequately. So 8 years ago, when the Berggruen Institute launched into this endeavor, not thinking it would take us as long as it did, this imperfect and flawed endeavor, we very much were trying to bring to light and make visible a part of the narrative of governance that we felt was missing from the story. We felt that at the time there were fantastic measures of the quality of democracy. A lot of people were focused on whether you had free and fair elections, whether there was a rule of law. We were measuring democracy to see if it existed. And there were a lot of indices and measures and organizations focused on the quality of life, looking at what those outcomes were governments delivering on the goods, whether it was health or well-being or the economy or whatever. And we felt the invisible part of the story, the unsung hero of that narrative, was state capacity. And that there weren't a lot of good measures for focusing on what was happening with state capacity. In order for democracy to deliver on the goods and deliver on its promise, you need a robust bureaucracy. And that just felt like it was missing. And what we wanted to do was create an index that actually made that visible, made the relationship and how state capacity intermediates those two things, how that works and how that plays out in real time. I think that the team's done a really good job. And hats off to really Marcus and Helmut and Ted and the team for actually making that happen. We can take little credit for where the index is today versus where we started. It's been an incredible journey, and I think, again, I'm very proud of the work that we've done. With that said, it is a flawed and imperfect process. And we have a lot more, I think, work to do in the ways that we measure the world. What is invisible to us is becoming radically apparent as our institutions fail. And what the index does show us is the steep decline and failure of our current institutions. I think the most remarkable thing, the thing that still haunts me that came out of this last round of the index is the sharp down and to the left arrow for the United States. It's clear that both in terms of the quality of our democracy and our state capacity, we are losing ground, and we're losing ground really quickly. And that line looks a lot like other autocracies out there, whether it's Hungary or Poland or India, Brazil. There's Turkey, a number of them that have lost ground in democracy, and you're watching your state capacity collapse as a result of it. What comes first, the chicken or the egg in that, I don't know that we understand that yet, but perhaps that's something that we can try to understand for future iterations of the index. So I thank you all for being here and helping us do this deep dive and dig into what we could do and how we can make it better, and I appreciate all the input. I leave you with one question, though, is, are we measuring the right things? Even though we set out on this journey saying this is the story we want to tell, this is the invisible thing we want to expose, in a moment where we feel that there's trauma across the social, political, and economic systems, that our institutions truly aren't up to the task and the challenges of the 21st century, what are we missing? Are we measuring the right things to even understand the depth of the problem and to rebuild on the basis of what we could learn from that measurement? And I honestly don't know the answer to that question, but I challenge us all to figure out, if that's what we're trying to figure out, what is it and how do we improve governance in the future, which is, I think, the goal. What is it we need to be looking at? What is it we need to be measuring? How can we make this better in the future, a better tool for doing that? So again, thank you so much. Again, Helmut, Gary, a fantastic event. I'm really glad to be here. I will be here too for today, parts of today and parts of tomorrow, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Gary. Thank you, Dawn. I'm Helmut Anhar, the academic director of the Berggruen Indicator project, and I would like to take a few minutes to address what is the motivating factor of this conference, and then walk you through the agenda and to tell you what we have in mind and what our expectations are for the next 2 days. So let me speak about the index first. We're not the first to propose an indicator system to measure governance performance. Indeed, as many of you know, the market for such indicators is crowded. And yet, here we are proposing an index that first and foremost rests on an improved conceptualization of governance, which sees public goods provision resulting from the interplay of democratic accountability and state capacity. We see state capacity, as Dawn mentioned, as the crucial link mediating between accountability and public goods provision, whereas state capacity is about the state administration's ability to generate revenue, to organize collective action, and to achieve stated goals. Democratic accountability refers to the process by which governments are selected, monitored, held accountable, and replaced. New approaches or a new conceptualization demands new measures. Also, countries across the globe, as you know, may face similar challenges, from pandemics to rising inequality to carbon emissions. They handle them very differently, and they differ in terms of efficiency and effectiveness of their measure, even taking level of economic development or type of political system into account. Such differences have long been revealed, especially in the 2000s, and under the leadership of the World Bank, when systematic efforts were made to understand the governance record of countries with the help of performance indicators. These looked at country performance beyond conventional measures such as GDP or the Human Development Index, and I'm very happy to see that UNDP is also here and the World Bank later on, and included dimensions such as accountability, political stability, government effectiveness, regulation, the rule of law, and control of corruption. While this first generation of government indicators proved to be valuable and contributed to our understanding of governance, it nonetheless left unopened what has been known as the black box of how differences in governance performance come about. By this, we mean the relationship between the various components that contribute to performance, namely accountability, capacity, and the ability to provide public goods. And this is where the Berggruen Index comes in. Rather than focusing on one composite performance measure, we examine the interactions, the relationship among the factors underlying governance outcomes. Yet any indicator or indicator system needs peer review and a constructive criticism of experts so that it can improve over time. And this is why this conference happens today. We are very much looking for your comments and suggestions as to what you think about the index, how it can be improved, and as Dawn just said, it is still an imperfect measure and one that we would like to make more perfect over time. Yet this conference is not only about the index, the Berggruen Index, and it is also not the only reason why we asked you to come to UCLA. We hope that a small mini-series of such gatherings, the first one in this year, the second one will be in 24, and the third one in 26, can help advance our understanding of the state of global indicator and data systems generally. By this we mean the governance, methodological principles, data collection procedures, analysis and reporting standards, the coverage and quality of data, and their uses. It involves a complex system of national and international conventions, rules, and regulations. In terms of actors, there are national and international statistical agencies, next to a growing number of public and private organizations engaged in the collection of data of many kinds. It is a vast and growing and complex system of different collectors, data aggregators, data analysts, data providers, disseminators, stakeholders, each with their own interests. Clearly, the quality of official and private statistics varies and is better in developed market economies than in emerging markets or developing countries. The large variance in reporting capacity of states around the world produces data black holes in much of the developing world. And despite efforts such as Paris 21 by the OECD or the UN Statistics Division, we have a long way to go to improve the data quality at the global level. At the same time, there have never been more data collected and for more purposes and on more topics than today. And some of the projects, initiatives, and institutions involved are present here today. Unfortunately, given their disciplinary and topical diversity, there are too few systematic and critical academic reviews of such indicator and data system. And there are also too few ways in which we can examine the applicability and the utility of these indicators for policy. Right? And we would like to encourage that, and this is indeed the second motivation behind this conference. Yet perhaps the most critical problem is the dearth of data on global flows. And I know that Miguel Centineo, who's in the audience, has long been thinking along those lines. Some areas, such as trade or tourism, are reasonably well covered, but others, for example, cultural flows, rarely. The most important methodological issue is defining appropriate units of analysis. As you know, most global data sets use the nation state as the critical node with which to explore flows in global networks, be it in national income accounting, import-export, be it in communication flows. We rely on the artificial construct of the country unit. There are good reasons for this practice, right? Largely also political reasons, but it can also give a biased view of how the world actually works and how it is structured. In other words, discrepancy between methodological categories and realities deserve further attention. One proposal that has been made is to develop planetary measures. And we hope to focus on these aspects in 2024, and perhaps we can return to that topic on the possibility of developing planetary indices in the closing session tomorrow. So we have two motivations. One is to get really good constructive criticism when it comes to the index, because we'd like to improve it. And the other one is to see how we, as a group of different data producers and consumers, can perhaps work together in more productive ways and get out of our separate silos. This brings me to the expectation that we have in terms of output. Right? The session is being taped, so it will be documented. Right? So you can refer to the session, you can listen to the discussion again. We will also produce proceedings of the conference, annotated proceedings that we hope to get published in a journal. Right? And that these annotations and proceedings will then have links to the various presentations that have been given here. We will contact you about this because we need your permission, obviously, if we want to use some of your slides. Right? So we hope to set the foundation, right, for an ongoing dialogue with you over the next 2 days, and hope to see you back here in LA in 2 years' time. Now, the structure of the program is such that we will start indeed by focusing on the index. Marcus Lang, who's sitting there, will give an overview of what the index is. It's also in the executive summary that we all made available to you. And then we will have a set of commentators on the general aspect of the index, and we will then have a panel sitting here. We we'll then take a closer look at regional and country-specific analysis where we apply the thrust of the index to the United States and to Russia, right? And we also have some other regional specific foci as well, and that will be presented by Ted, who's sitting back there. And then we have a look at the future, because the index is an ongoing project, right? And Marcus has spent a lot of time recently thinking about what could be possible conceptual methodological extensions, right? And we will discuss those. And then comes a long series of snapshots of different projects that look at different aspects of global data system, right? And I'm not going to mention all of them. You see them in the program, but we have the World Value Survey here. We have the Quality of Government Survey. We have VDEM among us, and Global Attitude Survey, such as you in the audience, right? And that will keep us busy pretty much for the rest of the conference. We have lunch being served at, I don't even know, it's probably 12:30, right? In California, people eat early. Do you know that? But it's probably around noonish, right? And there's a box lunch, and you can take it into the sculpture garden and so on. The sun should be out by then. We have coffee breaks in between, and this evening we have dinner at the faculty club. We will walk together at 6:45. If you don't know where it is, right? It's not far from here, but we would meet in front of the Luskin building. I think all at the. Is that true, Joshua? Would we? But we'll meet somewhere, and then walk. Yeah, it is true. And then we walk down to the faculty club, and then we have dinner. We'll be joined by Nicholas Berggruen, and we will have a conversation with Nicholas. And Gary was so kind as to say that and to agree that he would kick off the conversation, but you should also be free to jump in. And then tomorrow we continue with the presentation. I will try to summarize the discussion at 9. Quickly, just to make sure that we're not losing track of important points that have been raised, right? And then we have a closing session when Niels Gilman will come from the Berggruen Institute, and I think he will address exactly the planetary issue that I mentioned in my comments a few moments ago. So that is it from me. Now I would like to ask Marcus to come to the podium, and after his presentation, I will ask the various panelists to join us here. Thank you.
In public debates, democratic leadership often seems to mean little more than the rule of law and constitutional propriety. Sometimes it also just means that major parties behave reasonably. But it seems clear that we all expect democratic leaderships to do more. It should be able to enact popular policies when they are needed. What we want to accomplish with our indices is to give you a better understanding why some democratically accountable governments are able to enact popular policies while others aren't. This is, of course, not an easy thing to do. I guess we can all agree that increasing US life expectancy is a popular policy. 20 years ago, it was roughly on the same level as Germany's life expectancy. Recently, however, both countries have drifted apart. Still, it is not clear to what extent life expectancy can be increased because democratic leadership in a country is better or worse. The problem is that life expectancy is heavily correlated with GDP, and it's not straightforward to determine the impact of democratic leadership on life expectancy. A lot of autocratic countries do, in fact, have pretty decent life expectancy. The same is true with respect to other public goods, such as education and social protection. Because the impact of democracies or autocratic leadership could vary across a range of public goods, we have decided to construct an index of public goods provision. The advantage of such an index that focuses on a number of public goods is that we don't get hung up on specific public goods such as life expectancy or education. Both democratically accountable and unaccountable countries have the chance to succeed or fail in the provision of public goods like health, education, social protection, and environmental resilience. There's nothing what makes these public goods particularly democratic or autocratic. More generally, the level of economic development is only one factor that influences whether democratic leadership is able to contribute to the provision of public goods. Another important factor related to democratic accountability and economic development is state capacity. If a country has democratic leadership and is economically successful, it can still fail to provide public goods when governments can't raise taxes or can't sell bonds. Moreover, even if a government has sufficient resources, it can fail at the day-to-day coordination of public and private actors. Finally, self-imposed spending constraints or corruption can make it difficult to employ resources governments already have at their disposal. To take into account the possibility that the enactment of popular policies fails, even in economically successful, democratically accountable countries, we construct a state capacity index. This allows us to complement existing democracy and democratic accountability indices in order to be able to explore broad patterns in policy enactment across a large number of countries. When I present potential index extension later today, I will explain how democratic accountability, state capacity, and public goods indices might be embedded into a causal framework that becomes the basis of a more comprehensive research program. For now, I only introduce our indices. Before I will show you what our indices look like, I will quickly describe how we construct the state capacity and public goods indices. The method for constructing our two indices is basically very similar to the method used by the VDEM project to construct their democratic accountability index. We take the accountability index by the VDEM project as given and add our own two indices that we construct using similar methodology. In the first step of index construction, we collect data points that can be observed in the real world. We collect, for instance, data on tax revenue and government spending for as many countries as possible. In the second step, we then use this data to estimate components of governance that cannot be directly observed in the real world. State capacity, for instance, cannot be directly observed, but it can be estimated as latent variable with the help of tax revenue, government spending, and other variables. To aggregate individual variables for each index, we use confirmatory Bayesian factor analysis in which missing values are augmented. First, the VDEM accountability index essentially looks like this and was extensively described and validated in an American Political Science Review article by Anna Lührmann and her team. It contains 3 dimensions that capture how governments are constrained institutionally, meaning by parliaments and courts, electorally, through elections and parties, and societally, through civil society organizations and independent media. Second, our own state capacity index is based on the conceptual work by Elisa Berwick and Cristia Fottini, who define state capacity as capacity for extraction, coordination, and compliance. In terms of actual operationalization, we follow in many, but not all aspects, the work of Jonathan Hansen and Rachel Sigman. Particularly our third dimension, delivery capacity, is closer to the recommendation of Berwick and Fontini than to Hansen and Sigman. This means we doesn't focus much on military force, we focus more on public delivery capacity with respect to economic goods. We distinguish between three dimensions of state capacity, which we call fiscal capacity, coordination capacity, and delivery capacity. Fiscal capacity means that a state has a capacity for taxation and can build up reserves. Coordination capacity means that a state has a capacity to administrate. And delivery capacity means that a state spends to deliver public goods across its territory without too much money being siphoned off in the process. Third, the Public Goods Index incorporates public goods measures that are widely used in the literature, such as life expectancy, education, and basic care. We are currently trying to develop more specific subdimensions that you can see here. The Social Public Goods Index, the Economic Public Goods Index, and the Environmental Public Goods Index are sets of public goods variables that load together and can be validated, but they are a bit abstract and can be difficult to interpret. In future versions of our indices, we aim to provide 6 more intuitive public goods dimensions that correspond to the theoretical economic literature on public goods, namely, first, public health, second, education, third, security, fourth, infrastructure, fifth, environment, and sixth, social protection. Taken together, our current set of indices looks like this. There are 3 high-level indices: accountability, state capacity, and public goods, and 9 sub-indices. We make all indices available for download and plan to openly develop them further, releasing the models if possible. I think it is fair to say that it is impossible to develop the one and only state capacity and public goods index, but it is possible to develop measures whose imperfections are well understood by the research community and can collectively improved upon. Given that our index includes 134 countries over a 20-year period, it is difficult to explore results on a country-by-country basis in this presentation, but we can look at regional averages. So what this graph shows is that public goods provision increased in all UN regions between 2000 and 2019. By far, the largest increase can be observed in Africa on the very left. While this increase is an increase from a low starting level, it is important to have tools that allow us to document and study success stories, even if they lasted only for a limited time. If we look at state capacity, we find that once again, Africa has seen an increase in state capacity after 2010. Even if this increase has likely a lot to do with the GDP growth in the 2010, this is an important finding. Public goods provision and state capacity in Africa appears to grow when economic cycles are on the upswing. Our index tends to suggest that there is an important and often neglected role of the state. Apart from Africa, we can see a slight increase in state capacity in Asia, which also generally improved its ability to provide public goods. In the Americas, Europe, and Oceania, by contrast, state capacities seem to be in decline just when COVID began to spread. Finally, if we look at accountability, we see major decreases in all UN regions except Africa. The Americas and Europe in particular have experienced quite severe declines in accountability. Asia, by comparison, has not seen improvements, but things on average also didn't get much worse. Thus far, we have only used the indices to document trends in specific governance components. But the indices can, of course, also be used to explore relationships between governance components. This graph has a state capacity index on the x-axis and the public goods index on the y-axis. The colors of the individual dots represent the level of democratic accountability. So dark blue means that a country is highly accountable, while dark red means that a country lacks democratic accountability. What the graph suggests is that countries that supply more public goods also tend to achieve high levels of state capacity and accountability. So in the upper right corner, we see mainly dark blue dots, and what we don't see at all are countries with high levels of state capacity that fail to provide public goods. So the lower right is basically empty. What is interesting, however, is that countries in the upper left corner are able to supply relatively many public goods, even though they seem to lack accountability and have rather low levels of state capacity. The most likely explanation for this is that public goods provision does not just depend on democracy, but also on the extent of bargaining with citizens for state operating resources. For instance, in a resource-rich state, there's practically no bargaining necessary, so public goods provision increases if it increases independently from democratic accountability. In a highly connected, commercialized economy, by contrast, citizens seem less likely to give up resources if they cannot control how these resources will ultimately be spent. This should increase accountability and state capacity. Something we can add is that the public goods successes of countries below a certain threshold level of state capacity, maybe around 75 on the x-axis, don't seem particularly stable over time. If we look at changes in index scores between 2000 and 2019, which you've been seeing the whole time, we see that the dots in the upper left corner move around quite a bit, while the countries in the upper right corner basically seem to stay put. What our indices suggest is that a lack of democratic accountability can get countries faster public goods outcomes, but these outcomes tend to be unstable, particularly if overall state capacity remains limited. Of course, it is also possible that some countries in the upper left are countries that have earlier on achieved high public goods outcomes and have only lately seen declines in accountability and state capacity. Unfortunately, the United States is a country that drifts into this direction. So this graph suggests that the United States has recently seen a decline in state capacity. So the line moves to the left. But the US has still a much higher accountability than China. It is still blue rather than red. It has seen its public goods provisions stagnate as its state capacity declined. China, by contrast, has seen increases in both state capacity and public goods provision over the period. A decline in US accountability becomes only visible if one looks at index scores over time, and compares the US to other high state capacity, high public goods countries. So US accountability clearly declined in comparison to New Zealand, Western Europe, or Australia. But not just US accountability, slide isn't working. Not just US accountability declined, US state capacity did as well. The state capacity of the United States fell below the state capacity of South Korea and decreased further in comparison with Germany and Canada. What's a little bit surprising is that public goods provision did not decline as much. Within the margin of error, it even seems to have increased a bit, and Ted will have to say much more about that later. Russia has seen a much more substantial decline in accountability than the United States, yet it has increased public goods provision from presumably very low 1990 levels. After the devastating economic crisis in the 1990s, Putin's government saw a rising level of public goods provisions that exceeded late Soviet Union standards in some respects, but while reducing the power of citizens to influence what public goods should be provided to whom and how massively in the same period. While the example of Russia is not a straightforward example for a simple sequence like democracy increases state capacity and state capacity increases public goods provision, it illustrates the analytical value of keeping these three dimensions separate. If our indexes would combine aspects of accountability, state capacity, and public goods provision, we would likely only see one trend, that's declining accountability. Instead, we can learn quite a bit about what happened in Russia during the last decades if we conceptualize governance as we did in the indices. This is also something Ted will show you later. More generally, we think that our indices can be helpful to disentangle the role of democratic accountability plays for public goods provision. Basically, the index suggests that democratic accountability can increase public goods provision by increasing state capacity, but not independently. To some extent, this explains this explains why democracies that have why some democracies are not able to increase state capacity. These democracies seem to be not better off or even worse off than autocracies which have managed to increase state capacity. By conceptualizing and measuring state capacity and public goods provision, we are able to demonstrate that some democratic countries might achieve lower public goods provision for reasons that have little to do with democratic accountability as such. To assume that democracy on its own will increase public goods provision is what we did describe as democratic fallacy in our report. Similarly, some autocratic countries might be able to achieve high public goods provision for reasons that have little to do with a specific lack of democratic constraints on governments. To assume that a lack of accountability rather than economic development is responsible for the public goods successes of some autocratic countries is what we describe as autocratic fallacy. In other words, what our index does is to highlight more complex causal relationships than that tie democratic accountability and state capacity to public goods provision. We hope that we do this in a way that adds more nuance to public debates about democracy. With respect to scholarly debates, we hope that our indices are helpful to illustrate the value of studying accountability, state capacity, and public goods provision in a common framework, rather than focusing just on state capacity or just on public goods provision. The three indices allow us to identify countries which are on what Albert Hirschman called a narrow path, or what Darren Acemoglu and James Robinson call a narrow corridor. This would be countries in which struggles over the provision of lower or higher public goods allow different social groups to see that they're all benefiting. Such a realization should be difficult in a country like Russia, in which public goods provision is essentially disconnected from accountability and state capacity. It should be rather easy in countries in which accountability, state capacity, and public goods grow slowly together, but not without setbacks. Some countries we have highlighted in the report, such as Botswana in Africa or Costa Rica, are important examples for this. All in all, we hope to be able to make 4 contributions. First, we provide insights into region and country level trajectories, such as the US decline in accountability and Russia's public goods strategy. Second, we supply the research community with indices which may not be perfect yet, but where the construction process is laid open and which can collectively improved upon. Third, we are working on a broader causal framework that enables us to distinguish the impact of, for instance, economic development on public goods provision from the impact of democratic accountability and state capacity, as I will show you later. Fourth, we enable researchers to trace long-term changes in accountability, state capacity, and public goods provision, which may or may not end up in the realization that everyone is benefiting from higher accountability. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Marcus. We now have our first set of commentators, and as it happened, 2 of these commentators are online. And the first one is Helene Landmore. She's at Yale. And I just want to be sure that the connection works and that we have Helene.
Hello, everyone. I'm here.
Yes, before we give you the word, Helene, I'd like the other panelists to join Marcus here. That's Miguel Santini from Princeton University, Stephen Smith from the American Political Science Association, and Michael Woolcock from the World Bank. We have a slight change in the program. We have Susanna Hecht from UCLA join us a bit earlier. She will comment on the Latin American case, but she is in Geneva at the moment, and it's already getting quite late. So she asked if we could move her to the first session, which means that the first session could perhaps go into the coffee break, but we'll make up for that in the next session, because we then have one fewer presenter. Okay, so please come and join us here, Stephen and Miguel, and I will. Oh, Michael, sorry, I didn't want to block you. And we probably first ask Helen in New Haven to share your comments.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So first, I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to give comments on an index like this. And indeed, I think there's often, I'm a political theorist, and it's rarely the case that I think political theorists are consulted on the construction of these indexes. And I think you'll see that there's a bit of a gap between our expectations about what democracy means and what you put under the term and how you basically reduce it to accountability. And so I'll take issue with that to a degree. I'm so sorry. 1 second. I'm so sorry. This is the downside of working from home, so I apologize for this. So I was saying that I have some issues about the reduction of the quality of democracy to accountability. So let me say more. First, I think it shows in the vocabulary of management that's used throughout the report, when oftentimes what's really meant is government. So it gives the report a slightly technocratic vibe and explains, in my view, why democracy is not really taken as seriously as it could, and reduces that accountability notion, which to me is much more instrumental than essential to the concept. So if you agree with what I have to say next, I think I would recommend dropping the vocabulary of management, which comes across as somehow strangely neoliberal and a bit dated, and minimize the use of the word governance wherever you really mean government. Then I have a second point. I'm first going over the point that I think might be interesting, and I'll get to this issue of democracy. So I'm a bit confused about the causality in the triangle, as well as the labels for the categories in the triangle that connect state capacity, democratic accountability, and public good provisions. So both democratic and accountability and state capacity contribute to public good provisions. But I wasn't clear whether we are talking about two types of processes versus one type of outcome, and why, in a way, the democratic accountability label, which refers to quality of democracy as a process, is not a part of the quality of government as itself a narrow set of processes. So I just thought that for me it would have been helpful if you had made it clear that both democratic accountability and state capacity are processes and public good provisions are outcomes. So my next point is also relatively superficial. It's more of a clarifying question. I don't understand why you label, why you consider electoral accountability as distinct from institutional accountability, because it sounds as if electoral accountability was not institutional, but to the extent that elections are constitutionally entrenched, they are an essential part of the institution. So why are we putting them in a different basket than, say, judicial review? So I guess I'm just objecting to the label, not necessarily the separation of those two things, but if you have a better word than institutional accountability to refer to the non-electoral procedures, I think it would be better, because it seems to me like there's a nicer, clearer contrast between the institutions on the one hand, including elections, and the civil society world and the sort of social accountability that you talk about. Finally, and this is my main point really, it's about accountability as a measure of the quality of democracy. That one is really problematic to me. And I think we sense the difficulty, I think, in the text, because sometimes you use it in a way that's synonymous with representativeness or other things. For example, on page 1 of the executive summary, you write, does the capacity of states to provide the basics for societies to thrive depend on democratic accountability that represents different interests? And accountability is not a representation of interest, nor does it even ensure that. So for example, your go-to example is judicial review. It's not a guarantee that it will represent diverse interests. In fact, you'd say that in the US, at least as of late, it's working actively against that. So I would separate those two things more clearly. And this sort of like slippage makes me suspect that you might actually be interested in measuring something else as well, and that would be whether the system properly represents a diversity of interest. But that would be completely different from accountability per se. I think it would be called representativeness or something like that. So I think the concept is a little fuzzy. It's also too broad in the way you use it, because again, it seems to me that you lump two notions. You lump the meaning of accountability, which is the capacity to give or require accounts from the rest of the system, on the part of the rest of the system. And another notion, which is what I would call sanctionability. Can you punish the wrongdoers or the people who don't do the job well at the ballot booth in particular? So legislatures can ask accounts of the executive. They can be asking questions and require reasons for decisions, for example. Citizens can sanction legislators, but can we say that citizens, for example, can obtain accounts of what's going on and reasons for the decisions that are made? Oftentimes that's not an option because the issues are too bundled and the electoral sort of dynamic is such that candidates do not give reasons. They make promises, they lie, they posture, etc. So I think those two things are very different. Sanctionability is one thing, giving reasons is another. But I guess that's, again, a sort of theoretical hair splitting that might not affect too much your approach. What I think would affect it quite a bit is that if I think you should start distinguishing between two types of accountability mechanisms. Some I would call liberal mechanisms, and they are not democratic per se, in my view. They could be co-opted by other regime forms and democracies. And I would say minimally democratic ones like electoral sanctions. So, Singapore and China have many accountability mechanisms. That doesn't make them budge 1 inch toward democracy. They're just ways to ensure their meritocracies are kept in check and sort of sufficiently satisfy, the population so that they do not get social unrest. That's not a measure of democracy in the least. It's a measure of, efficiency, stability, rule of law, something like that. Potentially liberalism, if we're talking about certain kinds of rights, including property rights, but it's not a measure of democracy. Conversely, you have some democracies like the UK or Switzerland which lack liberal accountability mechanisms like judicial review, but they have democratic accountability mechanisms like referendums, citizens' initiatives, recalls, forms of popular participation, basically. And that, I think, make them track quality of democracy, even as they may not have all these other things that you call democratic accountability. So I think separating those two things would be useful. So I would at least recommend disaggregating between the liberal mechanisms and the democratic mechanism, rather than lumping all of it together. In fact, ignoring a lot of the democratic mechanisms, to be honest, because I don't see you tracking things like, are there options for people to trigger referenda? Are there citizen initiatives? Are there forms of democratic participation that are favored by the system or not? But to go even further, I'd say that even if you disaggregate those things, I worry that you still should not use accountability alone as a proxy for quality of democracy, because I can imagine many many political regimes that have a lot of accountability built in and end up, working for the people, and yet they end up having, not meeting the more demanding ideal of the people and by the people, which I think none of your criteria measure. So to me, accountability, again, it's a condition for democracy, but it's not democracy, and it's not quite a measure of its quality, at least not in the completely undisaggregated way that you use. Again, an autocracy could have a form of judicial review, noblesse oblige principles, could care about the fact that it's not arbitrary and is even potentially tracking the interest of the people to some degree. But that's not a guarantee that it's causally affected by, majorities and by people's preferences, which I think is a much more demanding notion. So I've myself worked on a notion of a very ugly concept of democraticity that would sum up these other dimensions. And I think it would be nice if you could measure whether, countries have this democraticity built in, or if they're acquiring it over time or losing it. I think the US is losing it quite a bit over time, and so I would, I think this would help see more precisely how governments emerge over the long evolve over the long term, and whether they really have an improvement in quality of democracy or not. Again, in the US, I feel like if you stick to judicial review as a marker of quality of democracy, you're missing the fact that the Supreme Court has become an anti-democratic agent at the moment. And so how would you measure that? Thank you. And again, apologies for the disturbance at home.
Thank you so much. I know you have slides, right?
Yes, but I don't know what to do. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look, what efficiency. Hello, thank you very much. Thank you so much, Helmut and Marcus, for the invitation. This is wonderful. I love being in LA. So let me just very quickly, I'm Miguel Ángel Centeno, and I'm here to just give some comments on this wonderful, absolutely wonderful project that they have done. So why do we need this? Everybody has to have a picture of Max Weber in their presentation. We have lots of outcome indicators, but what we don't really have with those outcome indicators is what's going on inside the black box of the state. So HDI, for example, can measure the success in one way or the other, but we don't really know how that success is achieved. And again, I agree that governance is critical. To use the language from Suzanne, it is about management. It is about how well you can actually deliver immunization or health or education, et cetera. And it helps us to explain successes. And I'll get back to this in a second. I'm really interested in unexpected successes. That is, successes if you think of some kind of measure that are above the regression line. The ones that we don't expect, and the ones that are below. And I think because then we can, how does a rich country not deliver, for example? How do we account for that? How does a poor country deliver above its weight? I love the principle. Yes. You never thought you'd see Jeff Bezos following Mark Weber. And it's a great, we're borrowing from Amazon. You follow correlations. I don't know about you, but the first few years with Amazon, I was always amazed how they would ask me, well, would you like this fiction now? And all they're doing is essentially taking every single data point that they have, some we would probably be less comfortable than others, and trying to figure out what color socks you wear. And we're using the same thing, or you're using the same thing with the governance. You're basically taking all this massive amounts of data and trying, in a sense, to get at the very nature. And one possible problem here is this idea that there's truth in data. For example, I know many people who worked on the Soviet Union in the 70s and the 80s and had very elaborate models of the Soviet transportation system, and that ended up the statistics were all made up by the KGB. So you have to be careful with your trust in data to a certain extent. I think there's two major contributions here. One is the authoritarian, I use authoritarian as opposed to autocratic, authoritarian fallacy. And the other one is the increase in public goods despite no increase in capacity and accountability. I think those are the macro points are the most useful from the report. The authoritarian fallacy, here's an illustration of the Kerch Bridge. And here's something from the COVID policy in China. These are two cases we love until about 3 or 4 years ago, especially during the beginning of COVID. There was this love affair with authoritarianism. They can deliver. They can impose the sacrifices. They can impose the favorite word of every authoritarian, the discipline needed to change these things. The problem with this, with authoritarian regimes, as we have found out, certainly Vladimir Putin has found out in Russia, and Xi Jinping is also finding out in China, is information flow. one thing that democracies are very good at, and open democracies, is a flow of information. If the generals are too scared to tell you that the tires on the trucks are 10 years old, you have a problem. And what authoritarian regimes do, they get very short to medium gains. Medium-term gains. That is, they can impose this order, they can impose these changes, they can impose these reforms, but in the end, the lack of information flow and the luck, in a sense, of the despot starts running out. And I think this is one of the things I love about the report, is that it really calls into mind this love affair with authoritarian practices or the authoritarian temptation. The mystery of public goods provision. How did public goods increase? I would love to have more discussion about that. How much of it is about the international economy? How much of it is about technology? How much of it is about better information flow? How much of it is simply better advice? That the information that these countries are getting, a better delivery system. So I think that sets up a whole mystery. That was probably the most surprising thing in the whole report, this increase in public goods. And I'm wondering what contextual, can we really look at the state for that, but we have to look more at a global context, which I'll talk about tomorrow. The major theoretical heuristic, actually, sorry about that, I was doing this in the library yesterday and I didn't quite size it correctly, is this governance triangle. I think this is a wonderful theoretical contribution. I think that the link between accountability, state capacity, and the public good provision, I think it really is a wonderful, and I call it a heuristic. It's a great way of looking at a situation, seeing what the outcomes are, and trying to find out which of these three have played a part. Again, congratulations, absolutely wonderful. Wait a minute. Nope. Nope. There. Oh, there's supposed to be a drawing there. What I liked about this is that it's a mixing of three traditions. You've got the state capacity, sort of a Weberian tradition. You've got accountability. Both Helmut and I were students of Juan Linz, and Linz would always talk about the importance of accountability in democracy. And you've got the public goods tradition from Amartya Sen. And I like the way that you have combined these. Again, congratulations, a wonderful theoretical insight and a great way of combining views that are often thought of in silos rather than together. The major methodological contribution is simply the amazing work you guys have done with the data. If nothing else, the methodological contribution of just having a bibliography of all these data sources. I don't know about you, but you know, I've spent countless hours trying to find certain measures. Now I can go to the appendix of the report and almost they're all there. And I think your methodological contribution of both making that data available and also selecting the kind of variables you're going to look, again, congratulations. You know there's a but coming. Major methodological contribution, I love these maps because I kept thinking of it would be wonderful if you could start overlaying these with each other in a sense, rather than looking for correlations, looking for graph similarities. Do most countries have, they skew left or right, or are there differences? And I think as a graphic tool, it's just fantastic. And also there's a major pedagogical contribution to this. I would love to teach, I teach at Princeton SPIA, the School of Public and International Affairs. I would love to teach a half-term course just using the report because you can imagine a wonderful set of conversations discussing the theory that's behind it, week 1. Week 2 might be discussing the measures and do those measures really follow these issues? Then discussing the data, availability of data, et cetera. And particularly the possibility, I think, that in the last 2 or 3 weeks of a course, of doing variance and correlations across time and across regions. So again, for those of us who would love to be able to teach a global governance class, you've just given us the perfect textbook. A couple of just questions. Sorry about that with the S. And I couldn't really explore this when I went on the index. Can you control for GDP or for population or human development index as you're doing these? Because again, the really important thing, we all know that the Norwegian mail system is going to be more efficient than the one in Mali. Okay, thank you very much. How much of that is because Norway is very rich and Mali is very poor? And I think that would be really important. Also, the population, particularly percentage of population that lives in urban centers. I think there are all sorts of governance issues that are very difficult if your population is spread across a rural landscape as opposed to very much concentrated. And the ability to take these kinds of basic structural measures and control for them as you look at these numbers. And again, I don't know if you have that built in, if that's at all possible, but I strongly urge you to include that because it will make the analysis much better. The second question is the unevenness of the progress. And I want to focus on, well, I can't really. Yeah, maybe I can. I want to focus on this quad because, yes, there is this improvement in public goods provision, particularly up here, all right? But who are these guys? And are there, what is the number, what are the countries that have not seen this public goods provision? Are they countries that are experiencing violence? Yemen, for example, obviously moves far to the left. Are there countries that simply do not have the resources? Are there countries that are facing particular ecological disasters? Bangladesh being perhaps the most obvious. Such challenges that no matter how good of a manager you are, you're not going to be able to do this. But those of you who are old enough to remember Columbo, you know, he always goes along, and then at the last 5 minutes he goes, but where were you that night? So here are my buts. First of all, do states matter anymore? I don't think you give a good enough defense of why that level, that unit of analysis is the critical. And there's two ways that we can think of the fallacy, in a sense, of state measurements. One is subnational, and the other one is global. Some states are simply more than one nation. And to talk about, and this is particularly true, I think an excellent measure, by the way, of governance, I don't know if you could ever do this, is consistent of variance inside a region. One of the characteristics of rich countries is that 500 miles from the capital, the roads are as good as in the capital. I don't know how you could ever measure that, sort of the spread of these. But that's very true, and certainly in many global south countries, where outside of it's always called the newspaper account, the leafy diplomatic district, has much better services than, let's say, the outlying shantytown or favela. And you can see this even in advanced countries. I'm working on a project on subnational trends in the United States. And just to give you an idea, is this the same country? Is this, the one here, this is percentage of the American in the census that lists their ethnicity as American, which is very interesting. You'll find correlation with lots of particular politics. This is the turnout. So if you were looking for electoral accountability measures or for governance delivery of elections, you see that the United States is a very uneven spread. And this one is early deaths among whites. And you see that there is a very different setup across the country. So I'm wondering, certainly in the case of Brazil, the case of Mexico, the case of Peru, even the case of Colombia, we're talking about very different countries inside that country. To compare, to include Southeast Brazil and Northeast Brazil inside the same unit of analysis may be problematic. And I would love to see the next stage, including some subnational measures, which I realize already limits your sample to maybe 40 or 50 countries that have that available. The global context, I'll talk about that tomorrow. How useful is it to talk about a state? Inside, we have this Westphalian sovereignty, yet it's a global system. So how much can the states actually do depending on the international context? But again, I'll talk about that more tomorrow. I worry a little bit about the black box. You want to open the black box, but I'm wondering if you've included so many variables that your R square keeps increasing, but we can't really tell what's going on inside the black box. There are so many interactions, there's so many variables that in the end, are we really opening up that black box? And I'm going to talk about that in a second, then I'll try to be quick, so I'll shut up. But the black box dilemma, be really careful about just adding everything in the kitchen sink, because after a while you start wondering what really matters. The problem of tautology. Are you, the rich are richer. Okay, thank you very much. The poor are poorer. The violent are more violent. The danger of tautology in all these, and I've worked on state capacity, and that's one of the problems. What is cause and what is effect? And I don't think you give enough attention to that danger. The danger of technocracy. I've always thought that if Hillary Clinton had spent a lot less money on data analysis in 2016 and had hired 1,000 anthropology graduate students to go to bars in the Midwest, she might be president right now. And I worry how much we like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, we fall in love with the number 42. But what really matters is what's going on the ground. That we should complement this it is a very technocratic approach. And I'm wondering if we want to complement this with people riding in garbage trucks, riding in mail delivery, sitting in census offices. What does that work like? Aaron McDowell had done this wonderful book on Ghana, that shows that some parts of the government actually have a very different culture on the office level, the water cooler level, than other parts of the government. And I urge you to start looking at that rather than just at these broad measures. Causality. Which functions go with which outputs? You're assuming, in a sense, that all of these are contributing. Well, you might have parts for example, even the very concept of state capacity might in contradiction with accountability. Would you rather have an efficient secret policeman, or would you have a corrupt secret policeman? I'd rather have a corrupt secret policeman. So the idea that state capacity is automatically going to go to public goods, for example, I think is making a causal leap too far. The danger of Whig history, this idea that we're all progressing, and particularly the idea that all things go together. All good things go together. They don't. Some functions of government might be in conflict with other functions of government. And we have to take into account that interaction. Okay, lest we forget, this is another one of the drawings that didn't quite make it. What it was is a very fancy graphic attempt to add to your triangle by adding three things. To state capacity, political will. I'm a Bavarian, and writing a book with Atul Kohli and Deborah Yasher, I kept saying it's all about the management, it's all about the state capacity. And Atul and Deborah kept going, yes, but you want to use that state capacity. You're willing to use that state capacity, and I don't see any measure there. I'm not sure you could ever get it. In terms of the public good provision, what is the popular response? Not just the political will, but and the best indicator of this is the gender educational equity measure. This might be, in some cases, something that a government might want, but finds so much opposition in the society that it becomes impossible. And it's not really a problem of governance. It is a problem of misfit between a government agenda and popular wishes. And in the end, I want to emphasize this. This is my basic lesson for all my students at SPIA. Governance is about trade-offs. And you have to choose. You can't have your cake and eat it too. And there's a little bit of that in the report. And again, with Atul and Deborah, we came up with three things: inclusion, growth, and order. Those three things may not go together. And I would like to see more analysis in the index of how these, in a sense, can contradict each other rather than this linear movement forward. But with all that said, thank you, absolutely thank you for a wonderful job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miguel. There will be an opportunity for Q&A, for discussion after we listen to the next presenter. Of course, since we're both very much influenced by Juan Linz, and you are a Weberian, I was a professor at Heidelberg. We had to mention Max at least once a day, right, to earn our salary. And But one name that comes up a lot in our analysis is Al Hirschman, right? In a way, we're rediscovering many of his writings. And I think it's probably best if we, let's be kind to our colleague in Geneva and have the second presentation online. So I was wondering if Susanna Heck can hear me.
I'm here. I'm
Okay,
here.
so-
Can you hear me?
Yeah, so we...
Yes, I've been listening in a rapt way. Let me, first of all, thank you all for your flexibility. I thought if I have to present at 11 at night, I'm not at my best then. So I very much appreciate being able to do this now. What I think, having listened to everyone so far, what I would, and also I actually have a family connection to Max Weber. My great-grandfather was on his dissertation committee. So not that I carry on that tradition, but still. And also I would say that also perhaps we might think of another index. And so I'm going to go in a moment to make an argument that using actually a rare thing in the social sciences, a natural experiment, to talk about some of these things and also to within the context of the framework that we've been given. I'm going to now share my screen. It says Helmut Conference right here. Boom, come on, open up. Let's see, share, let's share. Okay. So I'm going to, perhaps some of you there do not know that I'm a compulsive Amazonist. But what I'm going to argue here is that if we look at Amazonia, it's not really like looking at, it isn't really a frontier. It hasn't been a frontier for millennia. It simply is, that's how we've sort of conceived of it in our understandings of its tropicality. But what I would like to argue to you, and I'm sorry, my computer thinks I'm speaking Portuguese here, is to argue that perhaps public goods is too general a topic or too general a framing, and that actually, and perhaps the World Bank colleagues here might chime in as well, to argue that actually we kind of need a different thing. It's not just public goods, it's not just vaccination, that there are really very serious environmental issues that are now in place that involve larger questions of governance. I'm going to try and go through as quickly as possible. First of all, I'd like to just mention that we're in a sort of situation of a lot of tipping points. I don't know why this has just come up. But the point is that many things are in a somewhat more precarious state than perhaps we might think, and that buying a Prius will not solve them. One of the most important things, and if you look at this set of maps, and it comes out of Nature about 2 weeks ago, what you'll see is that, you know, the big tipping points aren't really inhabited. There's a little bit of stuff in the Sahel, but the real place that is inhabited is Amazonia. And so for this reason, thinking about places as having sort of critical, a certain kind of criticality is really important. And I'm just going to put another tipping point on here. The point being that there are dominoes and cascades, and Amazonia is one of the most important ones. And I know that many of you are aware that there was just an election and that there's another one coming up. But let me just frame this not as some kind of little arcane thing, but to sort of say that it's a giant region of continental scale. It has 9 of the 13 countries in, I'm going to just put on my next slide. It has 9 of the 13 countries that comprise South America. Although, of course, French Guiana is a department of France, so we can be assured that it has excellent governance. But the point is that if you look at this, we're really talking a lot about territorial governance over a critical ecosystem for a number of reasons. I'm not going to go into it, but the most important one we might say from our perspective, I know that perhaps we, you know, yearn to have cute monkeys and, you know, and of course it's a center of domestication. So since you are in Southern California, perhaps having acai bowls from time to time, those kinds of questions of Amazonian domesticates might not be so important. But what's important here is that we are also in a context here of sort of failed states. I think we could put Venezuela in that. We are in flailing states, and we are in captured states. And that Amazonia, for whatever reason, because of the sort of failures of the modernization and development dynamics of the last 50 years, now finds itself going into a kind of dependency economy, what we now call extractive economies. I'll just throw this up. This is this gives you a sense of the biome and how important it is in these countries. It's not nothing. And I think that sort of the state partitioning, and this gets to the other questions, and also the larger questions of governance and accountability when things are so fragmented. The larger question is that this is a really huge biome in which there are a lot of changes going on very quickly and all the time. And that you'll be very sorry when it tips. Because it's on the cusp of a tipping point to another kind of biome, and you really don't want to have a biome flip. Now, I'm sort of speaking from a somewhat depressed perspective right now, but I wrote quite gleefully for a while about a process from 2004 to 2012, which was basically that Amazonian deforestation had dropped by 82%. Something that was more or less inconceivable. Now, part of this had to, so 1988 is when the so-called end of authoritarianism ends a little earlier, but that's when the Constitution comes in. There's a bunch of sort of dynamics about the state. Here's 1992, they didn't want to have a lot of deforestation while they had a global conference on environment. Needless to say, it kind of looks, it's a bad look. But the point being that it's a kind of erratic thing. But what is important to recognize is that during there was quite a bit of erratic performance, we might say. But under the Cardozo regime, you had really a lot of institution development. And so when Lula comes in with, cheers from the environmental and indigenous and traditional populations, deforestation really does go down tremendously, in spite of the fact that its agro-industrial exports are going up. So this looks like some kind of larger scale dynamic that can go on. It's a little more complicated than I'm describing, but let me just put this one thing up here so that you can see this more clearly, which is that one of the things that's there, this is some policy interventions that go on. So what you can see is that a combination of policies really matters, a certain amount of accountability, and also political will, as was mentioned before, I think is really important. Now, what you also see here is, so there's Fernando Henrique's thing, Lula comes in, deforestation falls. There's actually a more complex story, and I won't go into it at this juncture about leakage and so on. Dilma goes under the knife, so to say, and she's impeached. And then what we get is Jair Bolsonaro. But during that period of forest decline or deforestation decline, you had kind of the remaking of the map of Amazonia in a way that involved sort of a reconceptualization of what nature would be like, which is inhabited environments, useful environments, and so on, but maintaining forest cover, even as you had a kind of dynamic of rural development. But there was a number of things that went on, and I think these pertain to the questions that we wanted to talk about here, which is these governance issues of state capacity and accountability and sort of an expansion of delivery of public goods in a context of redistribution. I can't go into it in too many ways, but that we had a huge expansion of national institutions that were capable of handling this very complex environment. Emergent legal frameworks. We had emergent markets centered around environment. I won't go in. The social movements were extremely important in this, so that governance was sort of linking at multiple levels, including the international. So that gives you the soy moratorium and conservation areas and so on, and new kinds of property regimes. So that gives us a kind of story really about public goods and reconfiguring public goods, and the idea of green governance, that you could actually for something, and by the way, this was not the only place this was going on. That is, these dynamics, if you looked at, and I have some graphs on that, but it would take me forever to go through it country by country, but there really was a big contraction. And part of it is a kind of imitation that goes on, because actually they all have a bunch of Amazonian area, so they mimic each other a little bit. Because if they go, well, if the Brazilians, or the Colombians seem to have figured out, that Peruvian intervention seemed kind of like it worked. So there's all these kinds of things where they kind of, because it's a really complicated place to govern and figure out. And so in essence, it has a kind of, how shall we say, a mimic effect. So we get all of these great things, and this is sort of what's known as the socio-environmental era, which is a model of development that was rooted in the Constitution and had accountability with those new judges and legislation and everything. And it had multiple forms of governance. I think that when we talk about governance, we really have to, particularly in terms of environmental stuff, think about multiple levels, and active social movements, and quite a bit of complexity in this, and also regional complexity. But then what happens is that we have what we might call a natural experiment. And so we have all this like lovely stuff. It really does seem to work. And it works fast, which is another thing that I think sometimes we have a kind of, speaking for myself, a kind of queenly, we'll just go slow and it'll just take its own time. This worked within a decade, and it worked, we can say, it was just conjunctural, but it also reflected a lot of outcome of processes that had come to fruition. Now, it's pretty rare to get a natural experiment, but we got one with the election of Jair Bolsonaro in terms of Amazonian management. And as you may know, we can just sort of think of much of the last period as being the lost decade. But one of the things is that property rights that had been guaranteed were overrun. They were put under, how shall we say, a hostile ministry, which of course is the question of accountability. They were accountable to others. You may have read in The Guardian today that Jair, the wild meme is he would eat an Indian. There was a lot of de-gazetting of conservation areas. So basically property regimes that had been in place that were protective were removed. The idea of accountability for environmental crimes was essentially removed. What had been a mechanism, and this is, the cadastral thing. So when I put car up there, it's not like I'm talking about, BMWs or Teslas. I'm talking about a remote sensing mechanism for determining boundaries. Now, those were basically transformed from being simple descriptive areas as to being elements of a speculative dynamic.
Susanna, I hate to interrupt you, but we have to watch time a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll zoom through this. Anyway, the point that I am going much faster. We really are coming to the end of this, but much greater increase in rural violence, dissolving of budgets and so on. And essentially what you get, and this is really where I'm getting to, is this kind of explosive deforestation that comes up. it's not, it's mimicked elsewhere in the dynamic. The other thing is the deforestation in indigenous areas, so a complete dissolution of property rights, no more intervention in other kinds of forms of environmental management, and so on. Well, anyway, what you see is an unusual situation here, which is that you basically turn what had been a positive dynamic in governance and politics into essentially no law in a lawless land. And the result of that, of course, is explosive deforestation, about which you're all going to be sorry. So for South America, and remember that most of South America has Amazonian territory, deforestation is a really excellent governance indicator. If you have a lot of it, you have a problem. Now, there are some perversions, such as British Guyana is now a vast state of Exxon, but you know, for the most part, when you start to see high rates of deforestation, as now is occurring in Venezuela, you're seeing other kinds of dynamics. Its environmental governance is extremely sensitive to politics at multiple levels. So it's really important not to sort of leach out and say, oh, it's a public good. It's a very specific kind of public good, and one that has great implications. I won't go into the larger questions. There are, of course, discursive turns to the rights of nature, indigenous ontologies, political uprisings, control over the violence, and so on. But the point being that this is not a kind of an eco tree hugger kind of index. It actually is a thing that integrates many of the things that you want to look at, which is accountability, forms of governance, and public goods. And when you have a lot of deforestation, you don't have any of that. So what I would argue is that while I really appreciate the work that goes into this, it really needs to take environment much more seriously as a kind of indicator of these dynamics. And lastly, of course, Minerva's owls fly at dusk. These are burrowing owls in a burned out cerrado. And you can see that they're giving us quite an accusatory look. So thank you so much for letting me shift my time a little bit. And like that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Susanna, and also in particular for staying up so late. And I think you can take the rest of the day off if you like. So
I'll listen for a while, and I might have a glass of wine while I do, but I'll turn off my video so you won't know.
Thanks again. Yeah, Stephen, could we ask you to go next?
Thanks so much, and thanks again to Helmut for the opportunity to speak today. It's great to see so many people interested in good governance, democracy, and the quality of public services overall. I agree with the comments that have been made already, and particularly Miguel's comments about how I think this governance index is a terrific advancement in terms of our understanding of governance, and want to compliment Helmut and his colleagues on the development of this index. I thought, as I thought about what I would say today, I thought I reflected upon kind of my own professional career and some of the early comparative research and indexes that or data collection efforts that influenced my work, and which is over the years has focused extensively on the relationship between civil society organizations and government, and have looked at issues around privatization and public management. And so I thought I'd start with discussing two what I think were quite important scholars of comparative research in the 1990s that I want to return to towards the end of my remarks. So first one I want to mention is Esping Anderson's comparative research on the welfare state, published now 30 years ago or so. His book, Three Worlds of Welfare Capitalism, had, I think, an enormous impact on sociology, political science, social sciences in general, where he classified advanced industrial countries into three different types of regimes: social democratic, conservative, and liberal. And he used a decommodification index. So time doesn't permit me to go into the details of this, but he basically argued that the relationship between the state and the market in particular countries influenced the kind of extensiveness of the welfare state, and social democratic countries had a more extensive welfare state than liberal countries such as the US. Again, it had a big impact, I think, and was led to a kind of outpouring of research on the welfare state and comparative social policy. And around the same time, the other book I think that was noteworthy that came out was Robert Putnam's work on Making Democracy Work in 1993, which compared southern and northern Italy, and where he argued that the prosperity of northern, again, greatly simplifying his argument, but that the prosperity of northern Italy, including its better public services and more satisfied citizenry as compared to southern Italy, was due to the presence of higher levels of social capital and trust, and created by the engagement of citizens in local community organizations. I will note that Michael here on my right contributed to that literature that flowed from Putnam's work on social capital, and maybe he might have something more to say about that when he speaks. And then I guess the third one I want to acknowledge, particularly given that Helmut is here, is that Helmut and his colleague Lester Solomon did pioneering work on the comparative nonprofit sector project that compared the nonprofit sector in advanced industrial countries, and also categorized it into different regime types, and again influenced years of, and continues to influence research on the nonprofit sector and the relationship between nonprofits and government. I think that the flowing from this kind of research that occurred in the 1990s, I think the widespread interest of scholars, policymakers, public and private funders, and practitioners in promoting democracy, reducing corruption, and improving the quality of public service led to much greater interest in identifying more specifically the factors responsible for well-functioning democracies and effective public services. I would observe that also starting really in the 1990s and has continued since then, the extensive interest of policymakers and public managers in the new public management around the world to improve accountability and the impact of public services has greatly influenced the structure of public services and focused attention on improving program outcomes. The new public management, in short, kind of, I guess you could say, I wouldn't say it originated in the UK, but is now kind of disseminated worldwide. But the emphasis of the so-called new public management is that it would shift away from the focus on the old style public management that was Weberian, and I guess I should mention Weber as well, and focused on state-run services, and essentially new public management was an effort to tap the market, tap public-private partnerships, and also in the interest of improving accountability, improving program outcomes, and I think, and it shifted attention also away from state capacity to thinking about ways in which you could deliver services in new and innovative ways to improve program outcomes and to improve accountability overall. I should also mention that the availability of more and better data in the 1990s and thereafter has led to a variety of new comparative indices on governance, democracy, and public services. There in the 1990s, and I know Helmut knows this well, is Transparency International has a comparative corruption index that they still use to compare and rank countries on different levels of corruption. So you've got one indicator that on corruption, and it essentially ranks countries based upon corruption. Again, reiterating something that Miguel and others have said, I think certainly one of the important contributions of the Berggruen Governance Index is the effort to move away from a focus on one particular indicator, such as corruption, and do a much more comprehensive look at state capacity, democratic accountability, and public goods. Bu Rostan at the University of Gothenburg and the Quality of Government Index is also, puts corruption at the center of his index, but also more broadly looking at the quality of public administration. I used to have long discussions with Bu before he retired about the need for political science to pay more attention to public administration. And I think this fits in with the emphasis within the governance index on state capacity and looking at how state capacity influences important program outcomes. In regards to philanthropy and civil society organizations, we now have indexes on those important issues, like the Global Philanthropy Environment Index, developed by the Lilly School of Philanthropy at Indiana University at Indianapolis. The index ranks countries around the world on the social, political, and economic environment for philanthropy and nonprofit organizations, such as the ease of operations and tax incentives. Importantly, this index calls attention to the importance of context for a thriving civil society. I think one of the other things that certainly that the governance index that we're talking about today does as well. USAID has funded the development of a civil society sustainability index in partnership with International Center for Nonprofit Law. They are implementing partners of various countries around the world, and this index is designed to be helpful for local CSOs, government, donors, and academics. Unlike the Philanthropy Index or other indexes, the Berggruen Governance Index does not develop an overall composite score and ranking. Instead, it examines the interaction of as has been discussed, these three key factors. I certainly think that again, is one of the particularly important contributions. And I think it also, it investigates this through a mix of objective and subjective measures, which again, I think is also another contribution that is not present in some of the other indexes. And I think that the interaction of these three measures highlights that some countries, as is pointed out, some countries have high democratic accountability, but do not do a great job in terms of providing adequate public goods provision because they lack state capacity. And I think that this certainly resonates, in the findings about the U.S. certainly have certainly resonate today. I mean, it's kind of constantly in the news about how the federal government has had trouble responding to a variety of social and public problems, and something that the Biden administration has tried to reverse. And I think that, so what are the lessons we can learn from some of these other indices, and what would I recommend the governance index to think about going forward? As the Varieties of Democracy Index, for example, has identified greater democracy as related to more extensive public goods, less corruption, better transparency. And they've issued a number of policy briefs, articles, and books that have flowed from that kind of work. But the Governance Index presents a more complicated story of the relationship between democracy and public goods, so collaboration between researchers, such as on the VDEM project or Quality of Government project could be quite productive for scholars and policymakers. I think the same basic point applies to other indices, such as the Global Philanthropy Index. And I think collaboration could also be pursued in another way. The VDEM project includes a very large, diverse group of scholars from around the world who collaborate on the index and the publications emerging from the research. As Helmut moves and his colleagues move forward with the Governance Index, it would seem to be useful to engage scholars from around the world in this research and publications related to the index. And of course, this conference today is an example of that. Another lesson I think from some of these other indice projects is whether it's the one at the Lilly School on Philanthropy or the USAID Civil Society Sustainability Index is, or the VDEM project, is the kind of emphasis on public engagement. There's a lot of discussion underway in the social sciences about the role of scholars in the public sphere, broadly defined. And I certainly, at the American Political Science Association, that certainly had been a priority for the association and certainly is a priority for a lot of political scientists. But I think that the emphasis here in public engagement is not only it's providing translating the research that is being done to a public audience and trying also to serve as a change agent. That these indices can be employed to change the way scholarship on key topics of democracy and civil society is done. And I think that the Governance Index and Helmut and his colleagues have a great opportunity to really help us rethink some of these important concepts that relate to governance and democratic accountability. I think that the other I think lesson I think from looking at some of these other indices is that there's a focus on takeaway lessons for scholars, policymakers, and practitioners as crucial to me that's crucial for thinking about the long-term impact of the Governance Index. The index is very comprehensive and highlights the interaction between key issues of democratic accountability and state capacity and the quality of public goods. I think highlighting the issue of state capacity, which in terms of the positive outcomes for public services and democracy, I think is an often overlooked topic in the enthusiasm for markets and contemporary politics. In my own work on contracting, for example, for public services, with nonprofit and for-profit organizations, the issue of state capacity to manage contracts and oversee the services that are being provided is often something that is overlooked or not discussed as much as it should be. So that also leads me to kind of some questions, and I'll use a couple examples about the index and what the takeaway lessons for the index are. So that first is public goods. There's a very extensive list of public goods that fall into the category that Marcus described earlier. And I also applaud the effort to include environmental measures in that public goods, particularly given the focus these days on climate change and related issues, and of course, Susan's excellent presentation that she just gave. But it also, this is occurring at a time when there's a lot of emphasis on public-private partnerships, on social innovation, social enterprise, which are kind of mixed nonprofit, for-profit forms, and so where do these partnerships fit in? What would be the takeaway lessons for partnerships from the Governance Index? There's a lot of discussion in the literature around on public-private partnerships about whether they undermine state capacity. Are they a good thing if you work with local CSOs or local for-profit organizations? Does that undermine state capacity, or does that improve the delivery of public goods in many countries around the world? And so the relationship between public goods, public-private partnerships, and state capacity, it seems to me, I would raise that as a question to think through, like, what exactly are the takeaway lessons for policy, practice, and scholarship? Likewise, returning to Putnam and social capital, you know, partly as a result of the outpouring of research on social capital that came from Putnam, it has led to a lot of interest and support over the years from public and private funders to support the growth of civil society organizations at the national, regional, and local level, and the big international funders like Ford and Gates and USAID continued to pour millions of dollars into supporting local civil society organizations. How does that, again, fit into, say, capacity? Does the governance index provide us insights with thinking about how we could, what the advice would be to USAID or Gates on how they should spend their money, and particularly as it relates to civil society organizations? Okay, but I think I'm almost done here. So I realize I'm out of time. So I just will close by saying that I think that this relationship between the public sector and the private sector, broadly defined, whether that's CSOs or the market, is particularly important. The public goods issue and the state capacity issue are important components of this governance index, and I think that the interaction between the three components of this index is really, I think, very important and one of the contributions. As the Helmut and his colleagues move forward, I think it would be important to think about how, and particularly in the current moment of interest in markets and community-based organizations and civil society organizations, what suggestions and recommendations for policymakers would you have from the research that goes into the governance index? So thank you again for the opportunity, and
Thank you, Stephen, and also for the reference to the public-private partnerships is a very, very important aspect that we need to think through a bit more. Without further ado, Michael. Yeah.
All right. Thanks very much for including me. If your buddies like mine, having come from the East Coast, you're thinking it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon right now with no lunch. So bear with me. I'll try to be as precise as I can be so we can all at least get to coffee and then deal with our other nutritional needs later on. I too want to offer my homage to Max Weber, but in the present company, I actually want to open with a different hero of mine recently, Professor Michael Osterholm of the University of Minnesota. Why do I cite him? If I was actually to read you the full length of his title at the University of Minnesota, it would take 2 minutes that you don't want to hear. Let's just say there isn't anything about viruses that this guy doesn't know. He is a member of the National Academy of Medicine, a member of the Council of Foreign Relations, just to show that his influence extends not just to his own immediate professional community, but to a whole broader set of intellectuals thinking about the world. At the height of the early days of the pandemic, 3 months in, we're all kind of freak out mode. We're not really sure at all what to happen. So what do? You turn to your expert. You turn to your guy who knows what there is to know about viruses. And Michael Osterholm was interviewed in the New York Times and said, "You've got to have a lot of humility with these viruses. I know less about viruses than I did 10 years ago." Wow. That takes a lot of unbelievable self-confidence to be able to be the world's leading guy on an issue, 3 months into a freak out around the world, and your message to the New York Times, and by extension to the 1.2 billion people that log on to the New York Times every day, is that you know less about the virus than you did 10 years ago, which of course isn't true, right? He knows way more about viruses now than he did 10 years ago, but his point is it just gets more and more complicated the more you start studying these things. And he's my hero, and I wrote him a note after that, and he wrote me back at 12:30 in the morning, thanking me very nicely for the nice little letter. So I think that sort of spirit needs to infuse a lot of what we do with big data analysis, is that the more we do it, kind of we like to think we're getting better apprehensions of the world, more granular maps, more insightful analyses of how the world works. But I think it helps to have a Osterholmian view of a lot of these things, and to recognize that there's just a heck of a lot we can't and don't know, and that we are always at risk of putting too much pressure and too much of a burden, especially a political burden, on numbers that they can't address, and that they shouldn't be asked to address. But in our modern age, we do ask them to do that, and then we wonder why they break down, or wonder why they actually sometimes are not just completely wrong, but actually part of the misguidance of how we engage with these things in the first place. And I say that because even as I work in the research department of the World Bank, and I've for nearly 25 years, I teach at Harvard, I have for 17. I mean, I live in a world of data and of trying to make sense of it. One of the reasons I work at the World Bank is because of the convening power that our organization has for getting a lot of big global data for assessing most obviously poverty and inequality, but a whole range of other things as well. Of course, through the worldwide governance indicators, most prominently for present purposes. What I want to do in the light of that is, first of all, obviously to congratulate the team on the latest incarnation of the Berggruen Governance Index, but I want to focus my remarks around 3 different issues. First is getting more variation. The second is drawing stronger inferences. And the third is yielding actionable responses. So those 3, and I'll use what time I have just to fill in some gaps on that. Getting more variation. Well, I think one of the ways we can get more variation is between indexes themselves. We have, as the report obviously very usefully notes, and as one of our other commentators have noted, we now have a whole index, essentially, of indexes. We know where to go to find a lot of these things, which is great. But I guess I said this in the meeting we had a year ago. I think it would be really helpful if we, and maybe not have to be even public with that, but at least to the board. When you look at all these other indicators that are out there, what empirically do we see that's actually different from a ranking, for example, and you would get with the existing ones? As Miguel said before, we kind of don't really need any comprehensive data to tell us that Norway is going to be better than Mali on certain levels of measurement. But what about that big group in the middle, right? When we start unpacking even just for the purposes of creating typologies about what are these countries in the middle, and more or less, more importantly, I guess, how those are shifting over time, what do these different indicators tell us? And are we able to see true value added, as it were, being incorporated into the world of index creation by the addition of yet another one? Because the marginal gains of each new index has got to be pretty high, I think, to justify all of the effort, especially when you're in the governance space, which, as we all know, in a Osterholmesian kind of way, that the more you try and measure these things, and the more you try and put a single scalar index of one kind or another around these things, you've made an approximation, but that's kind of what you've got. The more interesting part, though, is not just the variation between indexes. I think it's the report does some of this, but I think it's from a presentational point of view and from a substantive analytical point of view, we need to get a lot better handle on the variation between countries and then within countries, right? So I guess my slight disappointment, at least with the executive summary in the early parts, is that you've got a heck of a lot of flat lines that open up in that report, right? And that's just what happens when you can aggregate across big diversities and and all the rest of it. We can understand why that is. But I think you really want to be able to show that something's moving here. And it doesn't have to necessarily be moving at the aggregate level, but if the real value added of your index is that actually is telling you something about individual countries, then having just even some variation around what these indexes look like for particular countries over periods of time, with arrows probably going in very different directions for many different countries, helps to elucidate, at least visually, and then by extension analytically, what we can do with all of that. There's a proliferation, of course, around looking at subnational variation, which I'm all in, and I'll just refer to a couple of those shortly. That's sort of geographic variation. I think it's also important to have demographic variation and also sectoral variation. And Miguel and others have already alluded to this, but I think it's really, really important to recognize that, at least in the work that I do in our Building State Capability program at the Kennedy School, is that there are just really, really different tasks that governments do, and those tasks require qualitatively different kinds of skills in order for them to be done. Meeting with the Federal Reserve to decide whether the interest rate should go up by 1/4 percentage point or something, with 20 smart PhD macro finance people sitting around divining on the basis of the data whether the dial should be turned one way or another, is really, really different from educating kids, is really, really different from picking potholes, really different from taxing people. There are different kinds of skills fundamentally involved in each of those, because there are fundamentally different kinds of problems that governments are trying to solve. Some of them are obvious public good ones. Others are just much more serving an array of different global public goods, or even just more very specific ones that are explicitly trying to benefit or target one particular group over another. So I think that getting presaging or seeing that the point of these big indicators is actually to help you to respond to the more micro manifestations of these across space, across time, across demographic groups, and across different sectors. That's actually where the policy influence is going to come from. And I'll finish with that shortly. So that's sort of this first point about how do we get more variation. Well, one of the implications of that, I think one of the criteria that I would like to see added perhaps to the selection of variables is how readily can it be aggregated or disaggregated. Right? And I'll come to education as one that I think we can go all the way up and all the way down on education as the quintessential public good and probably the hardest thing actually that governments do, at least in terms of the time frame, as being something that's really, really important. Education is, and I'll just give one example of that, right? I'm assuming most of the people in this room have graduate degrees of one kind or another. That means, basically, back of the envelope calculations, we are the product of about 18,000 hours of education. That's what it took to get invited to this particular meeting, is that you had 18,000 hours of people standing in front of you doing a version of what I'm doing now and teaching you stuff. Geez, that's a long time, right? 12 years of high school, 4 years of college, God knows how many years in graduate school. That's just a lot of people showing up for work every single day to do their job, to put you in the seat that you're in now and put me up on this platform up here. Right? That's why education is really hard, because there's no button magically that you can turn. Any policy shift is going to take a decade or more to work its way through a system to actually see really consequential changes. And we've got everything from PISA scores at the global level right down to individual report cards as the ways in which this can be super aggregated up and down. And I think it's because it's so universal, it could be very usefully understood almost as a measure of itself unto what governments are capable of doing. And I say that also because I think that the government's implicitly involved in every educational move, even if it's being provided privately through a private school. If your kids go to a private school, when the things don't go right, it's still the government's task to try and engage with those. Even if you're living in the Netherlands and where every family just gets a grant from the government to be able to spend it as they so choose, it's still a government responsibility in some way, shape, or form. And I think so. Education to me is unique in that kind of way. All right, so. Next thing, I'll just another really important point that Miguel also raised using Erin McDonald's work, Patchwork Leviathan as example. She got a really important sentence on page 15 of that particular book where she says, the gap between the best and worst performing ministries in Ghana is the same as the gap between Belgium at the top and Mozambique at the bottom. Right? So her anecdote is walking past the Ministry of Finance at 9 o'clock on a Wednesday, and the lights are still on in the building. Like, people are still working their butts off, trying to do what they've got to do to make that little slice of the Ghanaian government work really well. Other places, that's lights out at 3:30. Everyone's gone home, no one's doing their job anymore, then no one seems particularly bothered about that. Right? How do you array that? How do you get much better insights into why within a country that's otherwise a dot on a scatter plot, why is there just huge variation there sectorally with regards to how these different parts of a government function? Let me just use another example, even in the economic growth space, and I say that as a good friend and longtime collaborator with Lant Pritchett, who will tell you that growth is pretty much everything you need to know. But if you look at Raj Shetty's most recent work, for example, on social mobility, there's a wonderful little table that he looks at sort of job growth on the x-axis, and then looking at the social mobility that actually occurs as a result of being part of particular kinds of cities that are able to generate higher levels of income for successive generations. And he contrasts Atlanta, for example, has really, really high job growth. The indicator, if you had one, he does, on job growth at the city level shows that Atlanta's just a job creation machine. You think, wow, that's great. That looks like that's a really good place to go. Except it's also one of the bottom cities in the world, in America, where social mobility doesn't happen, where people stay pretty much where they are their whole life, despite living in a job where they can always get jobs pretty much, essentially, right? Versus contrasting it with Minneapolis in Minnesota, which has pretty modest, actually, job growth, but hugely high still, relatively speaking, social mobility. If you were born and raised in Minneapolis, a very high probability that you're going to earn significantly more than your parents did, even though there's actually pretty modest levels of growth. And that's a different implementation strategy, different policy strategy that he just simply distinguishes between importing jobs versus creating jobs or adding value to the work that people are able to do. So those kind of things are just really important subnational variations on how these subnational variations geographically, subnational variations sectorally, in the case of what Erin was talking about with regards to Ghana. In the field of health, I think this is another really important way in which we can start to apprehend very different subnational or even just national levels of variation, recognizing that there's lots of nonlinearity in the way that these plan out. If you look at the difference between communicable and non-communicable diseases across rich and poor countries, like the graphs are just rapidly slowing and then they flatten out really quickly. So once you're at a sort of middle income level, there's not that much difference between the capability or performance levels of different types of health systems. All the variation, like catastrophically low, descending, is amongst the really poor countries. Some of them are really, really good at being able to address these diseases, other kinds aren't. What's even more interesting at a subsectoral level is just looking at the difference between the non-communicable diseases, the one like cancer, for example, and communicable diseases, like AIDS, for example, right? Even bigger variation there, where it's people that you have to deal with, where it's the complexity of the policy problem that you're actually having to confront and not just having a more technical engagement with these particular problems, where it's people that are the vector through which a lot of this problem is occurring, then it's correspondingly more difficult to build out an apparatus that can actually engage with all of that. You can't just get 10 smart people to figure out the equivalent of what the interest rate tweak should be. You've got to have thousands of people doing work all across villages trying to actually change teenage sexual behavior, for example, right? Hugely difficult to do that kind of work. There isn't a simple more of this, less of that kind of policy tweak that will get you where you need to go in that particular space. The last one I use in the health space is just the most basic task that has to be performed in healthcare, showing up for work every day. I did a big report a few years ago on the Middle East. Middle East is great to study because everything's so centralized, and once you see big subnational variation, it can't just be because of this policy or training or salaries, they're all the same. So what we did then was able to show that, like a Google Earth kind of map, that you have this 80-20 rule at the national level between how many people are showing up for work every day, and it ranges from 20% are showing up to 80% are showing up. You do a little click on the mouse that takes you in one level lower to the regional level. Same sort of thing applies there, and then you click on it again down to the municipality area. Still that same sort of huge variation between who's showing up for work and who isn't. So those are the kinds of things that I think are really practical questions for us to engage with, because they're actionable, because they can actually be seen and apprehended across the world. So the last bit that I'll speak to tomorrow, perhaps in my longer session there, is just looking at how we make this much more actionable for policy. And I just want to, I guess the one sentence point that I'll make on that right now is just be very careful with the language we use when we talk about policymakers and the implications for policy. I think that category of people is an abstraction that we make for convenience, because we imagine as scholars and researchers that there's this group out there called policymakers that are awaiting our great discoveries. Most, in my experience with the World Bank, and just recently, a few weeks ago in Papua New Guinea, you're not dealing with an abstraction called policymakers. You're dealing with a specific group of people in a specific ministry who have a specific set of problems with a specific budget and with a specific time constraint that they're wanting to address. And being told, well, you should read Dr. Mugler and Robinson, who'll tell you where you are on how narrow or wide the corridor is between your state and your society, is not exactly helpful. That's not what they worry about. It's not what they get out of bed every day doing. It's not why they show up for work every day. It's to worry about the width or narrowness of their narrow corridor. It's to engage with a very specific set of problems. And we, in the case of the World Bank, justify our existence in some sense to the extent we can actually be part of the problem, part of the solution, and not part of the problem. Actually focusing on that. So for these kinds of reports, I think, rather than sort of speaking to the scatter plot, recognize that ultimately you're speaking to very specific countries. You have a massive ecological inference problem we have to deal with about what's true for the scatter plot may or may not be true for many of the people that are on the off diagonals who reside in very different epistemic spaces within that scatter plot. And being good at that, I think, is that's where these indexes can become valuable. You're saying, well, okay, here's what the mud map of it looks like to the globe. You do one for your country. Produce a similar kind of effort that will elucidate what all this variation looks like across space, across time, across sectors, and across groups. And then these kind of indexes, I think, are being useful because they become these kind of indexes. The Berggruen Index becomes like the second word. It's not claiming deep originality, and it's not claiming to have solved the problem. It's a perpetual second word. It helps other people provide the next step in their own world for how they engage with these things. And I think that's ultimately what justifies these and justifies us spending our brain power on these kind of things, because ultimately we're helping other people to do something pretty similar. And I think that's what Michael Osterholm would want us to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. You may have noticed that we have 7 minutes left for the coffee break. And I suggest that we take advantage of these 7 minutes, and unless you would like to have a discussion now, we can then reconvene, because we've been sitting here for 2.5 hours now. You may want to stand up for a bit, and we reconvene and have a quick discussion before moving on to the next topic, because many important points came up. Right? So I see general approval of that proposition. So we see you maybe in 10 minutes. Thank you.
I gotta get coffee. You can stay up here.
No, I meant afterwards, right? You want to come back?
Yeah, if we could get the panel to come up again from the previous session. You did this fantastic work with Jason, right? For global perspective.
Yeah, we just finished the intro, so it's pretty much done now.
Yeah, and 18 articles or something like that.
14 plus 5. So 14 substantive articles and then 5 commentaries. So,
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of work.
Yeah. He's in Berlin at the moment.
He's in Delhi actually right now.
I never know where he is.
He got yet another fellowship, so he's in Delhi. But he was at the Hockey School for a while.
Yeah, and I missed him. Just yeah. Yeah. Okay, we have Steve coming back, and what I suggest we do, we have a couple of minutes for Q&A, and then we ask Marcus to respond to any comment or suggestion that has been made that he would like to respond to now. Of course, some of those issues need longer-term reflection and kind of deep thinking, right? So, are there any questions or comments from the audience? Yeah, go ahead. I think do we have a mic, or can? Okay. Yeah. So we have a mic that goes around, and Cem, just say who you are, so we're recording it, right?
Hello, it's Cem from the Quality of Government Institute. Thanks for inviting all of us here. It's a fascinating project, and I have some questions about the fiscal capacity index. You have calculated, it's a bit more technical in how it's calculated. So I see that you use data augmentation methods when there's a missing data. And as far as I see, for some variables, it's completely missing for some countries, like China in the United Nations Uniwider dataset, Argentina and China in the World Bank data that goes into the fiscal capacity subcomponent. The first question is about how you handle this. The second thing is that the VDAM variable about the state fiscal source of revenue. It looks like a policy preference or the how the state operates, and as a result, like state capitalist countries or oil-rich countries are a bit punished. This is more like a categorical variable, and as far as I see in the VDAM codebook, it does not state that higher results refer to the higher fiscal capacity, and this is one of the differences that I see between your code, your explanation of the variable, and VDAM classification. This is as a result of this, I suspect, for instance, China is getting a lower score than a couple of countries like Argentina, Turkey, Brazil, having a lower fiscal capacity. This could be one of the issues that might be revisited. I will discuss the terms of state capacity and quality of government, which you use interchangeably. But there are also some critiques about that and how they are related but still different. I will mention them in our presentation tomorrow. But I think this is also one of the issues that we can think under this framework, because your coding in the state fiscal source of revenue refers certain policy preferences or structures rather than the procedural things and like more nominal categorization of the quality of government or checking impartiality and so on. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chairman. There was a question about measurement and coding, also missing data. I just want to collect maybe perhaps 2 or 3 other questions and then ask the panel and then Marcus to respond. Anybody else who would like to share a comment or ask a question? Okay, that's not the case. So, Marcus, you have the final word on this panel.
I mean, to the second question, why are we are using terms like quality of democracy or accountability, anonymous, then kind of deep conceptual reasons. Kind of we are back and forth with the Berggruen Institute about how the index has been called over time. So there's some kind of deeper reasoning going into this, but it's kind of how to talk about the index consistently over time so that people aren't confused. So there's some kind of a deep association behind it. So we think about the index in terms of the measures that we actually have. So we have accountability measures, we have state capacity measures, we have public goods provision measures. And if you actually want to measure democracy, or if you actually want to measure kind of quality of life, you would need additional dimensions to do that. It's kind of, that's really only a convention within the project that emerged to some extent. Then, kind of your first question, with the fiscal capacity index, it's correct that some countries aren't covered. I mean, that always happens. What we try to do is kind of the same strategy that Sigmund and Hansen use. We try to have kind of at least 1 to 2 main indicators in the subdimensions that cover all countries. And those will never be perfect. Kind of the VDM measure is indeed not perfect. I would like to have a better measure. But kind of, if you run all the different tests, if you try to construct the index that converges, if you try to construct the index that's able to do out-of-sample prediction, then it's difficult to do much better. I would like to do better. So if you have an idea what else to use to capture fiscal capacity better, then this would be very much appreciated. But I think that's where the literature stands, basically. I acknowledge kind of the issues that you mentioned, but I think our indicator is currently, it's doing what all the other indicators doing, and I think we should discuss afterwards what kind of would be a useful addition to those indicators specifically. And what we are trying to do with the index in general is to bring in real-world data. So if you have only expert measures like VDM, then you don't get those issues and you don't have those questions. But we are trying to bring those measures in because we notice it's just better than expert measures. The problem is in the end that you export criticism from both sides. So you get criticism from the real world people and you get criticism from the expert people, so to speak. But I think in the end, in constructing the index, it's still worth trying it.
Okay, thank you. Would you also want to comment on what you heard from the panelists?
I mean, a bit, I can continue this discussion, kind of what Helen said in the beginning. It's a valid point that accountability isn't democracy. But in the history of the index, we started with democracy and with a much broader concept. But the problem is, if you kind of have this broader concept of democracy and you have all the indicators that in different projects are associated with this broader concept, you have a lot of noise, I would say, if you look at other dimensions as we want to do, if you want to look at state capacity, if you want to public goods provision. So from a research perspective, I would just say it makes more sense to focus kind of one concept and then just conceptualize the index as a core tool that has other indices and other indicators out of the index, and you bring them in if it really matters. Kind of that if you're really not interested in accountability, but you're interested in the broader concept of what accuracy is. So for instance, you could say that most things that have measured, I would say they are antecedent to what we understand as accountability. So you would have to study in a larger research project these different dimensions together. And her criticism is completely valid. It's just that that's how I would see the project, and that's how I would see that we should address this. And we shouldn't bring kind of all the things that people would want to see in such an index into the index, because at the end it gets too crowded. And if we have Q&A rounds, most people kind of say, why don't you include this thing? Because this thing must be the most important thing because I'm studying it. And I can't be wrong. So this additional thing must also be in the index. And I think to some extent you just have to say, no, what you're studying is important, but you have to think about it in context to the index, how to bring it in a larger research project instead of cramming everything into an index. Because these are these latent variable constructs, because those are mashup indices, those things are complicated anyway, and we should try to streamline them. On the other hand, if you want to measure something like state capacity in the present, you have to deal to some extent with this complexity. You never really get around this. And I think the recommendation from the other people from the panel are really helpful in this. I mean, it's indeed that we see this flatlining the whole time. So if you bring in kind of the VDEM project, if you bring in kind of quality of government index, sometimes they just don't have any experts. So the expert offers his estimate every 10 to 20 years, and then the thing is flatlining, and then you have no other measure available. But if you don't balance the index, things can still get pretty bad, because if you use just something like taxation, or you use just something like public spending, then you have governments in the world that have kind of 80% GDP public spending, and those, according to your index, are the highest state capacity countries in the world. So this also doesn't work in index construction, so you need some expert indicators to kind of capture kind of the problematic aspects of some countries that might produce this overall results. If you want to construct a latent variable, that's called state capacity. And then this creates those kinds of problems. But I totally agree that kind of this flatlining is a big issue, and that's something we will try to address over time. And then I read the other comments that kind of change in levels are really useful, and we definitely should do that. And we should try, in particular projects, we should go down to the regional level, and if we can, we should also go up to kind of the transnational, global, planetary level, whatever you want to call it, once we have kind of a core index and a framework in which this makes sense. So if our country-based index with all its weaknesses, if it's clear what we are doing, then kind of moving into those other directions and kind of adding them to the overall framework, I think can be very useful. And kind of we have to figure out how to do that, kind of how to find a sample of countries on the regional level, how to measure something at the transnational level. So later this afternoon, I will try to introduce one way I'm thinking about how to do is how to look at kind of sectoral levels. So economic sectors in one country are related in complex ways to economic sectors in other countries, and kind of this sectoral overlap often doesn't look like you expect it to look. So some countries are kind of very regionalized, some countries are practically kind of global countries, so to speak, already. Their sectors are interacting with the sectors of other countries in many parts of the world. And this is something what we are trying to do. I'm kind of a bit of the data person. I always, when I hear kind of this idea, I'm asking myself, with what kind of data set can this be done? And kind of in the transnational level, it can be done with trade data sets, it can be done with migration flows, and at the regional data set, it can be done with regional data sets, but from that, you're going to get biases, because which countries have good regional data, kind of rich countries, high state capacity countries. So this raises a lot of other issues, but I think your comments have been very helpful in pushing the project further.
Yeah, thank you. I can only second that. In a project like this, you always have to balance matters. This famous saying, let the great not be the enemy of the good, is always in the back of my mind. That you can over-perfect things at some point. You can, and by doing that, you make it overly complicated, and that violates the principle of parsimony. Right? And so all of us who are in the business of index construction have to balance these contradictions in many ways that have to do. And I think we have a fairly straightforward conceptual framework, right, with these three components. But what I really like about this framework is that it offers us a considerable, what Karl Deutsch would have called combinatorial richness, that you can take it and add it into different research interests, right? And I think this afternoon what Marcus is going to present are extensions of this fairly straightforward conceptual framework into other realms, right? And I think we see that as a potential strength of the index. Right? So thank you so much also for the panels and very constructive input. And Helene, thank you so much to you at Yale. And I think Susanna, if you're still with us, thank you. I will now ask Ted to come here. And
yep, I'm still with you.
After Ted's presentation, we'll ask the second panel to join us up here. Thank you again. Thank you.
All right, well, first of all, thanks everyone. Great to see so many people, and it's great to finally meet some people that we've been in contact with as part of the project. I've been working with this for about 3 years now, but a lot of that was just little Zoom faces, so it's great to actually be in person and be able to discuss some of this stuff. So what I want to do now is, this really builds off of some of the closing comments that Marcus gave, where he tried to highlight specific country perspectives and specific cases. What I'm going to look at now, let's see how I click through these. Is there, okay, there's a separate clicker, not the mouse, okay. Yeah, here we go. So there's going to be two main countries I want to cover right now. That is, both fairly news relevant, the United States and Russia. And the first one is one that I worked on a brief for that should be published fairly soon through the UCLA site. And the other, the Russia case study, is that our colleague Christian worked on. He's in Berlin at the moment, so I'll be sharing some of his findings. And so one thing to keep in mind before we get into the data here is these two fallacies that Marcus talked about, the autocratic fallacy, which says that only state capacity matters for public goods provision. The other, the democratic fallacy, that democratic accountability is sufficient for better public goods provision. Just keep those in mind as I discuss the different metrics for both of these countries. And then what we'll have later is a panel with a number of regional experts, both on Russia, the US, as well as Africa. We already had Latin America, Africa and China. And so what we're doing after these two briefs we published is we're going to get more regional experts to write briefings about these other regions and other countries. So this is a sort of portfolio of case studies that's going to be expanding over time, but we do want to have the panel discussion here to give us some insights about things to look at based on the data we have. So the US, as Marcus talked about, you have declines, pretty notable declines in both democratic accountability and state capacity. There's a slight, not very significant increase in public goods provision over this time. And what is most important in our argument here to keep in mind is the actual timeline at which those declines happened, right? You see both of these starting to go down in about the mid-2010s, particularly notably after 2015. And so if you think about political events that might have preceded that, which might then cause declining democratic accountability and declining state capacity as a sort of knock-on effect of some earlier years, I assume you probably know what I might be alluding to. So again, just to re-emphasize the United States' position in the world, right? You know, you'd often compare the U.S. to some of the countries listed here, wealthy Western European countries, the other Anglo settler colonies, and wealthy East Asian countries. You see the U.S. has declined far more significantly than these peer countries that we have listed here, both in terms of the actual trajectory and then the absolute level decreasing beyond those. And that's important because this isn't some sort of secular trend that we're observing across all developed countries. You know, say something like, there's a lot of OECD reports about inequality, and they show, okay, this has gone up across the developed world. You know, maybe different absolute levels in different countries, but it seems like something is happening that's affecting all these countries at once. That's not what we find here. And another important thing to note, and this ties into Miguel's point, what's the role of GDP here? Well, the US has a higher GDP per capita than any of the countries listed here. And yet, it's dropped both in terms of, like I said, the trajectory and, of course, as you see, the absolute level. So this isn't just explained by GDP. And, of course, post-2008, the US had a stronger growth trajectory than Europe, but still experienced this decline, which Europe did not. So how should we see this, right? Like, what's the explanation? What's going on here? Our story is really a combination of two different things. There's some sort of long-term structural aspects of the US that are different than what we would call its peer countries. There's also very specific political decisions that have affected these. So one explanation would just be, well, the US has consistently underinvested. That has simply caught up to it. Its infrastructure is now falling. You know, anyone that's spent time on US roads or in US airports, I probably don't need to tell you too much about some of the infrastructural problems here. Germany, notably, is also pretty low, actually sort of, I think, bucking some stereotypes, but people who spend time there would also be aware of that. But you could say, okay, well, there's nothing, no specific event caused this or significantly contributed to it. It's just been going on for a while. The other, of course, is, and I think that, explanation A is partially correct. It's part of the story. It's not the whole story. And what we also look at, this is probably a pretty famous graph to a lot of people. The US is on this consistent growth trajectory after the war, and suddenly in 2008, it's knocked off that trajectory, and unlike previous recessions, it does not catch up to that previous growth path. And in a lot of ways, this is what you could almost describe as like an original sin of like the current US woes in both democratic accountability and state capacity. And that's the understimulus following the 2008 financial crisis, specifically the early days of the Obama administration. And if you look at some of the details and the discussions of what happened at that time, you have people like Christina Romer saying we need a $1.7 trillion stimulus in line with pretty consistent traditional economic modeling. The rest of the economic advisors say, that's a big, scary number. We don't want that. Keep it under $1 trillion. So it ends up being about half of that. And this understimulus has manifested itself in a number of different ways. Not just in the GDP growth. I earlier made the point that this isn't all about GDP per capita, but everything else that went along with that, right? Rising inequality, decreasing home ownership rates. Of course, homeowners not getting bailed out significantly after the crisis. About 9.3 million people lost their homes at this time. Regional inequalities, and so on. And so what this does is it not only deprives the US of the actual financial resources to invest in infrastructure, which is a significant aspect of this. You also had about 2011, the Obama administration kind of pivots to a more balanced budget, austerity type approach, which significantly affected the US ability to invest. So you have the actual direct kind of economic consequences. You also have the political and populist backlash that comes along with feeling like people got a raw deal. And this becomes extremely important because it really sets the scene for this kind of backlash, starting, of course, famously in the 2010 election, which Obama famously described as a shellacking, and then the sort of rising influence, particularly of the Republican Party, claiming both national and, to a huge extent, state power. I think that story is familiar to people in terms of the states where the GOP achieved the trifecta. And I don't want to make this about partisan politics, but I think this is significant when there are elements of the Republican Party which are, you could say, not committed to a traditional democratic process. And there's research to back this up. Recently, out of the University of Washington from Jake Grumbach, he finds that between 2000 and 2018, so the actual exact same time frame we're looking at here, that if you look, he constructs an actual democracy index at the state level, so this could actually be relevant to some of the things Marcus just mentioned about getting to the subnational level. So he has this state level democracy index and finds that in states where it declined, the only real major contributing factor to that is unified Republican control of the state government. Everything else turns out to be minor. It's just that shows up. And so if you believe that the insufficient stimulus caused some kind of backlash against the Democrats and the Democratic administration, which then increases GOP political control in the states, which then causes a decline in democracy, you can see how this, quite quickly leads to some of the problems we're facing today. The big question, though, that we want to focus on is, look, democracy is great. We all, I assume, believe in democracy. But if you poll people, what they really care about is their quality of life, and you can understand that. If people are worried about paying their bills, more abstract considerations in the capital might not seem that relevant. So if the US faces these challenges, well, still, is it possible for public goods provision to persist? This is an interesting picture because it's the only one of the three indices that actually doesn't decline, as Marcus mentioned. But the reason for this is not quite as optimistic. You could say, well, maybe it's just lower than Western Europe. Maybe it just has less far to fall. So, it's not really an optimistic story. It's just from a lower baseline. We also highlight and discuss the role of the US dollar in facilitating large deficits. So even though the US might not spend to the extent that would have been based on economic modeling, sort of most optimal level, it can still run large deficits while Europe or the UK undertook even more severe austerity after 2008. So it can run trade deficits, it can run current account can run budget deficits, and so other countries can't do that. You see in times of crisis, everyone still wants U.S. government debt. It can has a fairly unlimited ability to borrow. The other would be the fairly unique way in which public goods are provided in the U.S. A lot of private provision of those goods, which just means that while they're very expensive, which talking, I'm sure again something people are very familiar with, but so they're very expensive, which is in a lot of readings not a good thing, but it also means that they're slightly insulated from political considerations, right? The cost of education will just keep going up, and the budgets might stay there. Whereas if you have a state-run university system, or a huge percentage of it is, and you have budget austerity, that's going to very, very quickly feed into the universities or health system for that matter. The UK probably being the most notable example there. Another factor, though, you see, and this one is a real long-term trend, is this declining U.S. income that goes to labor. And this seems like sort of a ticking time bomb, right? Like there has to be some kind of breaking point at which ordinary people just don't have the means to afford public goods. And as of now, the U.S. has, because of the public goods provision staying there, so it sort of defied gravity, to use a Tim Geithner line about the U.S. Right? It's like has all these other sort of brewing crises, but the public goods is hanging on there. We don't find that happens in very many countries, so you sort of feel like maybe something has to give, right? That's just based on the sort of trends we observe across countries. There's also this specific trend of rising inequality, less income going to labor. And so, as I said, if public goods are dependent on private incomes because they're privately provided, how much longer can people afford things like health and education? And just to close out on the US, to show how precarious this sort of situation is you see, and this is before the current, this ends in December 2018. Everyone's talking about inflation now for mostly consumer goods, but you see that the cost of what we consider public goods in our index has been going up dramatically for decades. You see the small, dark orange hourly average earnings. So you see things like housing, food and beverages in line with there. Everybody can get a cheap TV now. That's great. But hospital services and higher education have gone up much, much higher than that. So this predates the current inflationary trend, shows that combined with the more current trends, these things are getting out of reach, and maybe that reaches a breaking point in the U.S. public goods provision, can't hang on any longer. What is the future outlook? A few people mentioned it earlier. There's some recent legislative achievements, the Inflation Reduction Act, the infrastructure bill. This could help boost state capacity. As much as I think a lot of us would hope to see some kind of electoral changes, some sort of constitutional changes based on the U.S. system, it seems like a long shot. I really wouldn't stake a lot of hope in that myself. And as I mentioned, these affordability challenges for the key public goods. So that's our story of what's happened in the U.S., and then look forward to further discussion about that. And what I will do next is go over some of Christian's findings for Russia. So, Christian, I think he's listening to the stream. I hope I do your work justice with this. So, of course, with Russia, should come as no surprise to anybody, democratic accountability dropping quite substantially. And this is relatively unique in the post-Soviet space. You see, this is a really big decline, and you see Russia and Ukraine having started at about the same level, Ukraine still improving, and Russia going downhill. State capacity, roughly stagnant, but at a very low level, we should say. And that, if you're seeing the woes of their invasion and the sort of simple delivery of even projecting military power has been such a struggle with logistical issues. Someone mentioned the tires earlier, sort of a famous example now. Russia's not very strong on that. However, public goods provision is going up. That seems like something we wouldn't expect, right? And it's, actually shows it's sort of increasing and chasing Poland or the Baltic states, which are seen as kind of shining examples of success in the post-communist area in terms of countries. There's some risk of backsliding in, especially in Poland now, but especially in terms of economic success, a hopeful story. And so Russia's actually looks like it's catching up with them in terms of public goods provision, despite its woes in the other two indices. And this gets to what is usually referred to as the Russian social contract, which is effectively that the state will give you fairly high quality public goods provision in exchange for staying mum about what's going on in the government, not having a lot of influence over what the government is doing. And to this point, that has worked fairly well. It still has a decent welfare state and yet pretty strong public goods, and that kind of has worked for a while. But where does that actually come from? A lot of that is revenues from fossil fuels. That might not be a sustainable option in the future as with sanctions as we're seeing. And it is important to note, though, that this growth we're talking about in terms of how well people are doing in the country, if you only look to post-2000, like if we cut this off at where our index gathers data, and you say, okay, forget about all of that. That looks like, wow, what a stunning improvement. Russia's doing great. That neglects the huge economic turmoil in the 1990s and the real human costs of that, as you see in life expectancy. Just something to keep in mind, sort of tempering some of the conclusions that public goods are just skyrocketing. And as, as Christian finds here, the resource abundance is allowing for the rising public goods and this growing quality of life, and the social contract is kind of holding everything together. Democracy is low, but we'll give you the stuff you need. However, again, someone else mentioned this, so I'm glad I can tie it with some previous comments, is that in a country without very strong democratic accountability, the government is free to do things that are not in the country's interest, more so than others, as a very foolish and now disastrous invasion is indicating, which looks like both due to sanctions, declining oil revenues, et cetera, that this strong public goods provision may not persist. And in the end, yeah, we might see that the autocratic nature of the Russian governmental system will catch up with it and will negatively affect their public goods provision. I think that's mostly what we have for now, but I look forward to the panel and also looking forward to some other findings about other regions. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ted. We now invite the panel over here, and we have Daniel Treisman from UCLA. He's going to comment on the Russian case. We have Mark Peterson, also from UCLA, commenting on the United States. On China, we have Ben Reed from Santa Cruz. And last but not least, also from the Luskin School, Darian Christensen, and he will comment on the African case, which is one of the kind of good news items that emerged from the index work here. And I think we probably go in that order. But I see that we have Mark Peterson's presentation up here. Let me ask, Daniel, do you have a presentation? Or?
No presentation.
Okay, then we ask you to go first, and then to Mark.
Okay, is the microphone up? Okay, I hope this is on.
No, I don't think it's on.
It is? It says it's green. Yeah, that sounds like it's on. Okay. Great. Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this. I'm very glad to be here. My brief is to comment on the indexes as they apply to Russia. But in order to do that, one needs to have some conception of the overall project. I have to apologize, I wasn't here for the first sessions this morning, where I'm sure that you talked a lot about that, so I may go over some things that you've already discussed. But I have to say I'm still a little bit unclear about this. So the most basic question one could raise is, what are you trying to accomplish with this index? What's the target audience? How would you like people to use the index? Is this for academics? Is it for governments? For someone else? And there's a section in the report which is titled, Why a New Governance Index? And I read that twice, and I'm still not sure I really get this. In general, the trend, as I read it in social science, is away from broad aggregate indexes of some abstract concept towards more objective, narrowly defined, observable, verifiable measures, part of the so-called credibility revolution in empirical social science. And as you note, a rather similar measure already exists in any case. The World Bank has been compiling its governance indicators for 20 years. And these have been used by some academics. They've been criticized by some for being too subjective and vague. But in any case, they're already available. Like the BGI, the World Bank measures break down governance into components, and they include indicators of both state effectiveness and accountability. So I confess to a little confusion. It's still not totally clear to me why you're doing this, who's going to use the index, and for what. And I guess that is going to color my comments a bit on the Russia part. But first, a few comments on the content of the index. It's an aggregate of several dozen measures of different things that are plausibly related to governance in some way. Some components are relatively objective and observable, things like the share of GDP that is spent by government. Others are measures of the impressions of experts. Things like government cohesion and whether officials are rigorous and impartial. I have to say, I find these expert impressions measures a little problematic. Some years ago, I did some work on perceived corruption indexes, also based on expert judgments. And this ended up being, well, first difficult and ultimately pretty frustrating. Because in the end, I came to the conclusion that common measures of experts' perceptions were pretty good measures of experts' perceptions, but there were many reasons to doubt that they were a valid measure of corruption itself. So I think a key question we have to ask about expert perceptions data is the following. Either these perceptions are based on some scientific measurement procedure, or they're not. If they are, then why use the experts' impressions? Why not use the actual measures? So in other words, go get the data and put that in the index. On the other hand, if the experts' impressions are not based on any scientific exercise of measurement, then why should anyone trust them? I know if you ask me or any of my colleagues how high the corruption level is in Russia and how it's been changing, we would be hopelessly ill-equipped to answer that question in any meaningful way. How could we possibly know? Corruption takes place in secret. Of course, we can come up with a hunch based on whether Russians complain about it a lot and based on what we've seen in the newspapers. But I don't trust my own unscientific hunches, and nor should anyone else. So when I see an index that is some kind of Bayesian aggregate of a bunch of objective and subjective indicators of a collection of quite disparate things, I'm not really sure what it's measuring or what to make of it. So turning to Russia, what do the BGI measures look like? Well, one can compare Russia in a given year to other countries in that year, and one can also observe how Russia's ratings change over time. So to start with cross-national comparisons, I really don't have clear prior beliefs about how Russia compares to other countries in state capacity for public good provision as measured here. You've defined these in a very multidimensional way. Obviously, education outcomes, levels of air pollution, the number of endangered species, the unemployment rate, and the complexity of the economy are quite different things. So if you tell me that on average Russia is a 40, then fine, it's a 40. Or if you tell me 80, then okay, 80. But one thing did strike me about the democratic accountability ratings. So in the year 2000, Russia has a rating of 52.9 on democratic accountability, which is below that year Kuwait with 57.8. So Russia below Kuwait in 2000. Just a few facts. Russia in 2000 had an elected president. The election was far from perfect, but still observers agreed that the irregularities probably didn't change the final outcome. Kuwait, on the other hand, had a hereditary emir. In Russia in 2000, the elected parliament represented a variety of parties, some quite critical of the government. In Kuwait, political parties were illegal. In Russia, women could vote in all elections. In Kuwait, elections to the National Assembly. In those, only men could vote. So every database has some anomalies. I understand that, but it's hard for me to see how Kuwait in 2000 could be said to have greater democratic accountability than Russia that year. This just seems wrong. If we look at change over time, we saw some nice graphs that Ted put up. We see that democratic accountability fell sharply from 2000 to 2010, and then a bit more to 2019. That seems reasonable to me. Probably won't surprise any readers of the New York Times. The political system in Russia has been degenerated. Now, the measure of state capacity was pretty flat. It increased very slightly between 2000 and 2019. I don't know why that would be, but okay. The measures of public goods provision, that measure improves pretty dramatically, as we saw, especially after 2010. So what's going on there? Well, Marcus was kind enough to share the data with me. So I had a quick look, and I may be quite wrong in my overnight analysis, but it looked to me like two things were going on. To some extent, this reflects the increase in life expectancy that we also saw on the chart. Life expectancy rose quite a bit from the early 2000s to the present. That's mostly due, although not entirely, to the decrease in dangerous binge drinking of vodka. There was a big fall in that from the early 2000s, and a corresponding improvement in the survival of middle-aged men who had been dying from a variety of alcohol-associated causes. The shift to beer and wine may have been slightly influenced by government policy, but I don't really think it had very much to do with public good provision. And second, something which I think affected the index even more is the dramatic improvement in lower secondary school completion rates for Russia in the last 10 years. The data on this come from UNESCO via the World Bank, and I have to say, they look absolutely bizarre. There's a catastrophic fall in the completion rate for lower secondary school in the 2010s, followed by a stunning rise. I think this would be news to Russia education specialists. I couldn't find anything in the Russian Rosstat education statistics that corresponds to this. So I suspect these data are just wrong. Maybe there was a change in classification of vocational programs or something like that. So my guess is that the apparent rise in public good provision since 2010 is mostly a matter of lower mortality due to changing drinking patterns plus a data error. A little bit probably does reflect real improvements in some aspects of medical care. I think that's probably what's driving the economic public goods index up a bit. But mostly what we see is not related to public good provision. Okay, if I have time, just one comment on Belarus, because we saw in the graph that while Russia was consistently declining on democratic accountability, Belarus apparently improved between 2010 and 2019. That is quite stunning, and I'm not sure what in the data is causing that. But let me just quote from Freedom House's report on the 2019 elections, two sentences. They write, candidates affiliated with President Alexander Lukashenko won every lower house seat in the November parliamentary election. The two legislators who were unaffiliated with Lukashenko in the last parliament were kept off the ballot. And I think it'll be very hard to find a Belarus expert who can explain why we should see an increase in measured democratic accountability in Belarus during those years.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for the invitation, Helmut, to be here. I'm outside of the index building world, so I will take my task here to think about this in terms of a person who focuses on American politics. I think Dan hit one of the main questions, which is, are these numbers real? Do they fit? Do they seem to really comport with what we know about the countries we look at? And of course, the big challenge, among others, is to have an index that fits in one country and looks real, and yet can be applied across the globe in many other kinds of countries with very different kinds of systems. What I want to do is try to go underneath the scores for the United States, really think about, try to understand what's driving them, in a sense, to pick up where Michael Wolcott was talking about. What's really driving these kinds of systems? And in the United States, that will be my task. I'm going to try to make very quickly 6 points. One is that in the case of the United States, it's not just a decline, but a reversal. And that decline and reversal comes after 2015, as Marcus and others have pointed out. And here I'm going to bring in VDEM. And what I really want to emphasize is the time frame for the Berggruen Index is during a period of seeming stability and then a drop. The reality in the United States is, of course, the United States was way behind in developing as a democratic society and governance. It was really the civil rights movement in the 1960s and 70s, the Voting Rights Act, that brought democratic accountability up. And now the striking thing is everybody is capturing the same phenomenon, which is a drop-off dramatically after 2015. Policy choices moved it. Policy choices are bringing it back down. We need to focus attention on an understanding of what that is. Point number 2. What I'll call the new party system in the United States does not work with the constitutional system of institutions of American government, which really harms state capacity. Let me set this up. Let me bring in Aaron Lippard, very well-known comparative political scientist, in his study of 36 countries and their governing systems. And he developed 2 ideal types out of the study of these 36 countries. One, majoritarian, very much captured in Great Britain, New Zealand, Canada. And the other is a consensus model, kind of captured by Switzerland. I won't go through all these dimensions, obviously, but the idea, if you go through all these dimensions, you're able to characterize countries, and the majoritarian model will be one of action and responsiveness with the risk of overreach. And the consensus model, the emphasis is supposed to be deliberation and improved policy through that, and the risk is stalemate and incoherence. Now, of course, in the United States, we have been a balance throughout history. Some majoritarian elements, some consensus elements. I have in yellow here the multidimensional parties. If you go back to the 70s, there were pro-life Democrats and pro-environment Republicans. There was a broad bipartisanship on things like Medicare and Social Security and immigration. And in that world, the idea was the move towards deliberation was to be promoted within an open system of pluralism where there were many avenues for participation and voice, and that would lead to better policy outcomes. That would be an improvement in what the indices are trying to capture in the BGI. What happens, however, is in the 1980s, starting in the 1980s, really intensifying in the 1990s, and then just taking off in the 2000s, is that party system is no longer a multidimensional party system. That party system is very much on a single dimension. And that dimension separates 2 parties that are fundamentally different from one another, which I will illustrate. And at the same time, we're really getting more revealed that that majoritarian model for the presidency is actually also embedded in the consensus side because of the Electoral College. Federalism, as was already been mentioned, has brought this to the fore, and of course, the fact that we have a judicial review system has, in the last several months, been brought even more to the fore. And the point is, what this is leading to is stalemate and a power of a minority in the country to really seize governance and policymaking. This is the ideological distribution of Democrats in blue and Republicans in red in the House of Representatives. At the top is the mid-1970s, when this sense of a more bipartisan world was more flourishing. The bottom is from 2011 to 2012 in the Obama administration. And what you see is we went from a world in which there was enormous overlap between the members of the 2 parties ideologically to one in which there's There's no overlap at all, in fact, a wide gap. Now, there are a lot of good things about it. The American Political Science Association, my friend Steve Smith knows, in 1950, proposed a responsible party system in the United States where there are clear distinctions between the two parties. We got it. It just is a terrible fit for a system of separation of powers and all the things that require those parties to actually be able to deliberate. And we've seen that over time, from the 1950s to the 2010s, an increase in stalemate and a decline in the capacity of the Congress and the House and the Senate to actually enact legislation. And that's not even capturing what we've seen in the last few years. Doesn't mean nothing passes, but it's very hard. Point number 3, it's not just that these parties have different policy views. It's that the divisions are geographic, which are eroding opportunities for democratic deliberation, and they also are incorporating elements that make it very hard to come together. For instance, consistent conservatives like rural communities and small towns, not cities. Consistent liberals like cities, not rural areas. Republicans get their big majorities in low population counties. Democrats get their big majorities in high population counties, which also means that, quote unquote, they are inefficiently distributed. Long before you get to gerrymandering, there are so many Democrats in urban areas that they can't actually be distributed appropriately across congressional districts. So there's already a Republican advantage in the House before you get to gerrymandering. Now overlay that with what's different about these communities. This is trying to assess across the country the so-called second demographic transition, which is postponement of marriage, greater prevalence of cohabitation, same-sex households, postponement of parenthood, low replacement on fertility, and high incidence of abortion. What you see, there's a pretty distinctive geographical characteristic to that. Now, you look at how this translates into votes. This is 2020, blue Democrats, red Republicans, and you see two things. One is the incredibly high concentration of Democrats and the broad spread of Republicans, but a broad spread of Republicans across a lot of geography, what Senator Conrad from Montana called, there's a lot of dirt between light bulbs out there. These are very different kinds of communities. That they become overlaid with the political and policy-making system, it's going to be very difficult to bring people together and to reach the kind of state capacity and responsiveness that one might want. Point number 4, the divisions are existential. Negative polarization is a term that's often used, well beyond party differences open to democratic deliberation now. This is Lee Drutman taking the 2016 voters, large-scale survey, and distributing them on a left-right economic dimension and a bottom-top social, cultural dimension. At the top, the way I want to put this, this is not about big government versus small government, or left government versus right government in a traditional European sense. This is about essentially a party, the Republicans now, they're very much on the side of traditional culture. Big government, yes, but for the sustaining of a perception of a culture that is perceived to have existed for a long time, that promotes a certain moral point of view. Versus the Democrats, who are not for big government in those terms, but are for bigger government in terms of, you might say, soft social democracy, using the instrument of government to promote the kinds of things, many of which are captured in the BGI. Now, this is particularly stunning. 3/4 of Republicans and Democrats say that they not only disagree on policy issues, but they disagree on basic facts. So if you think about democratic performance and government capacity, if 3/4 of the society says they don't even share facts, it's very hard, again, to promote democratic deliberation and state capacity. And even more scary, and these are old numbers here, the percentage of Democrats and percentage of Republicans who believe that the members of the other party or those who affiliate with the other party are a threat to the nation's well-being. I've seen numbers as high as 40, 45, 50% in these terms. 71% of conservatives way back during the Tea Party days said that Barack Obama was a direct threat and danger to to the future of the United States. Pretty hard to have democratic deliberation when you have those kinds of circumstances. This is John Seides, Chris Tozanovich, and Lynn Radrick. Chris and Lynn are political science colleagues here, writing in the Washington Post a month ago, voters have become less likely to change their basic political evaluations or vote for the other party's candidates. This is not just polarization, but calcification. Calcification derives from more than long-term polarization. It is rooted in very recent divides between the parties on issues tied to racial, ethnic, national, and religious identities. Fortunately, this morning in the Los Angeles Times, there's a long article in the front section about their 3 books over the last several elections. So if you want to dive into that, just pick up today's LA Times. So, parties are deeply divided, cultural, geographical, and distrusting in the nth degree in these current years. Point number 5. The debilitating divide is mostly due to one party's move to the far right. This is done by the Manifesto Project, trying to locate political parties based on their manifestos across the United States and Western democracies, primarily in Europe. And what you see is the Democratic Party is left of the median party, but the current Republican Party is well right of the median party. It's to the right of the British Conservative Party. It's to the right of the Canadian Conservative Party. It's to the right of the Austrian Conservative Party. So it has moved in a way that's made it very difficult, again, for that kind of deliberation that one would like to see between the contending sides in policy debates. This is using the ideological scores in Congress again. Liberal at the bottom, conservative at the top, Republicans in red, Democrats in blue. And what you see since the first year of the Franklin Roosevelt administration is Democrats over time, particularly Southern conservative Democrats, more or less left the ranks. The liberal has become a more liberal party. Republicans have become an astonishingly more conservative party in the context of elected officials in the House of Representatives. And given everything we've been reading about the coming midterm election, that's only going to become more stark. This shows both the House and the Senate have had this widening of the gap between the two parties, wider even than it ever existed before, including going back to the 1890s. So we're really looking at a very unusual time. And what I'm trying to get is, what are the underlying mechanics that are driving the kinds of things that get captured in the BGI numbers? This was published some years ago, about 10 years ago, a little less, by Anna Bonica, Nolan McCarty, Keith Poole, and Howard Rosenthal. Poole and Rosenthal are the ones that developed the ideology scores within Congress. And what they find is a very strong correlation between the widening income gap and the political gap between the two political parties. And if we looked at if I presented the data for income and wealth, you'd see that's grown even more. And interestingly, on the wealth front, there's been a convergence in that distribution between the United States and Russia. And one might ask, can you have democracy when you have that kind of income gap? In fact, we have an Institute on Inequality and Democracy in the Luskin School precisely because of that point. And this afternoon, Marty Gillens will be speaking, who has done a tremendous amount of work on what the problems are in the association between opinion and income and wealth gaps. Point number 6, why U.S. public goods provision trails Western Europe and other OECD countries. Hasn't gone down. I'm going to say something about that in a moment, but why does it trail? This is Jacob Hacker's work from early 2002. He just won the Aaron Wadowski Award from the American Political Science Association, which Espring Anderson had won 10, 12 years ago. So, and what Jacob is capturing here is when you put together the public and private, that public-private mix in the United States spending isn't all that different as a percent of GDP compared to other countries. But it's important that a big part of that is that private mix, because when it's private, it's hard to get policy change. You have so many more actors involved in moving policy. Whom do you hold accountable? I study healthcare policy. We've got employers, insurance companies, state governments, local governments, the federal government. Who is accountable on that score? And the distribution of resources, we use the tax system to promote that. Where do most of those tax dollars go? or which tax dollars are given up, primarily in the top 20% of the income distribution. They're the ones who benefit from this kind of tax-financed private system of public good provision. So I'd be quite skeptical in some ways about using simple measures of public goods. Let me give you an example of healthcare. If we were thinking just in terms of policy problems, this is on the y-axis life expectancy, x-axis health expenditure. We look at all the OECD countries and we see they're spending more, but they're getting healthier over time. Where's the US? Off the charts, in the wrong way. Vastly most expensive, least good outcomes. I could give you any metric of health care system and it will look a lot like this in various ways. Now, why can't we solve that problem? In part, it's because what I talked about in terms of Aaron Lippard and the constitutional structure, that's been true for a long time. And it's not because we're just rich and we spend a lot of money. We are off the income line, way above the income line. So we're spending an enormous amount of money. That may actually be picked up as a measure of public goods that is not capturing an effective provision of public goods. This is compared to the United States in red, and that's Canada in brown. And here I modeled what would the changes in GDP devoted to healthcare look like if, in fact, you control for changes in population, changes, fluctuations in GDP, and underlying inflation. And what you see is that Canada, after it implemented its Medicare program, which was the single-payer system across the country at the provincial level, basically fit the prediction that its costs relative to GDP were related to the factors I just mentioned. The United States, now unleashed, again, much more expensive than it would seem to be reasonable given the underlying dynamics. In a 2020 cooperative congressional election study, Darren DeWitt and I had a series of questions on a healthcare module. And one of the things we asked is, if you didn't have to worry about political constraints in Congress, and Congress could simply act, what would be your overall ideal approach to the healthcare system? And here we didn't use labels, which often lead people in a certain direction. We simply, one system would be all tax financed, no premiums, deductibles, patient cost sharing. The other system would be essentially all market. Whatever insurance you wanted to buy, you buy. Don't want to buy any insurance, don't buy any insurance. And the only people who would be subsidized by government would be the poorest and most vulnerable. And what we see here is the Democrats like the first choice, Republicans, by a margin, like the second choice. These are completely different worlds of healthcare organization, the Republican version would be a huge outlier in the international arena. And what we see is very few people actually like the existing system, even with the Affordable Care Act in it. So, but you can't resolve those two poles. And why? Some of the drivers, and we haven't actually talked about this much yet, take immigration. One of the things that's happened in this country over the last few decades is suddenly we have a big hump in immigration again. But it's a very different kind of immigration than we had in the past when my grandparents came from Sweden in the early part of the 20th century. And it is the other for many people, and they don't want their tax system, they don't want government policy to go to that other. We also know that race plays a very big role. Again, this is our 2018 data Darren and I have from the NCCES, modeling on what explains support for government intervention in healthcare. And controlling for political party, controlling for ideology, controlling for a number of factors on healthcare that most surveys don't have, we still find an independent effect for the racial resentment scale. It was put together by Don Kinder and Lynn Sanders a long time ago. That racial resentment scale pulls away support for federal government action on healthcare. The two dynamics now, immigration and race. And it would be interesting to note the extent to which there are similar things going on throughout the world in these different kinds of countries that we're capturing with these. And fortunately, that's my last slide. So I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Moving on to Africa. Oh, you.
Either way, you want to? Okay. I don't have slides. I really appreciate the two sets of comments that came before me. I feel like I need a warm bath or a shot of bourbon or something like that to console myself after that. Okay, so thank you so much for inviting me here. I love data of all kinds. I do a lot of qualitative micro-level research using ethnography and interviews in China and Taiwan. I also like quantitative data at the micro and macro level. And this is a fascinating project, and it provides a chance to step back and think about really important concepts and questions. Parenthetically, I just want to say that it's that Helmut mentioned data black holes earlier, and it's unfortunate that Taiwan is one of those data black holes. That there is no data in this data set on Taiwan, and it's because of the power of China in the end that Taiwan is omitted from so many data sets, and that's something that we ought to strive to fix. So I'll start with a few comments about the measurement of China in particular, and then zoom out a bit and think about the concepts and the relationships among the variables. So regarding the specific scores for China for 2019, on democratic accountability in China, I downloaded the data set and was looking at this a bit. So China got a 13.8 on democratic ability on a 100-point scale. And that seems right on to me. China is not democratic, despite what its government might tell you. The Chinese government likes to have it both ways and claim that it represents a better kind of democracy than is found in the West. Lately, it claims that China's system provides what it calls full process democracy. It delivers the things that people want through different processes that are more rational and less messy than those other kinds of democracies. Let's set that aside and just agree that China is not democratically accountable in the way that we're talking about here. What about public goods provision in China? Here, China scored a 74. And I would just say that China is incredibly adept at providing some kinds of public goods. It is a champion in terms of infrastructure, bridges, roads, a high-speed rail network that now has roughly 20,000 miles of track linking essentially the entire country. It's the envy of the world in that regard, but also in terms of electricity, ports, telecommunications, and so forth. These things don't seem to be captured in the ingredients that go into the index. So the index might be missing some things here. On the other hand, China has compromised other public goods in the name of rapid economic growth, clean air and water and soil, so it's making efforts to turn that around. We also know that public goods are provided in highly differentiated ways. So public schools in Shanghai are fantastic, but low quality in many parts of the countryside. Infamously, migrant communities in major cities are shut out of high-quality public goods. Some goods are provided disproportionately to, for instance, those who work for the state, such as subsidized housing. China runs its social welfare network very lean, and it provides much less redistribution of resources than it could. So how strong is China as a public goods provider? It depends on where you look. I expect the different specifications of the index could produce quite different numbers. But maybe the score that we see is even if it's missing things on the positive side, it's also missing things on the negative side of the ledger, and so perhaps is plausible overall, like Daniel, sort of like, yeah, okay, sure, that sounds all right. China certainly provides quite a bit of public goods. Let's turn, though, to state capacity. So here, for 2019, China scores 44 out of 100. And I'll just say that that seems incredibly low for China as a measure of state capacity. Whatever we think about the Chinese government, and even allowing for some amount of hidden fragility in the state, it seems hard to deny that in the PRC, we're looking at a very strong state indeed. It's one of the great developmental states of East Asia. It's a state with tremendous ability to mobilize resources, direct investment, and thus shape its own economy and indeed the world's economy. It's led by a communist party, a Leninist organization of more than 90 million people with, among other things, a complex bureaucratic hierarchy and a nationalist ideology that goes far beyond Soviet-style beliefs and gives coherence and a sense of purpose to supporters of the state. It's a state with tremendous infrastructural power in Michael Mann's terms, the ability to penetrate society at the grassroots level and work with it and harness society. This is what I've studied in some of my grassroots research in China. It's also a system with an ability to adapt on the basis of past failures. It has pioneered unprecedented new mechanisms of rule, systems of technological and human oversight that surveil cities, that generate political and social credit scores, that monitor people's movements, and most recently give people green lights or red lights on mandatory smartphone apps based on perceived COVID health risk. And that's just one part of China's much debated zero COVID policy. China is apparently the only country in the world that's been able to contain COVID outbreaks through extreme lockdowns, whatever the cost. Are these things Orwellian? Extremely. Are they signs of merely middling state capacity? No way. China is a state that is challenging the US and the West more generally for leadership of the world order and for the allegiance of other states around the world. It's had mixed success, to be sure, and generated some backlash, but you just don't get that from a place with middling or worse state capacity. Does the PRC have less state capacity than Myanmar? Less than Sri Lanka? Less than Burkina Faso? So the BGI would lead us to believe, but that just doesn't seem credible to me. So to be sure, the PRC state has flaws and vulnerabilities. For example, leadership succession has been a problem in the past, as in authoritarian systems generally, and might well be in the future. Information flow can indeed be a problem, as Miguel noted earlier today. But even so, for the time being and in recent decades, I think we are looking at a very strong state in China, and this isn't just some short-term blip. Okay, if I'm right, and China is badly underscored in terms of state capacity, why is that? I suspect that the measures that you're using for state capacity might be plausible for more familiar countries, but they might not capture state capacity in a system that's very differently structured. For example, the fiscal indicators. Measures like income tax revenue may be misleading when applied to a state like China. Low income tax revenue is not an indicator of how weak the Chinese state is, it's a measure of how strong it is. It hasn't needed income tax for the most part. It uses other things to support itself and to obtain the outcomes that it wants. Control over state enterprises, control over private enterprises, control over land resources. It gets what it wants with much lower forms of the kinds of taxes that we're accustomed to focusing on. And we might say the same about some of the measures in delivery capacity as well. In terms of coordination capacity and so forth, arguably, coordination can be strong even though it's not impartial, as one of the measures or submeasures indicates. Arguably, a lack of transparent laws, predictable enforcement, and the rule of law may strengthen the state in certain ways. Courts in China do not constrain the party, they are instruments of party rule. China has been able to cultivate a massive private sector economy, including, of course, vast investments of capital from around the world, even without impartial courts, one of the great sort of puzzles that people have been thinking about for the past 25 years. I love Weber too, but he may not have had the last word on what makes a strong state. And maybe this index is overly Weberian in its underpinnings. So, okay, I'm questioning the 44 that's assigned to China on the 100-point scale. Does this coding matter? I think so, especially given that the core purpose of this data set is to give a fresh and impartial perspective on governance. It might actually make more sense in terms of this analysis that China could produce the public goods that it does if state capacity were coded higher, reflecting its actual state strength. Also, it might not just be China. Perhaps rethinking the measurement of state capacity would change the way BGI analyzes other states as well. Okay, let me say a few things about terminology and concepts, and this has come up earlier as well. So is quality of life the same as public goods provision? Is quality of government the same as state capacity? Here, these terms are used interchangeably in the report, but I have concerns about this. So the Chinese government does pretty well, as we've seen, in providing certain kinds of public goods. But to say that it provides good quality of life is a somewhat different matter. It seems like a broader concept and more subjective and contested. Some people in China would agree with that proposition. Others in China would strongly disagree. We would want to have a conversation about different conceptions of what quality of life means. Some would say that the things that come from democracy, freedoms of speech and association, free flow of information, and so forth, are an important part of their conception of quality of life. Similarly, China does well on various metrics of state capacity, but does that mean it has a high quality of government? For that, we would have to take into account not just the successes of a place like China in building a strong state, but also the harm it does to its people in the name of state security and in order to protect the party's monopoly on power. Here I'm thinking of the mass internment of the Uyghurs, the repression inflicted on Hong Kong, on those all over China who dissent against the party, and really everyone who suffers losses at the hands of the state. I won't elaborate, but I think the point is clear that you can have a state with high capacity that is not a high-quality government in every way. Finally, a few thoughts about relationships among the variables. So this report, thinking about it and thinking about what's been said today, the report clearly wants to assert a general causal relationship between democratic accountability and public goods provision. It feels almost as though faith in that idea has been baked into the project a priori, rather than emerging from analysis of data. China and maybe a few other cases are portrayed as curious exceptions to that. In the data set, certainly democratic accountability and public goods provision are positively correlated. However, from simple analyses that I've tried, some regressions that I've run, I mean, it seems clear that public goods provision, and others have acknowledged this, may be a function more of wealth and state capacity, largely independent of democratic accountability. So when we regress public goods provision on state capacity, GDP per capita, logged, and quality of democracy, democracy has no statistical significant effect on public goods provision, at least with the 2019 data. So it may be that, other things being equal, democracies and autocracies on average are equally capable of generating public goods. Another way of saying this is, if you're looking for what causes good public goods provision, we might have to look elsewhere than democratic accountability in the first case. And if you're looking for the good things about democratic accountability, we might have to look other than places like public goods provision. The good things about democracy might not lie in public goods provision necessarily. The report acknowledges the strong relationship between wealth and public goods, but the framework doesn't seem to want to incorporate this fact more centrally. The framework is wedded to this triangle with the three main variables and sees wealth as the secondary factor, as indicated in figure 1.1 in this analysis. I think that I believe it was Miguel's comment earlier was right on. I think that we should sort of start with controlling for wealth and then go from there, explaining differences off that regression line. That seems promising. Put differently, democratic accountability mechanisms can be one way to push for public goods provision. That's one kind of social contract. But in some authoritarian systems, there are other kinds of social contracts or mechanisms that lead to public goods. And of course, we've seen that in the report on Russia and so forth. To some extent, precisely because they lack democratic legitimacy, authoritarian systems have to provide public goods if they are to win some degree of public consent and avoid having to rule by sheer coercion alone. It's in the authoritarian regime's interest to deliver goods. We certainly see this in China. Why does the PRC provide public goods? Scholars have written a lot about this. In part, it's in order to provide economic growth. It's also a bid for legitimacy among the public in general, or through rewards that go to loyalists of the state. It's even a part of China's ideological competition against the West. The Chinese state media has been harping on this recently, that the zero COVID policy, dynamic zero COVID, has been a way that China has shown that its system is better than the West. In other words, it partly provides public goods as part of its ideological campaign towards its own citizens and toward the world in general. Finally, I'll just say that one promising line of analysis in the report starts to suggest that democratic accountability works differently at high levels and low levels of development. So in figure 13.5, the report indicates that at below average state capacity levels, it can be difficult for more accountable countries to reach public goods scores similar to those of less accountable countries. And this is a dismaying pattern for those of us who like democracy, but it bears further analysis and discussion. You get the feeling that the report kind of doesn't want to take this into its central analysis, into its central framework, but maybe it should. So at low levels of wealth and state strength, we see both high and low performers among both democracies and autocracies. We see democracies like Panama and Albania, which are high performers, and others, Nigeria and Haiti, which are low performers in terms of public goods provision. Among autocracies, we have the surprising case of Belarus, who knew that they were so strong at providing public goods, on the one hand, and also Zimbabwe. And I think that the relationship between the political system and public goods provision might deserve separate analysis for at least each of these 4 different types. And this might be one way of trying to open the black box. I think we go some distance toward this when we have our country case studies, but I think we could make that deeper and really try to incorporate it more centrally into the report's analysis. So the report, for example, could analyze further what it is about democracy at low levels of wealth or state capacity that is detrimental to public goods provision. Certainly, I think there's plenty of scholarship that would give us hypotheses about clientelism, rent-seeking, short time horizons, that might help us understand why democratic politics in such settings doesn't deliver what we would hope it would. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Great. So I'm glad I let Ben go first because you're going to set up a number of things I want to talk about. But first, thank you, Helmut, for the invitation and for what I take to be a vote of confidence, making me the barrier between us and lunch. I don't know if Michael passed. No, Michael's still here. Okay. But much in need of sustenance, and so I'll try and keep things brief. So I want to think a little bit about who deserves blame or credit for some of the improvements we've seen, particularly among the sub-Saharan African states that are featured in the report. So one of some motivations in the report are things like nations' unwillingness to adequately address climate change, states' struggles to provide public goods, government's ability to deliver what the populace needs. And so this picks up on a point that Miguel made this morning. States here are really the decisive actors, and I think the report really presumes that through governance, they're managing problems and shaping their own fate. And I think that's a pretty strong claim, causal claim, about the role of policy and institutions and some of the outcomes that are presented in the report under the heading of quality of life or public goods provision. And I think it's worth interrogating that, particularly in the global south where, as we know, policy tends to be pro-cyclical rather than counter-cyclical. In many cases, governments are only able to provide sort of at moments in which GDP is growing. So how should we think about attributing Africa's success, which is really highlighted in the report? So over 2000 to 2019, the report finds that 10 of the most improved states on the Public Goods Index, or this Quality of Life Index, are in Africa. And the question I want to raise is how much of this improvement reflects choices made by those states, right? And so here, what I'm showing you first is just the correlation between the State Capacity Index, right, and the Public Goods Index for this set of 37 African countries. And you can see that there's a positive relationship there, right? These are correlated at 0.22. And I think that's in part what's informing this claim that you read in the report and that others have commented on, that it's the quality of government that's driving the provision of public goods. But one other thing to take account of is the relationship, as many have already pointed out and that Ben really eloquently highlighted, is the relationship between economic development and public goods provision, right? And so if we look at just log GDP per capita, right? So as we're moving along the x-axis here, we're thinking about percentage increases in GDP per capita and public goods provision, right? That's correlated at 0.8. Right, so it seems to be explaining a lot of the variation that we get here in terms of the kinds of public goods, economic, social, environmental, that are captured in the index. Right? And the problem goes a little bit further because GDP not only explains public good provision, but it's also, or not, I shouldn't say explains, but predicts public goods provision. It also predicts state capacity. Okay? So we have this variable now, right, this third factor, economic development, and it's predicting both state capacity and it's predicting public goods provision. And so when we, as others have suggested, we do control for GDP per capita, what sort of happens here is that the residual relationship between state capacity and public goods is basically zero. Right? So once we've accounted for the predicted relationship between economic development, right, and state capacity and public goods provision, what's left over is really a null relationship between those two, at least within this sample of states in Africa. right? And I think as has already been suggested, it might be that in other parts of the world, right, for other types of countries, this relationship is actually much stronger, even after accounting for levels of development. In fact, Ted said, you know, we think about the US, it's not the case, right, that levels of development are necessarily explaining drop-offs in public goods provision, but at least in this sample, it seems like once we account for GDP, there's not a whole lot there in terms of the correlation, right, residually between quality of government and quality of life as labeled in the report. Okay. But the report's authors might say, maybe GDP per capita is in fact an outcome of both state capacity and public goods provision. In some sense, I'm being unfair, right? I'm controlling for what you might think is what mediates the relationship between state capacity, right, and public goods provision. Maybe it's that high capacity states, right? They're the kinds of states where we see more economic growth, and that's what's accounting for public goods provision, right? So what I did is, and thank you for making the data publicly available, it's a huge win for the rest of us, is I said, well, let me look not at your country's economic development, let me take all the countries around you, right? And I think this isn't perfect, but you might say it's harder to believe that the policies, right, in Niger are explaining economic development in Burkina Faso and Mali and Nigeria, right? So let me just take a weighted average of your neighbor's economic development, right? And let me see how well that predicts your public goods provision. And that correlation is pretty high too, right? And so what I think that indicates is that what you're picking up here, and this is, you know, this kind of goes under the trope of Africa rising, but over this period of time, you have a dramatic increase in economic development across a number of these states, and that's increasing the measures of public goods provision that you have, right? And it's very hard to see in the data how we closely link, right, public goods provision, right, to the policy choices that are being made as opposed to just these regional economic trends, right? And so just, you know, regressions have been referred to but not yet presented. Let me break the ice. So here, if you just look at what is the relationship between state capacity, right, and public goods provision, and we don't put anything else in there, right, then we could say, there's something here. There seems to be a positive, marginally significant relationship even in these 37 African countries between state capacity and public goods provision. But if I account, again, just for your neighbor's economic development, not only for your own, but just your neighbors, how well they're doing, then that severely attenuates. Okay? So who's responsible for governance? Should we credit or blame? Because I think as we move into periods where there isn't such robust economic growth, I think this question of how do we attribute declines in public goods provision will become more salient. How should we credit or blame low-income states for poor service provision? Especially given the constraints imposed by history, but also by geography, and I think given the much more marginal effects of policy over the short run. Okay. And the other thing, getting back to what the appropriate unit of analysis here is, how much attention should we devote to individual states, right? Given the moral and practical imperative of international collaboration around things like climate change, and given states' very unequal contributions to and burdens from climate change. Okay. Two other thoughts, and then I don't know if it's quite lunch, but questions and then lunch. This picks up on something that Ben was saying right at the end of his comments. You know, maybe we care about the quality of democracy for reasons beyond its contributions to public goods. Right? We care about accountability as an end, not just as a means. And I think at times, in focusing on these presumed causal relationships, we lose sight of reasons why we might value democracy, even if it doesn't have a clear causal relationship to public goods provision, at least over a short time frame. The second thing is we want to unpack the black box, but I think there's more of an opportunity to do that, even using this data. What I really wanted is to identify the subcomponents or even the policy choices that are really moving these indicators. And it's really hard to do that at the current level of aggregation, right? So it'd actually be quite interesting to know, of the many measures that go into your measure of state capacity, which of them are just descriptively related to public goods provision, right? Because that could inform, as we start to talk to these policymakers, the community that Michael was saying we invoke but don't always think so clearly about, as we speak to them and try and give them some guidance on what they might do to actually generate improvements in the quality of government or quality of life, it'd be very useful to say, well, what we think matters, right, are dramatic investments in income tax collection, right, or greater attention paid to ecosystem services in the way in which we want to create transfers to communities that we think need to engage in conservation. And I think until we get to that level of granularity, I think like Dan, am unsure exactly what this index, right, is providing in terms of guidance for how we move the needle on quality of government or quality of life. That's all I got.
It's already past 1, but I think many interesting points were raised, and I'm sure there are questions from the audience. So let's collect them. Some of the yes, please. And we need a microphone for. Can we get a microphone moving?
Thank you very much. I have a sort of gentle criticism and suggestion that on this panel we had an expert on one country, the United States, one country, Russia, one country, China, and one person on the whole of Africa. And it was very noticeable that the individual countries talked about ideology, talked about partisan politics and political strategies, culture, history. Whereas when you ask somebody to speak about a whole region, you're going to get very different kinds of comments and feedback about your model. And I think somebody commented about, I think Ben Reed commented about China, that your model seems to be better geared towards high-income countries with well-established democracies. And I think that that is built into the kind of feedback that you're also getting on your model. That if you mainly invite people with individual country knowledge on high-income countries and then experts to talk about whole regions, you're going to get lopsided feedback on how well the model sits within different regions of the world. And I think it would, going forward, be very valuable to kind of extend the same conceptual depth to countries in developing countries. And then you'll get much better feedback on how useful these models are for explaining different parts of the world. Thanks.
I think that's a good point, but when we put together the panel, this is exactly what we wanted. We want different kinds of feedback. Right? So for us, having, let's say, the Russian case study tell us that we seem to be doing things wrong somehow, we're not getting a lot of it, what seems to be right, is as helpful, I think, as the analysis that we just heard about Africa. So we have really to learn. And I also want to emphasize two things. Is we're not trying to explain the world here, right? We're trying to really take that assumption that Darian mentioned very, very seriously. Is it in fact states that through governance manage public problems, right? And that leaves out many, many other things, right? And we're not even trying to explain GDP growth or levels of development. But of course, that's all in the context of it, but we have a somewhat more modest aim here. I'm sure there are other comments. Yes, please, back there.
Hi, it's really good to be here. I actually just returned back to Los Angeles from South Africa last weekend. So I just finished my one-year postdoc research fellow as the South African National Research Foundation researcher. So I actually have two comments or slash questions on the China and Africa, because I worked in South Africa for 1 year. So in terms of China, I do agree with what the guest speaker said about the quality of life, but I think there are two kinds of quality of life, right? The economic one and the social and cultural one, right? So I think the Chinese government did do some job in terms of the economic development in the past 40 years since the open reform policy. So that is some like a so-called achievement, but in terms of the other social and cultural quality of life, for instance, the the gender inequality, right? Because I have my research on Chinese women's awareness. And unfortunately, I think in a patriarchal society, a lot of Chinese women, they are just used to that kind of, women's lack of economic power and lack of, power in the household or something. So I don't think that kind of thing can be facilitated and changed by the state, right? So I think this is something I think we should think in different ways. And in terms of Africa, actually, I want to challenge a little bit about the state capacity in this index, because we do see the public goods provision and state capacity have advanced in the African states, right? But I wonder, for instance, there are a lot of Chinese technology companies and the Chinese government involvement in Africa, right? So I wonder whether, the improvement of the state capacity in a lot of African countries have anything to do with the Chinese state capacity, right? Because we know there are a democratic states in Africa and autocratic states in Africa. To some extent, through my ethnography and the chat with a lot of people in Africa, some of them are government officials and policymakers. Actually, in some autocratic states, they are more have a more friendly attitude towards the Chinese state government. Oh no, sorry, the democratic states in Africa, because once the Chinese government could deliver the infrastructure projects such as a railway, right, such as telecommunication infrastructures, then it is easier for those democratic, states to win the elections, right? So how should we, consider this kind of factors? I think, I just want to make the comment on that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Other comments, questions? That's not the case. I'm looking at the panel. Would you like to add? Ted, would you like to respond? And
really quickly, I think on the point about gender equality, that was right on. And I noticed that gender equality is one of the components of the public goods index, and so this is, I guess, one of those kinds of things where it calls on us to maybe disaggregate, just as some have suggested here, to think about, is gender equality, is it really a weak point in China? Is it a strong point if we take a macro perspective on change over time? Is it just getting sort of overridden by other indicators there? And your question about, can it be changed by the state? I mean, in the broader perspective, the Chinese state has over time encouraged gender equality in certain respects, going back to the divorce law in the early 1950s. More recently, there's been a sort of a backlash, a patriarchal backlash against women's equality and gender progress. So it's a complicated story and deserves a lot of disaggregation.
Thank you. I could just make a couple comments, just responding really selectively to people's great feedback. I think I might disagree about gender equality. I think that is very much something the state can affect and can really shape. I mean, this is like Melinda Cooper's work on how the state will deliberately sort of use kind of conservative or libertarian style economics to reinforce a patriarchal family structure. If you cut benefits for, say, single women, it forces them into closer relationships with the former spouse or partner. Just to use one example. So, or if you look, the differences between, like, say, East and West Germany. I mean, women in the socialist East had a lot more, in one sense, like economic freedoms, and then there was some actually moving backwards after reunification. So, not to say that they had political freedoms in the same extent, but the state definitely matters for gender equality. Yeah, I mean, this point about democratic accountability and the level of development, I think that's a great point. This is, it relates to something that Branko Milanovic has pointed out, that the socialist states, especially in the global south, their periods of being socialist effectively served as an opportunity for capitalist modernization, like having the strong state got them ready to enter the global market. Vietnam or China being good examples there. So that point's definitely well taken. And I guess just on the general objective, right? I mean, for us, we started a lot of this work during, or sort of revamped it during during COVID when that was starting, and everyone was sort of gesturing at state capacity, right? Well, this country has this state capacity, they're doing well, they're not doing well, and everyone was sort of gesturing at this very vague concept, and sort of like, well, you want to try to reach out and like touch that or analyze that somehow, and so you know, it's well taken that these things are hard to analyze and perfectly put your finger on with a number. At the same time, if the alternative is just sort of gesturing vaguely at something and not trying to put a number on it at all, I don't think that's quite satisfactory either. So I agree there's definitely tensions, but yeah, and that, yeah, a lot more, but I can't answer it all. But yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Mark, do you?
Well, now I'm between you and lunch. Just the thing I struggle with thinking about here is trying, you say this is not a global exercise, but in fact it is a global exercise in the sense that you have countries from around the world with very different economic, political, social circumstances, and you're trying to capture what's happening in those countries with the same metric. And the struggle is to think about how far can you go with that, and you think about Russia, you think about China, think about Africa, and in the context of talking about the United States, it really is a kind of apples and oranges comparison. So the thing I'm thinking about is, are there ways to do those metrics, but then divide up, not just by country, but kind of divide up, as I think others were talking about, to compare countries that are more or less in the same general category, economic development, or in claims to democratic representation and accountability. It's something that gets, I think there's a lot of traction here, but it can get lost in the desire to find a number that can be applied across so many different kinds of circumstances, both in terms of development, in terms of political institutions, in terms of aspirations and claims.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a tension when you develop a system like that, and I think Daniel, you brought up this validity issue. That's what we discussed earlier today, and the difficulty or the challenges with expert opinions versus real data out there. Of course, we're fully aware of that. And Steve Smith had a suggestion that we may use these regime types and just analyze that. And out of the discussion here, I think one of the take-homes that I have is, and we need to reflect on that, of course, much more after this conference, is do we have a Western bias? Right? And it is something that we really have not asked ourselves in a serious way. And I think the feedback we had from Russia and from Africa and then China brought it home that, to me, that maybe there is a Western bias. But if we have a Western bias, what follows from that? Right? Is it possible to have functional equivalent measurements for certain kinds of state capacity or accountability? So we would have a different measure in China from one in the United States. That complicates matters and brings different validity issues with it, right? So there's not an easy solution to start modifying the overall framework, but you do pay a price when you don't modify it, right? So we try to balance these tensions quite clearly. But another take-home I have from the session here is that perhaps there are constellations where countries find themselves where state capacity matters more and in other much less. And the same with democratic accountability. I mean, that the case of Africa, I think, made that very, very clear. And you could say that if GDP, if a country goes through a growth phase, right, maybe state capacity matters less than when a country enters a more steady state or goes through a contraction. But keep in mind what Hirschman said. He said, every significant growth generates imbalances. And to respond to these imbalances, you may need state capacity to a greater extent than when everything goes up in terms of GDP. So I think we really gained some good insights here, and we're also aware of the limitations of this kind of analysis. So I really thank the panel and the comments we have. And that leads me to suggest that indeed we have lunch now, and there is a box awaiting you outside, and you can either have lunch in here or, I don't know, if the sun has come out, you may go to the sculpture garden and find a place to sit there. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good to meet you.
there, and Andreas is back there. But you don't come up there because you may want to see the presentation. And Nathan is there. Hi, Nathan. And then we have Laura. Hi, Laura. And Daniel. I saw Daniel. So the panel is complete, and we're now looking at theoretical and methodological extensions. In other words, it's a look at what the index might look like in a year or two. Over to Marcus.
So this morning I've presented our 3 indices to you. What I want to do now in this presentation is to discuss a number of theoretical and methodological extensions involving the accountability, state capacity, and public goods indices. The first extension is embedding of the indices into a causal framework using so-called directed acyclical graphs, or TAGs. So we actually want to do something about causality. So what you heard this morning isn't kind of the end of the debate. And the reason why we are considering this is that the provision of public goods, such as health, is obviously not just influenced by democracy and state capacity. Economic development might, for instance, be important, but also the disruptive capacity of non-elites or something like ethnopolitical inclusion. And carefully mapping out relationships between potentially confounding variables and our indices is critical for getting unbiased estimates of, for example, the impact of democratic accountability on public goods provision. A second extension that's related to this causal framework is the use of input-output tables. In essence, input-output tables are tables that describe sale and purchase relationships between producers and consumers within a country. So in a typical input-output tables, you can see flows of goods and services between sectors within a country. But there are also a thing called inter-country input-output tables, which contain flows of goods and services between sectors of different countries. And what we believe is that input-output tables could enable us to make sense of employment structures that have been linked to both gains and losses in democracy and state capacity. It might, for instance, be the case that disruptive capacities of non-elites, which have historically strengthened democracy, are transformed by changes in sectoral employment. And input-output tables are also one of the few sources that can be used to extend our analysis beyond national boundaries. While countries remain our main unit of analysis, inter-country input-output tables make it possible to study how domestic demand might generate not only employment, but also environmental pollution elsewhere. It is thus a data source that's important for exploring the limits of state capacity, as well as the potential of new forms of higher level governance. I will discuss both the causal framework and input-output tables in 3 steps. So in the first step, I will outline a theoretical framework that can explain country-level differences in public goods provision. And this framework is based on the current literature on public goods provision, state capacity, and democracy. My goal is mainly to illustrate how a theoretical framework can be turned into a causal graph that helps us to think through measurement issues. The actual development of such a graph is then the second step. The third step is the introduction of input-output tables as potential sources of new indices. And that indices can be helpful to summarize sectoral relationships that enhance our ability to explain accountability, state capacity, and public goods provision. So Andreas Wimmer, who is here in the room, has recently argued that the provision of public goods, such as railway tracks and literacy, can increase ethnopolitical inclusion, which in turn increases national identification. In other words, he has argued that public goods provision is important in holding states together. And in order to develop this larger argument, Wimmer studied the impact of state formation until the late 19th century on public goods provision. And the underlying idea, or at least the underlying idea, that early state society relation bolsters the capacity to provide public goods is to some extent consistent with our own conceptualization of state capacity as society-wide taxation, coordination, and delivery capacity. But more specifically, we argue that democratizing tendencies influence public goods provision through state capacity. Whereas in our own work, we have not tested the causal impact of democratic accountability on state capacity. Yet, we can point to the work of Eric Wang and Xingying Xu. They have documented an impact of democracy on state capacity in more than 115 countries using indices comparable to ours in an instrumental variable design. Like Wimmer, we further expect that economically more developed countries could find it easier to provide public goods. This is possible either because the fiscal capacity of the state grows in line with economic development, or because citizens finance the provision of some public goods directly. The possibility of a direct influence of economic development on state capacity seems trivial, but is actually very important. African scholars such as Santika Makandavir have long argued that fiscal retrenchment will undermine public goods provision and therefore any chance of ethnopolitical inclusion. If policymakers assume that any increase in state capacity has to be caused by a corresponding increase in democratic accountability, they neglect the effect of long-term economic cycles. At the end of the cycle, such as in Africa in the 1970s, the state seems to do everything right, basically, whereas at the low end, a lack of accountability appears to be responsible for every problem. We agree with Makandavir that economic conditions matter for state capacity, but not so much for democracy. Whereas modernization theorists have traditionally claimed that a link between economic development and democracy exists, Darren Acemoglu and James Robinson claim to have found no direct influence of economic development on democracy within countries. Daniel Treisman and others, by contrast, claim that at least a medium-term influence of economic development on democracy exists, particularly when leaders change. I don't doubt that there can be such an influence, but I put more emphasis on the direct impact of economic development on state capacity on the one hand, and the impact of institutional class relations and ethnopolitical inclusion on the other. I specifically agree with the argument of Adaner Osmani that economic development mainly influences democracy through A, the disruptive capacity of non-elites, and B, the elevated power of landlords. And what Osmani shows is actually that most of the inequality relationships in regression actually go away if you control something that has actual actor features in them. So then all the inequality concerns are to some extent not as important as mentioned in earlier presentation. And what Osmani means by the disruptive capacity of non-elites is capacity associated with the work of non-elites in sectors that produce more of other sectors' outputs. So he argues that workers employed in sectors like manufacturing, mining, and construction have consistently higher levels of organization and mobilization, even though they lack the capacity of elites to disrupt economic life. When the gap between landlords and worker narrows or widens because of the economic roles filled by non-elites, then democracy becomes more likely. This is an old argument that scholars like Dietrich Rütemeyer, Theda Skocpol, Charles Tilly, and Albert Hirschman have not just made with respect to democracy, but also with respect to state capacity and the state in general. More specifically, Hirschman was worried that the unbalanced sectoral growth he advocated himself as a development economist could increase state capacity, but it could do so without a corresponding increase in democracy or even problems for democracy. So this would be kind of the sequence that he feared. What calmed Hirschman down, so to speak, was that ongoing conflicts about the provision of more or less public goods increasingly allowed different social groups to realize that they were all benefiting from democracy over time. So think about a sequence like this. Within already democratic countries, this model becomes somewhat anachronistic, and party competition, particularly the role of conservative parties, begins to become more important, as argued by Daniel Sieblatt, or as we also heard by one of the commentators this morning. According to Hirschman, conflicts about more or less public goods provision often turn out to be more resolvable than scholars in the neo-Marxist tradition, by whom Rütemeyer, Skocpol, and Hirschman were influenced, had expected. So the second tradition by which neo-Weberians like Rütemeyer, Skocpol, Tilly, and Hirschman were influenced was a tradition shaped by Reinhard Bendix and others, because it seemed to have answers to great problems. What Wimmer's research in Bendix's tradition suggests is that democracy and democratic accountability depend on ethnopolitical inclusion. The problem is that in the absence of any past public goods provision, voluntary organization, and linguistic homogeneity, ethnopolitical inclusion is unlikely to have been achieved. Ethnopolitical inclusion is likely a condition of accountability, but could also support attempts to further increase state capacity under conditions of limited accountability. Otherwise difficult to explain state capacity and public goods successes of countries like Singapore come to mind. Finally, it is clear that ethnopolitical inclusion should weaken landlords, strengthen the capacity of non-elites, and improve economic development in general. Today, I think it is fair to say that the relevance of ethnopolitical inclusion is no longer neglected. But while we know quite a bit about the impact of institution and economic development in general, we don't know how changes in sectors and sectoral linkages, both within and across countries, affect the capacities of different social groups. What I suggest is to focus on extension on what Usmani calls social forces, because they appear least understood to the shift in production from the national to the transnational level. In particular, the shift from national to transnational production in organized sectors like mining, construction, and transport might have an impact on democracy and democratic accountability that gets lost if one focuses only on the old conflict between landlords and non-elites. Basically, I'm making the point that sector-specific organization and mobilization needs to be studied empirically rather than assumed. In the beginning, I have suggested that a directed acyclical graph, short DHE, can be helpful to map out relationships between potentially confounding variables and our indices. Essentially, what you see here is already a directed acyclical graph because it doesn't contain cycles. So it would contain a cycle if economic development would be linked to state capacity, and state capacity would be linked to public goods provision, but public goods provision would also be linked back to economic development. So basically something like this. Our graph is also directed because we assume not only that accountability is somehow causally connected to state capacity, but that causality flows from accountability to state capacity. In a graph that looks like this, we could use Judea Pearl's do calculus to determine the minimal set of variables we have to adjust for if we want to know the total impact of democratic accountability on public goods provision. I can't explain exactly what the do calculus is here. You have to believe me that it's possible to use computers to find variables that need to be adjusted for even in very complicated directed acyclical graphs. In this case, this would be disruptive capacity, excluded population, and GDP in the first set, and disruptive capacity, GDP per capita, and landlord power in the second. So you can see these two sets here, and you can see here the blocking relationships. It might seem strange that we are not supposed to adjust for state capacity if we want to know the effect of accountability on public goods provision. The reason for this is post-treatment bias. If we adjust for state capacity in a regression model that also includes accountability, the effect will likely go to zero or will be negative. That's something that the commenter this morning mentioned, but that's an information regression effect. That's not really a fundamental effect. Why? Basically because adding accountability to the model once state capacity has been included adds no additional information. If we include state capacity, we cannot estimate the total effect of accountability on public goods provision. Instead, we adjust for disruptive capacity, excluded population, and GDP to block backdoor paths between accountability and public goods provision. Slide, sorry. The use of directed acyclical graph can generally be helpful to get estimates of the impact of accountability on state capacity without believing in actually negative relationships between accountability and public goods provision that cannot be found in qualitative historical research. So if your own historical research as a country expert tells you this negative relationship shouldn't exist, than don't believe in it. But there is a catch in relying on directed acyclical graphs in general. We can never be sure whether our causal model is actually correct. We can only make it less wrong by testing the relationships implied by the model. This weird-looking formula is one testable implication of the model I have shown you. What it means is that accountability is independent from public goods provision, conditional on GDP and state capacity. We could test this in a regression in which we regress accountability on public goods, GDP, and state capacity. If there is no effect of public goods provision on accountability, we can be more confident that our model is not wrong. This is only one among many testable implications of our model. So basically, you can go through the whole list of implications and test them to see whether you're on the right track as an alternative to just throwing in as many controls as one seems correct. A different implication would be that accountability is independent from landlord power, conditional on disruptive capacity, excluded population, and GDP per capita. Let's assume we find no relationship after all this testing, then we can be more confident that the model is not incorrect, but we can again still not be sure whether it is actually correct. While this might seem like a laborious way to do research, I believe that it can ultimately avoid misguided or overly restrained theory building, where you only have to focus on particular countries the whole time, and you cannot study many countries at once. This graph, for instance, explicitly tells us to adjust for disruptive capacity of non-elites in a regression analysis because the researchers have plausibly linked it to democracy and state capacity. On the other hand, it tells us that long methodological discussion about economic development measured via GDP are not really necessary in our project. We need to adjust for it under different theoretical scenarios. So if we use regression analysis to test our hypothesis, then we have to include GDP per capita no matter what. What is, of course, possible and even likely is that our model does not contain testable conditions. But then we at least know that we need other techniques such as instrumental variable analysis or matching methods to identify causal effects. We can't just use regression analysis and throw in everything what we think might be somehow useful. For illustrative purposes, I've kept the causal graph unrealistically simple. If we actually want to study how accountability affects public goods provision over time, we would need more complicated graphs and marginal structure models that take feedback effects between past public goods provision levels and current levels of accountability and state capacity into account. I think that one of the main advantages of DAGs is that they force us to be explicit about our causal assumption. Our illustrative model is, of course, wrong, since all models are wrong. But it is likely more useful than models that focus either on the relationship between accountability and state capacity or on the relationship between state capacity and public goods provision in separate analyses. It is likely a whole lot more useful than models of public goods provision and accountability that simultaneously adjust for variables like accountability and state capacity in an unreflected manner where people don't know what they're doing. Both literature and our illustrative deck suggest that development in economic sectors might be important for accountability and state capacity. In his work, Usmani claims to have found a strong relationship between an index capturing employment in particularly organized and mobilized sectors and democracy. So his index basically looks like this. He sums up the number of workers in historically organized sectors like manufacturing, mining, and construction in more than 100 countries over 100 years and divides it by working age population. What he finds by regressing various democracy indices on his disruptive capacity index is a strong influence of past disruptive capacity on democracy. Here I have plotted the bivariate relationship between Usmani's disruptive capacity index and the accountability index for illustrative purposes. It looks like there's a moderate positive relationship between disruptive capacity and democratic accountability. But some countries, such as China, Russia, or Singapore, are clearly less accountable, and the capacity of non-elites would expect us in a linear model. The relationship between the disruptive capacity of non-elites and state capacity looks, by contrast, considerably stronger, be it because disruptive capacity influences state capacity directly or because economic development influences both. In any way, further research on sectoral linkages and employment seems promising when the goal is to determine the contemporary impact of democratic accountability and state capacity on public goods provisions. Input-output tables could be useful to explain why manufacturing, mining, construction, and transport are not always and everywhere capacity enhancing. It might turn out that linkages between Usmani's capacity enhancing sector and other domestic and foreign sectors matter for accountability and state capacity. For instance, Russia and China have both a high level of disruptive capacity but low accountability. China, however, has more transnationally linked sectors and higher state capacity. In this network representation of an inter-country input-output table, Russia is at the top in dark, whereas China is left to it in turquoise. You can see that most of Russia's sectors are linked to each other, whereas China's sectors are heavily linked to sectors in other countries, yet at the same time cluster closely together. The sectors of more democratically accountable countries, by contrast, seem to overlap more. There are a number of input-output tables as well as measurement strategies that could be useful to explore this question in greater details. So potential candidates are the OECD Intercountry Input-Output Table or the EORA 26 Intercountry Input-Output Table. In terms of measurement strategies, I plan to bring in measurements from the sociological literature on networks that have not been systematically used in the economic literature on input-output relationships. For instance, brokerage scores might be helpful to determine whether sectors that provide input to sectors in other countries are more capacity enhancing than sectors that mainly provide inputs to other domestic sectors. All in all, there are a number of potential contributions associated with the extensions. First, DAX can enable us to provide unbiased estimates of the impact of democratic accountability and state capacity on public goods provision. Critics would be correct to point out that public goods outcomes are driven by a whole number of factors. Carefully constructed causal models are one way to effectively address this criticism. Second, DAX allow us to continually improve core dimensions of our index. As I told you this morning, our public goods provision index needs further refinements to be useful to researchers. By developing different DAX for different public goods, we can validate our refined indices and provide tools to think with for other researchers. We could also, of course, develop DAX for our core indices in order to improve them within a larger causal framework. Third, inter-country input-output tables might be a useful source for the construction of a more up-to-date disruptive capacity index. Such an index might itself be helpful to close backdoor paths that influences our indices independently from GDP. It might also give us some sense how transnational production networks influence democratic accountability and state capacity. In other words, it can help us to avoid methodological nationalism. Fourth, there is a considerable interest by journalists and policymakers in the political consequences of sectoral development. In technical meetings on input-output tables, journalists and policymakers ask for tools that could simplify the understanding of these tables. I think the construction of online tools based on input-output tables could be an important side effect of our own efforts to understand public goods provision better. Thank you.
Thank you. So we ask our panelists to join us in the podium. Now, suggest that we go in the order in which you appear in the program.
Okay.
Which means that Andreas, okay. Is it okay if you go first?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Pleased to be here. Thank you, Helmut and Marcus, to make me part of this exciting conversation about data, but now also about theory. And it's a special pleasure for me to be here. I taught for 10 years at UCLA, and I'm always excited to be back in one of my favorite universities in the world. So I think this has the data project, but also the theoretical extensions that Marcus presented has really a lot of promise. So you have everything that is needed for doing amazing research. You need cutting edge data and capacity to digest data into indices and so on. And you have some interesting theoretical ideas of what to focus upon. And Marcus has just introduced us also to some very promising, innovative, cutting-edge methods of what to do with all these data and with these ideas. So I think this is actually, as I see it, the promise of these governance indicator projects. I don't see it as a data project that much because you don't really generate your own data. It's more, I see it more as a research project rather than an indicators project. And your presentation, Marcus, shows us in which direction that research could possibly go. Let me start by talking about what I don't really understand, I'm afraid, but I'm kind of forced to talk about it, which is these directed acyclic graphs, which is a new method, relatively new, and it promises us to be able to disentangle complex relationships between variables in a way that a standard regression model can't do it because of all complex interactions between variables and so on that standard statistical models are not really good at. So acyclic, I want to say acrylic all the time, but that's not the term. So acyclic directed graphs are supposed to be much better at doing that. It's also a method, if I understand it correctly, that is designed to test a theory. So it is a very focused kind of research. You need to know what your argument is and what really matters. And then it's a very powerful tool. So the first question, critical comment that I have is, do we really know what's the theory that we want to test? And I want to just put some question marks here about whether we really are at that stage already where we have some certainty that we have the right variables on in the mix. So you want to focus on democracy, state capacity, public goods, and as others this morning, Miguel, Ben Reed have pointed out, this is kind of based on the liberal belief among Western educated elites that all these good things go together. Democracy must be good for both public goods provision and for state capacity. But how do we know that this is actually the right theory or the right theoretical basic setup? Do we need to have economic development at the core of the theory, not just at some other...
Andreas, sorry to interrupt. I was just told that people in the back cannot hear you. So maybe you speak closer to the mic or...
Even closer. I was almost eating that thing here. In front of my...
Can you hear him now?
Is that better?
Yeah, it is better.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. It's kind of uncomfortable. It's almost like I'm hitting somebody or something. So how do we know that this is the right theoretical setup, or maybe everything needs to be built around economic development, as some people have suggested this morning? But then we can go further and look at the other elements in your acrylic, I'm just going to call it acrylic, okay, graph, which is disruptive capacity of non-elites and landlord power. So that's Usmani's theory of democratization. There's other theories of democratization. Why not use Mohammed Kadivar, who recently wrote a book where it's about the length of struggles for democracy that explain the durability of, not necessarily the transition, but the durability of democratic regime. Why not use that? Carles Boix has his own theory of to explain both democratic transitions and democratic stability. So why not use these? Why trust Usmani? And then we could go even beyond the kind of variables that you already have in your setup, and we could ask about other things that other researchers think are hugely important for all of kinds of things that you are interested in. For example, there is the research by McCartan Humphreys, a political scientist, a colleague at Columbia University, about how to explain the relative government performance during COVID. COVID is this external shock that is, it's almost like a experimental research design invented by some social scientists. All governments have to deal with it. All face the same challenge, which is, of course, very rare. And he's a methodologist that's very sophisticated, big research project that he does together with the BZB in Berlin. And guess what's the most powerful factor in explaining such things as infection rates, death rates per capita, and so on? It is trust. So a very soft variable, trust in government and trust, generalized trust between people. And trust, according to economists, is hugely important for all kinds of things. It has to do with state capacity. It has to do with economic development and so on. Why not throw trust into the model? Another variable that might be very important, and I think it was mentioned this morning, is wars and conflict. I think, Miguel, have you mentioned that? If not, it's very much along the lines that that you might agree with. So if you have conflict and violence, then obviously your state capacity goes way down. But historically speaking, wars are also a big state builder, and many of the, let's say, overperformance in your sample of countries in recent years, such as Rwanda, are military machine states that came out of protracted civil war. Uganda is another example. And of course, all the European states that are so beautifully high on all your indices have gone through centuries of constant warfare. So that might be, and a lot of public goods provision welfare states came out of the world wars and so on in different countries around the world. So why not wars? And then finally, well, I could go on and on, but let me just throw on two more. One is income inequality, and somebody this morning, I think it was Mark Patterson has already mentioned how income inequality might be hugely consequential for democracy. That's what he focused upon. But it's of course also consequential for others of these variables that you're looking at, such as public goods provision and so on, and state capacity. And then the last one is much more tricky, and I have no idea how to address it, but what about the goals of state elites? What about how do we factor in the policy choices that governments make? So at the same level of state capacity, at the same level of democratic accountability, some states might opt for building up a military machine and become an irredentist state like Serbia, like Somalia, and go to war over the control over co-ethnic territory with neighboring states and so on. Or you could invest the same amount of public resources, attention, bureaucratic capability, and so on in building up public goods such as health and so on, as was the case in Botswana, for example, another one of your countries that is an outlier. So how do we factor this in? What political elites actually want? What are their choices? What are their preferences? Does it play a role or does it not play a role? Do we assume that all political elites around the world want the same, which is be high on your governance indicators? Or do they might have other goals? And does that matter? So that's about the choice of which variables go into your acrylic models, which theories you're actually testing. And it's of course crucial for everything. You can only find confirmation for something that you test. And so maybe there needs to be a preliminary stage of your research before you go into these graphs where you just try out all kinds of arguments that are out there. It's a huge literature in economics, political science, sociology, and so on all these kind of questions that you're asking. And so maybe there has to be, or maybe somebody has done it, I don't know, a more systematic test of which of these candidate variables or candidate arguments actually should be pursued further. You cannot just assume, you cannot just start from your own preferences. Maybe this Wimmer guy that you're citing is completely wrong and irrelevant. Why not use ethno-linguistic fractionalization? Why ethno-political exclusion? Maybe that's... Okay, and then another issue that I wonder how you're going to deal with it is the problem of reverse causation. So your acrylic graphs don't like it at all. Actually, they don't work if you have reverse causation. We don't know whether state capacity increases growth, as in the developmental state kind of literature, or whether it's the other way around, as some economists think that the growth actually generates state capacity because it produces a surplus that the state then can use to, for example, build up bureaucratic infrastructure and things like that. So the marginal structural equation models that you were mentioning helps with that, but I think it needs longer time series than what you actually have here. So I don't think that with your kind of data you'll be able to do that. And that brings me to another point, the third point, which is the problem of temporarily truncated data. So I'm a historical sociologist. I like to analyze data over 200 years or something like that. So 20 years just seems to be a very short time span for the kind of question that you're asking. I know why you do it this way, basically because long time series of high quality are very rare. But I think it's important to consider at least some of the relationships that you're looking at over a much, much, much longer time span to also, because most of somebody mentioned that this morning also, most of the graphs, if you look at them, how things have changed, right? Nothing has changed, basically. It's all flat. There's a little bit move up and down and so on. But overall, the last 20 years have been pretty stable. I once did something with the long-term time series indicators that I do have collected, which is on public goods provision, which is literacy rates and railway kilometers per square kilometer as indicators of public goods provision. And you do a ranking of countries in 1900, you do one in 1950, you do one in 2000, and it's basically the same ranking. It's not the same, but there's very little up and down in the relative ranking. So there's an awful lot of stability and in the relative ranking capacities of states around the world. So how does that factor in the larger picture? What other factors that determine these rankings that are not that time dynamic are coming to play? Which kind of data you need to get at these kind of factors, such as relative linguistic, ethnic, and so on, homogeneity, such as state capacity that has been built up over centuries. China is just not the same as the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and will never be the same because it has 2,000 years of history of bureaucratic centralized rule, and the DRC does not have such a history. So these kind of factors, I know it's probably not useful for what you guys are trying to accomplish, but I just want to point out that at least for some of your analyses, you might want to try to find longer time series and to see how these things evolve over longer periods, generational time actually, and not chronological year-to-year kind of time. So my last comment, I lost track of time. Let's see. One more comment or no? In a minute or so. Okay. Is just the kind of theory that you're aiming at. And right now, it's basically the variable-centric logic, right? So it's variables that do things to each other, that increase each other, that interact with each other, that suppress each other's effects and so on. And of course, in reality, it's actors that do things and not factors. And I wonder, I know that this has to do with measurements and so on, but I wonder whether, if you think more about state capacity, public goods provision, democracy, whether you could start from a more actor-centric, Usmani style, actually, model, not only for this democracy part, but for the other parts as well, for the state capacity part, for the public goods provision parts as well. And then you have bureaucrats, you have political leaders, you have citizens, you have civil society organizations, so you have actors that ally with each other, that have conflicting relationships with each other and so on, and depending on how these relationships evolve, you have different kind of outcomes. So if you could think about, if you could start your theoretical enterprise with such an actor-centric account and then move from that on to these variables that measure these actor relationships, I think that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Given the comments before, can you hear me okay? Okay. So I thought this was a really worthy exercise. And what I agree with is, how do I do this? I agree in broad strokes what is going on here. I agree in broad strokes what you're trying to do. I think it's commendable. I think it's indeed possible. Maybe not within the parameters and within the kind of frameworks you presented, but I think it's something, these are things we should do. We should be thinking, I think, more and more, and I say this as an applied microeconometrician, I think we need to do more cross-country studies like this. I think we need them. I think the pendulum of the credibility revolution, which someone had alluded to earlier, has swung very, very strong into the nano world. And I think data sets like your own should be used to kind of re-examine and re-explore cross-country issues such as the ones you're talking about in your presentation. And moreover, I do think that you point out something I think that is extremely valid and close to my own interest, is that indeed there is the potential for external data to be combined with this and to think about theory interacted with types of data like input-output tables and more, which I'll speak to in a minute. So I think both things are broadly right. The trajectories are broadly right. The details I'll criticize, but I think that's fine. I think that's absolutely fine, especially given the kind of import of what you are trying to do. So thinking about the cross-country analysis, is what you're doing useful? Yes, this is useful. We should be doing these questions. We should be pouring into these questions again. I think cross-country regressions are commendable and things we should look at. Even cross-country regressions, capital C cross-country regressions, not merely looking at subnational data per se. I think these are useful quantities of interest that we as social scientists should focus on. And indeed, there is a new toolbox and a new language for doing that in a way that is more coherent. And you are right to kind of adopt and think through, okay, what are the applications of these tools, which have been around for a while, but are just kind of coming into our lexicon and just now being well understood. I think there's entry points for using these tools in really smart ways to think about aggregate theory, to think about types of theories which our colleague up here was articulating. But the tools you mobilize, they take us only part of the way. And I think what they also show is the deficiencies in relying wholly on these tools in and of themselves. And in particular, I mean, the nice thing about DAG is that it gives us these nice relationships. It illuminates these relationships that potentially exist, these theoretical relationships, if that is conditional on us believing the theory. It does make things very concrete. But we all know this is a very tall order to deal with as people interested in recovering causal inference. This is really hard. You know, I have a paper, and a lot of people in this room probably have papers that we spend 90 pages on just one of these connections alone, right? So this is admirable. This is something we should look at. This is something we should do. But whether we can recover a precise estimate in this kind of very granular way, I'm not sure. That's just a small criticism. It still means we're moving in the right direction, I think. And of course, like, you know, this illuminates things for us, but it illuminates the kind of theoretical issues we want to address, but it also gives us this huge attack surface by which we can criticize this model, right? And we can try to control things away, as you do in your paper. We can try to illuminate the backdoors that exist within these causal relationships. But of course, backdoors can only, we can control for things transparently, but only controlling for backdoors only can do so much, right? These controls, we have to take for granted that the controls we're using are good controls. And of course, there's a whole theory illuminated by Udaya Pearl that the taxonomies that describe the issues that can happen when we condition on things, and these things happen to be bad controls, and you alluded to some of them as well. Post-treatment bias and things like that. I know you're well aware of that. But so, you know, while this makes things quite clear and transparent in our argument, once we start conditioning on these things, well, we can introduce a lot of problems. And I teach this in causal inference. I'm not going to go over it here, but you know, just some of the classic issues of bad controls. And that makes our notions of bias worse in estimating these relationships. Conditioning on colliders, if these things are colliders. Conditioning on collinear covariates. We open up the potential for introducing M bias, over control bias, blah, blah. I could go on forever. Udaya Pearl goes on forever. His students go on forever about the issue of bad controls. And this doesn't save us from the issue of bad controls. Okay? So we can illuminate the transparency in the past, but again, this gives us a big the transparency also reveals the issues latent in our kind of identification exercise that we are pursuing. And so, you know, do we need causal analysis, and by causal inference, capital C causal inference, in the way we're trying to pursue in your paper? And I don't think we do. That's kind of a hot take. Do we need this type of causal inference? I'm not sure we should pursue it. But I think what we should do, and what is commendable, we do need cross-country studies. We should pursue these things. We need more of them. We have tools by which to explore cross-country relationships that are important, right? But I think we should back off of making very Herculean causal estimates and focusing on precise causal estimates. I think what you're doing is actually largely right. We should instead use DAG and the language of DAG and our modern econometric toolbox to talk coherently about the factors, the theoretical factors we think are at play. And I think that's something we can do without pigeonholing us ourselves into making very, very strong causal arguments. And so I think this data and your approach opens up the possibility, rather from doing these things in-house, I think it opens the door and invites collaboration among scholars, many of whom are based here, right? To kind of doing causal inference together, using these types of data sets, because we should be doing these types of things. But you're of course, pursuing like a very, it's a struggle to make, of course, these sweeping causal arguments if we're going for very precise causal inference. If we think that this alone, this machinery alone, that we can operate ourselves out of the amalgam of empirical issues that are latent in, or that are implicit in these types of like complex aggregate phenomena, right? What I do think is interesting is the I/O part. The I/O part, I agree, and I'm an I/O person, I'm an industrial policy person. I think you're absolutely right that your data set is something that can be connected to I/O data in some really cool ways. Yes, indeed, we can extend this data and should extend it to economic data, especially trade flows and I/O tables, intra and inter-country as well. I think that's something that we should absolutely do. I think, am I pronouncing Usmani? I think Usmani's entry point actually is the wrong theoretical entry point for doing so. But that doesn't mean at all we should not do it. And I think there are some really kind of within arm's reach ways of integrating this data and asking questions with I/O tables and trade data that can be kind of viable using the data that you all are building. In particular, what Usmani's doing is essentially taking this, he's essentially calculating this thing here right now, this labor share. And manufacturing is going to be a huge part of this calculation. And in economics, kind of like an ironclad thing we see. What we have good theory for, we can model it well, we can describe the mechanisms of, is structural transformation. We can describe structural transformation very tightly. And this is essentially isomorphic to any measure of structural transformation. So how much this is going to tell us theoretically about the phenomena that Usmani's talking about, I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's that useful because it's talking about, it's something that's absolutely isomorphic to these manufacturing patterns we see across OECD countries and across services and across sectors. So I'm not sure that this is a nice place to even start, given what it's measuring, just given what it's mechanically correlated with. And more importantly, he's talking about labor. He's talking about labor shares of economic activity. And if we think of an input-output table here, this is the input-output table I grabbed from my research on South Korea. This is the backward linkages within South Korea for the 1970s. This is actually, these are all sectors within manufacturing alone. So these are very coarse categories, and these are categories talking about labor, but input-output tables do not talk about labor per se. They're talking about value added. They're talking about gross output. They're talking about fundamentally different quantities. Not quite the quantities that Usmani is talking about. And that's not to say that also, too, that construction and transport, these are non-tradable sectors. So thinking about trade flows in terms of these sectors is a bit incongruent given the data we're working with, right? It's not completely insane to do. I think one can still do it, but it's a little awkward. It's a little awkward thinking about this artifact that Usmani's focused on, right? But that said, we do have data. We can look at network structure. And moreover, I should say something about Usmani, too, is nothing about his theory is telling us, nothing about his theory is connected to networks, really, right? It's about aggregate sectors. It tells us nothing about the sectoral relations to one another. Nothing about this theory is about how industries ought to be interconnected. No. It's about the aggregate representation, the aggregate economic activity that's at play, not about the connections within a network. Not about the connections within a network. And the red nodes here are those sectors that are targeted by industrial planning by South Korea in the 1970s and their connections to all sorts of other manufacturing sectors here. So it's, again, a bit of an awkward measure to think about connecting input-output tables to this data. But that said, I think it's still possible, and I think it's something we should still do, because we do have theories that think about network structure. We do have theories that think coherently about network structure. And something that came to mind was Ernest Liu's QJE paper 2019, where he has a network structure. He has a network structure of essentially where technocrats should target, conditional on the network that exists within an industrial economy. Conditional on the network economy that we observe, we have some sufficient statistic that tells us where a coherent, technocratically motivated planner should target stuff, right? And he does this exercise for South Korea and shows that South Korea actually targeted the sectors that were themselves technocratically appropriate sectors. And an early version of this paper, he essentially did the following. He said, okay, we have a measure of how technocratically coherent input-output targeting is. Hey, let's see how that varies across country. And he finds South Korea, China, the East Asian tiger economies seem to target things that are relatively coherent, that are relatively technocratic. Other countries like Latin America seem to diverge from that. So this is just saying there's off-the-shelf theories that account for and take into accommodate network structure and network structure ideas and the interaction between network structure and measures such as the ones you're collecting. Yeah. And so I'm just saying there's also industrial policy data across sectors that you can also combine with this. And this is just to say, I think what you're doing is completely, is what you should be doing. Maybe not with the same theory, maybe not with the same theoretical entry point, but what you're doing in general is the right trajectory and one that I think is actually feasible with a little assumption. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me. Although I have a very unlikely Angelina accent, I'm actually from LA, so it is lovely to be here. I do have some comments, but I'm going to preface my comments by saying that I am a qualitative researcher who mainly does my research by interviewing people. I have been using LinkedIn data to look at skills absorption and migration, but my comments are very much coming from the perspective of someone who does research, qualitative research, usually in one country at a time. And I broadly work on the political economy of development in East Africa and specifically Sudan, Kenya, and Rwanda. So I appreciate that you're trying to build a kind of big global comparative model, and for that to be applicable, you have to be reductive in some way. And a lot of my comments are about complexity, and I realize that I'm kind of pulling you in the opposite direction. Okay, so my first big question is in relation to my late colleague Thandika Mkandawire, who you referenced in your presentation. And Marcus was focusing on Thandika's work on the effect of long-term business cycles on state capacity. But another one of his concepts that I think is one of his most important concepts is this idea of choiceless democracy. And this was... Sure. So one of Thandika's most important concepts was this idea of choiceless democracy. And what he meant by that is that in the 1990s, as various donors were trying to measure democracy and elections in African countries, they were also undergoing structural adjustment policies which limited what states could do. And this whole idea is kind of capturing the fact that for democracy to be coherent, the government has to actually have the policy space to implement the popular will in what it does. Otherwise, you have a very shallow kind of democracy. People vote for people, but those people can't do anything because they've got to follow structural adjustment policies or other kinds of conditionalities. So I think one of the things that's kind of missing in your model, the relationship between democracy and state capacity, is policy autonomy and the sovereignty of states around the world, whether or not they can actually chart their own courses. So Thandika was talking about structural adjustment, but we can think of all sorts of other ways in which low and middle income governments are under all sorts of infringements in their sovereignty, not just in terms of conditionalities, but in terms of the role of donors and large international organizations in the provision of public health, in terms of education policy, in terms of agricultural policy. Agricultural extension has been very privatized. In Kenya, it's also undergone federalism. So now the central state doesn't have control over agricultural budgets. It's at the county level. So there's all sorts of other kind of variables that are getting in the way of this relationship between democratic will and what the state does. Okay, and I think that's very, very important to kind of capture some aspect of policy autonomy and sovereignty if you're going to be making assumptions about whether democracy actually results in any kind of policy change. Okay. I have lots of comments there, but I realize I have to be brief. So the second sort of big point I have is also the degree to which countries have what we might call imaginative space. Okay, the extent to which a domestic intelligentsia is oriented towards domestic public needs and priorities, or whether they're oriented towards foreign actors and organizations that might fund their research or employ them as professionals. And this is something that all the research on developmental states highlights, the fact that developmental states usually have a strong ideological vision. They have a network of intellectuals and policymakers who have some kind of autonomy from international pressures. I've recently, one of my colleagues, Ayob Gabriel-Mariam, has written a paper about the EPDRF in Ethiopia, and the kind of long ideological vision of this party in socialism, but also in nationalism. When I think of Rwanda, there's a very strong ideological vision. And these countries don't just do what the international community tells them to do, they have their own vision. And if I contrast this with my work on Sudan, a colleague of ours, Moz Ali, and I have been looking at the transition in Sudan from regime to regime, looking at social policy, and how much continuity there has been after the revolution in Sudan. And when you look at the professional backgrounds of the new government, they were all working in the World Bank and the United Nations during the previous regime. So the policies that they come up with when they're suddenly put in charge from a popular revolution are the things that the World Bank and the UN have been pushing in Sudan in conflict areas for a very long time. And they're kind of out of step with what the public might want, and there's that kind of incoherence between the popular will and what the policymaking community is doing. So I don't know if there is a way of capturing data about the kind of professional backgrounds, the training of policymakers in government, you know, whether there is that domestic autonomy over ideas and imaginative space. My third point is very much related to the presentation Marcus just made about how the structural features of economies might enlarge or shrink both the state's policy space as well as the relative power of workers or non-elites. And here I think this is a very, very important area to look at. And it reminded me of Timothy Mitchell's book, Carbon Democracy, where he talks about the transition from coal to oil also being a kind of rearrangement of the economic infrastructure to protect it from labor mobilization. So that when late industrializers and late industrializers are mobilizing, they're mobilizing in a very different technological infrastructure, which is in some ways designed to protect capital from disruption. And I see this, I've done research in the business process outsourcing sector, where, you know, there are networks that are developed which are very low cost, low skilled, and they're designed to have very high turnover. It doesn't matter if people mobilize because there is turnover built in. So I think in this model, you need to look at different kinds of data. And I think the literature on the links between economic upgrading and social upgrading, and I'm thinking here of Stephanie Barrientos' work, it's all about the kind of relative rarity of skills within the global economy. That where you have skills clusters which are relatively rare, and when you also have markets seeking FDI, when foreign direct investors are not just interested in low margins, but they want access to your market, both the state and the workers have so much more bargaining power with FDI over the spillover of development. So I wonder if you want to be looking there about kind of skill intensity, you know, the relative rarity of skills within the global economy, the market size, other factors which would kind of really strengthen the power of workers, not just, you know, vis-a-vis the global economy, but also vis-a-vis the state as well. Okay, and the fourth point is that I'm very cautious of work that is always trying to compare between industrialized or post-industrialized economies and those whose economies have yet to undergo structural change, as state capacity and social policy might be having to do very different things. In established market societies, you have strong private sector, you have good entrenched scientific assets and skilled labor, institutionalized trust, all sorts of things, where the kind of role of the state, both in terms of qualitative policies and maybe in terms of the quantity of what the state needs to do, is different. So if you think about demography, aging populations versus very young populations, the state needs to be doing very, very different things. It's also important to realize that in the early industrializers, they are industrializing in a context where they have control over global rules, whereas contemporary developers are trying to industrialize in a world in which they have very little power over setting global rules. So I think it's very important, as others have said, to kind of, if this is going to be a global project, and you're interested in kind of development aspects, as this presentation is about, you need to disaggregate between kind of different economies in terms of their structural characteristics, their kind of relative power within global hierarchies. That's very, very important. So the final point, which I think is one of the things that most interests me in terms of comparative quantitative work in development, is that in the development state literature, there's this perennial question over the sequencing of priorities, kind of the need to grow versus the need to kind of balance regionally and social needs. And whenever we look at if you look at long-term growth rates in African countries, they're very cyclical. And what seems to matter for the long run is what happens institutionally during the boom years. This is Gareth Austin and Morton Jervan's work. So during those boom years, what happens to state institutions and whether they build domestic autonomy? And during those boom periods, states have a choice whether they go for growth, whether they go for redistribution, and how do you balance those two things? And, if you look at an Ethiopian case where there was very good growth for a long time, and now we have civil war in Ethiopia, I think looking at good long-term historical data at that balancing and whether the countries during boom years that focus more on regional redistribution do better in the long term would be a very important and noble project to try to understand developmental policy in a way that would be very useful for the perspective of development. I think that's it. The other point I had, which I kind of skipped over earlier, is on this point about policy space, not just in terms of sovereignty, but also institutional complementarities. So the crossover between industrial policy and social policy, for example, or trade policy and labor policy. Whether or not you can have that institutional complementarity across the states makes a huge difference in kind of rooting both industrial policy and public policies within the, creating economic interests around, for example, the health system. And I think one of the things that has really happened, particularly in African countries, but other countries under conditionalities, is the siloing of priorities like the MDGs and SDGs, where there are single poverty targets. Makes it so much harder for states to try to think about those institutional complementarities. So I was a bit nervous to see that you were kind of when you were talking about coordination capacity, there was very little in that about actual coordination across the government, right? And whether, for example, pension funds are being used for long-term investments, whether there is a kind of industrial strategy around pharmaceuticals and healthcare, whether the skills training in universities is being used for industrial transformation. All of those kind of cross-complementarities that are very important for development, that is a huge part of state capacity that I don't think the index is measuring. So thank you very much.
All right. So I'm Dan Pemstein from North Dakota State University, and I'm the sort of the measurement modeling guy, or one of the measurement modeling guys at VDEM. So I'm kind of like the nerd behind the nerds in the VDEM project. So what I'm going to talk about today is kind of step back a little bit from the extensions that you're talking about right now, and think a little bit about some other extensions that might help nail down the sort of scores you have already, right? And maybe help you to validate those and convince people that this is sort of the right way to go or a very useful way to go. And also think a little bit about, you know, sort of use cases for these sorts of measures and how that drives the project forward. I think one thing like that we can kind of bring a little bit from BDEM is just sort of experience dealing with this sort of like weird bifurcation between we built this for social scientists, but then also there's a big policy interest, and those use cases are very different. And things that work in one realm do not necessarily work in the other, and I kind of want to highlight a few of those things about this process. So a big thing is that this is really an aggregation project, right? So you've got a bunch of existing measures, and you're aggregating them up into different ways. And you've largely used a tool that we use a ton at VDEM as well, which is sort of this Bayesian latent variable modeling framework. These are basically just factor analysis models, except that they give us estimates in a way that the sort of non-Bayesian approaches don't. And I guess they're kind of like the Swiss Army chainsaw of latent variable modeling, right? You can throw a bunch of things at them. They tend to work out pretty well. It's kind of nice. But they only really make sense if you think things follow a sort of generative process, right? And so you guys describe this in your sort of concept paper. It might be in the appendix, I can't remember. Basically this idea, there's some underlying latent variable, and then we get these observables out of it, which are your sort of constituent measures or your manifest variables that are generated from that process. And that may make sense in some contexts, but I'm going to kind of argue that it might not make sense in all the contexts where you're using them. And at VDEM, I think we found that we use these for some things, but not other things, right? So if there was a lot of theory, people would build different aggregations based on those theories that were not necessarily based on this sort of generative model. And in some ways that was super frustrating. Like I was in a bunch of discussions where people started at one aggregation and we talked around the room and everybody was on one side at one side. They'd all flipped by the end. This is a very difficult process. I'm not saying it's easy. And in some ways, taking your hands away from it and saying, hey, I'm just going to throw it into this model is sort of nice. But I'm going to kind of push you a little bit that in some areas you probably want to start thinking a little bit more like maybe the theory tells me that this isn't the right way to do this, right? And so I think it's great overall that you're doing this. I think it was really cool to see you building on the stuff that BDEM's done and remixing it. We always sort of intended that way. I talked to Mark Hart and Mitch Kova and asked if they had any comments because you guys use their stuff so much on the democratic accountability side. And their take was like, well, we're just really happy they're using it. Lerman is in the Bundestag now, so she's too busy to talk about it, but I'm sure she's happy too. But I think there are some cases where this sort of generative process doesn't make sense. And so this is sort of an example of this. I think this is your environmental public goods index, right? Is that correct? And this is a world where I'm not sure that a generative process is really describing what's going on here, right? And so you can have other sorts of processes, right? So one process might be like a constitutive process. I think in order to have this higher order concept, I need this lower order concept and this other lower order concept, right? And so an example from my world, the sort of the democracy world, is, you know, in order to have high levels of electoral democracy, you need suffrage and you need clean and fair elections, right? And they are not like, I have electoral democracy, and when I have electoral democracy, I have suffrage, and when I have electoral democracy, I have clean and fair elections. Turns out North Korea has really good suffrage, right? Like perfect suffrage. And so if you throw it into a model like this, what you get is North Korea is kind of middling in electoral democracy, and that's not what you want, right? And so, you know, in some contexts, it would be fine to throw things in that way. Our electoral democracy index does not build from this sort of basic Bayesian sort of factor analysis framework for that reason. And this gets into this functionally dependent thing as well, right? So what's really going on is you need both of these things. They're interactive, right? And so if you have, you know, pretty comprehensive suffrage and you have clean and fair elections, you have good electoral democracy. If you're missing either of those things, you might have terrible electoral democracy, right? And I don't know that much about environmental public goods, but I have a feeling this might have a similar aspect as well, right? And so one thing that pops out with this is you've got certain things that are like about provision of goods, right? So clean fuels for cooking, access to electricity. To some extent energy intensity, and then you have things that are about like how clean that goods production is, right? So ecosystem protection, share of renewables, your air pollution measure, right? And they don't seem like they're necessarily loading on the same dimension, right? They may be two different things. They may be functionally dependent in the sense that to have high environmental, public goods provision, you need to provide energy and you need to provide clean energy, right? And if you're missing either, well, you can't have one without the other as well, which is sort of a thing. It might have more of a Gutman scale type of shape to it, which is that you could use something like an IRT model, right? Which, I mean, it's the wrong type of variable for this, but the basic idea is, well, there are some things that show that you have a low level of democracy, or a low level on this, and there are some things that would show you have a high level, but you wouldn't expect to see those high level things unless you already have the low level things, and those aren't gonna fit into these sorts of models either, right? And so I'm just gonna push you to think a lot more carefully about how you create some of these indices. In some cases, it looks like it's fine, like everything's loading really heavily. It's not clear to me that some things would be constitutive or that they would have these interactive processes, but in a lot of cases, I'm not sure that that's true. Okay, then in terms of aggregation, so I'm kind of weird person at VDEM in that like I would like not to aggregate things if I could avoid it, right? And I understand the purpose of this project is to aggregate things, and I think that has real use, and I'll talk about that in the use cases in a second. But one thing I would like to see a lot more of is sort of different ways of validating the aggregations that you guys came up with, right? And there's a million different ones. You're not going to say this is the one right aggregation. I understand that. But some things you can think a little bit about is, in some cases, you may be able to predict the aggregations you get with other observables, right? So I have a paper with a few colleagues that shows that the VDEM Liberal Democracy Index, we can use some simple machine learning tools and some basic observables like turnovers and elections, other things that you can just observe, and we can predict that expert index correctly out of sample like 96% of the time, right? Or we're explaining 96% of the variance in that index. So that has a couple nice things to it. It's like, okay, the fact that we used experts might be very useful, but the fact that we can predict that with observables is really helpful in terms of the validation process. It's also useful for figuring out what your biases are, right? And you're not gonna be able to do this anywhere, but everywhere, because sometimes you don't have observables. But we found, so the Liberal Democracy Index at VDEM has a very, very tiny liberal bias, right? So if you look at whether the government is left or right, you see a slight bump for left. It's tiny. It's like, so our colleagues at VDEM were not mad at us that we found this, but like it's a nice way, and we wanted to look to see how bad that was, and it mostly wasn't there. You can regress a lot of things on that and figure out if characteristics of your experts or the people who built your index or whatever are driving things. Other things we've played around with is, choosing a particular aggregation is just really hard, right? So we've done experiments on the people in the VDEM project, asking them to weight different components in different ways to see if we get agreement across different groups. And for some cases we do, in some cases we don't, right? We've done things where we've used our expert pool, right? So we have this 3,000 experts all over the world, political scientists from many, many different countries. And we do conjoint experiments, right? Where we give them the subcomponents of different indices, and we have them pairwise compare two countries that we haven't named, but they're real countries, described by their subcomponents, and they say, okay, this one is higher on the index, or this one is higher on the index. And in the liberal democracy case, we can recover almost exactly our liberal democracy index from this bottom-up aggregation process, right? And so you could imagine doing something very similar, and actually, I could imagine VDEM collaborating with you guys on something very similar, right? Because that's an experiment we just tack on at the end of our process. Where you see is the way that we've conceptualized this, the same way that experts around the world would conceptualize this. And like, this room is not the most diverse room in the world, right? And so being able to see how different people, like experts around the world, look at these things might help you head off some of the criticisms you ran into this morning, right? Someone who studies other parts of the world might realize that this aspect of tax collection does not mean the same thing in different places, for example, right? To use an example before, right? So that China income tax example is like a really good example of that. Actually goes back to the functional dependence or the constituents aspects I talked about before. Okay, so that's most, I think, of what I wanted to say about aggregation. I wanted to talk a little bit about use cases here because what you want to do for different use cases is so different, right? So one thing that jumped out at me in the report is that some of the measures you get, you just can't get on a yearly basis, right? But if you want to speak to a policy audience, one thing that's really jumped out from the VDEM process for me is that you need to be timely, right? So I would just start thinking now, like, how do I deal with the fact that I might not be able to do annual updates and keep speaking to a policy community? So that's like a really like baseline methodology thing. One thing we've started to worry about is once your measures matter, then governments start caring about them, right? So US aid is using our measures now to do all sorts of policy prioritization stuff, which means that governments that care about what US aid is doing care about what our measures say. And like, you know, like the people from the Kazakh embassy will just show up at the University of Gothenburg and be like, you know, our corruption situation is way better than you think, right? But that also makes us worry about like what's going into the measures that we're getting. And, you know, some of that is like pressure on experts in our case, but, you know, like you could have similar things with the sorts of measures that you're using. So it's something to think about. Another big thing, I'm going to skip scientific description for a second, go to program evaluation, right? So once you're doing policy prioritization or speaking to policymakers, then we get to that program evaluation part. And so, you know, Nathan, right? Is that right? Yeah. Kind of pushed this already, but like causal analysis, and I'm going to take it a slightly different direction, but causal analysis of aggregate measures is just really difficult, right? Because like one thing to just think about is like conceptually, if I wanted to treat one of these measures, how would I? Right? Like, so I'm even thinking like one VDEM expert measure. I want to make a shock to, you know, VDEM score number 3,538, right? Like, that would be me doing something that feeds into 5 experts who I've never met, making a decision about a Likert scale question, and then giving a different, you know, outcome on the score, right? Or, you know, forgetting about the like the process by which we learn the measure, there's some latent thing that I can't touch that I want to shock, right? Fundamentally, I don't know how to do that, right? And so I just think that like really pushing that sort of program evaluation or from the scientific point of view, like really, really hard causal analysis is just really difficult when you're working with aggregate measures, right? Because conceptually, I'm not sure I even understand what it means to change those things. And so I think nonetheless that this is still really useful, and that's because both policy prioritization and scientific description are actually really useful. So like one of my colleagues, John Gehring, has this paper called Mere Description. And it's just pointing out that description really, really matters, right? And understanding the processes through which the world works is partially a causal question, but it is largely also a descriptive question, right? And so some of the folks at VDEM have been doing these like sequence analyses that come out of biology, and they're really just like contingency tables, right? But they're looking at sequences of democratization, for example. And you know, some of their findings show that, okay, there's many different pathways to democratization, but it seems that a lot of them go through women's equality, right? And that's not necessarily a causal claim, but it tells us a lot about where we should be looking causally, right? And so I understand that your urge to go in and like, okay, let's pull out the machinery and let's go, you know, hard causal analysis. But I think that like making sure that these measures are really useful for description is kind of the first step here, right? And maybe, you know, something that you should spend plenty of time on. Okay. I won't talk much about validation. You're doing a lot of this in your paper already. There's some stuff at the bottom that could be really, really useful. A lot of what came out in the morning today is people wondering like, okay, what's really different about this? So a bunch of time doing this sort of convergent validity analysis and telling us, this is where my measures differ from the existing things that you have out there. Here are the weird outliers, and I can explain them. One thing that we've tried a little bit is blind case studies, where we have research assistants do case studies based on the concept we're interested in, and then we go and see if the data looks like the case study that they did. That can be really useful, especially if you're looking at particular outliers or weird cases to figure out if your models are picking up like the real world in the way that you want. And then finally, you guys have measures of uncertainty here. They don't really show up in the report, but like the analyses that you're doing pump out measures of uncertainty. And I think it's really important to work more on communicating those. They're hard to communicate to policy and audiences, not because they don't understand them, they do, but because they don't have time for them, right? And because they want you to give you a pithy answer, right? And so being able to make quick probabilistic statements like we're 99% sure that there's been a big drop in this country is super useful. It also helps with this big problem that we've run into, which is that using these sorts of models, stuff wiggles and is meaningless because it's inside like your uncertainty bars. And you'll be talking to someone, they'll be like, why was there this jump here? And I'll come in and be like, it doesn't mean a damn thing, right? But that's not very satisfying to a policymakers. They're like, no, but there was a jump, right? And so I haven't solved this, but like you're a project that's going to be doing similar things, and I think it's really useful to think about how do you explain to people that like the uncertainty often dwarfs the size of the changes that you get. Oh, and then just a little thing, keep it interval, never go into the like, you are now a democracy, you are now not a democracy, because that gets hairy as hell, and people get very angry, and I would avoid these qualitative assessments. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. It was a very, very rich session. Of course, we are well into our coffee break already, but I want to be sure that we entertain any question or comments that might be coming from the audience, from the participants. Yes, please. We need a microphone again now, or maybe or come up here. It might be easiest.
This is mostly just to build on a point that was just made, but like stipulate you could estimate the causal relationship you're interested in. Like what would you learn? Because I think to Daniel's point, like you have some aggregate measure of a treatment and you don't even know like in real world terms how you'd affect it. And so I also am like a bit skeptical that pushing this in the direction of like hardcore causal analysis is both challenging for the reasons that Nathan articulated. I also don't know that it provides you like clear guidance in terms of policy prescription.
I mean, it's more like the problem is that people come with those causal statements to us, like you did this morning, and kind of we have to find a way to communicate about those different relationships, like between GDP and state capacity. Kind of we have to find a language almost to work through this. So I would say we are not really married to a causal framework, and we are not trying to kind of build, try to construct perfect estimates. The idea is more to have a framework to think through this, and sometimes kind of if you run into measurement problems like that, you have a negative effect suddenly of democracy of public goods provision that doesn't make sense. We want to have something akin to a causal framework that helps us to understand this. So the goal is more to understand kind of which kind of biases and problems might be in our data set and how can we over time kind of improve our understanding of relationships between our variables rather than saying kind of democracy has an impact of 0.2 on public goods provision. That's not really my goal, but I need some way to think through this and to communicate this, because how would you do it? I mean, just to ask the question back, if you don't do something like this, I mean, what would be your solution? I mean, I think that's probably what I would also do, kind of if the perception of the index would be different, because kind of I came into this project as a researcher afterwards, and it's kind of, it's almost this causal relationship built into it, thinking about it, about accountability, state capacity, and public goods provision, and kind of if you have the index set up like this, and you see kind of a negative relationship in a scatter plot, kind of you have to explain it somehow. I mean, you're perfectly right. That's what I would also do if I could start kind of a green field, but it's partly a communication issue that stems from past dependency in the project.
Yes. Marta. Yeah.
Yes, well, thank you. It's been fascinating to hear and to listen to all the nuances and areas of perfection of an index. But I think I'd go back to Hirschman, who used to say, we never tell when we fall into the truth. We always tell when we fall into error. And regarding the last speaker, I think social sciences has been extremely shy in never telling. We are 90% sure that this is so. We are 80% sure. I mean, I studied economics, and economists, they are arrogant as hell. They state 100 things that never happen, and they correct their own indices as long as, as the time goes on. What do? We do exactly the contrary. We say, oh, no, wait a minute. We're not so sure, This may be, but then it may not. And I think that, your effort and this index, I mean, there's so many others as well, VDEB, another one, should not be treated as not falling into the truth. Because even medicine, I mean, medicine says when your heart pressure is over 9, you have a heart problem. Are we able to say that in social sciences with our indices? I think I have a lot of criticism to this index, and I can, make a list of it. But on the other hand, are we able to say anything of that sort? We're 80%. If you're 80% above this number, above this index, then you're in trouble. I think it's time that social sciences may start getting a little less shy. I'll talk about when it's my time.
Marta, Hirschman's principle of the hiding hand was in many ways the father of this project, because nobody in his right mind would take it on. Right? If you knew about the pitfalls you could fall into. So I'm looking at around the room if there are other comments and questions. Looking at the panel. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think you make a great point about problems interpreting a causal estimate very precisely as a dose response. I think that's super well taken. I think that's a good point. But I can't help but to think a lot of the things we're talking about today, a lot of the kind of relationships we're talking today, are fundamentally kind of coarse, nebulous concepts like the relationship between state capacity and public good provision. Like these things are ultimately hard to even talk about or conceptualize within a dose response framework in the way we were used to talking about estimates and estimands. And I guess to your point, I agree here. And I think it's okay that even if we can't have a precise interpretation as we would in an RCT for deworming about the artifacts you're after, a lot of what we're thinking about is the relationship causally between these artifacts. And I think that's okay to be kind of coarse and imperfect with the interpretation, because these are fundamentally imperfect quantities that we're thinking about, and abstract ones. And that's just a point. Yeah.
Other comments from the panel? Andreas.
Well, just a quick plea along the lines of what you just said, to continue with these aggregate, imprecise indices, and to talk about these big concepts like state capacity and public goods in these terms, although it makes the identification of causal effects much more difficult. But if we go down the causal identification path, then we end up with research that shows that more rural health clinic improves the average life expectancy of rural people, or something like that along these lines. So we end up with very precisely identified relationship between very disaggregated variables that are, for the general discussions in the social sciences,
utterly meaningless, or they're not meaningless, of course, but they're very difficult to relate back to the bigger questions that you try to capture with these aggregate indices. It's just a plead. I think it's a trade-off, and from my point of view, it's worth to be nebulous and imprecise and make causal inference more difficult, but on the other hand, have the ability to address these bigger questions in a more straightforward way.
That was a good closing statement for the session. Thank you so much to the panel and to Marcus and to the comments from you. Let's take a 10-minute coffee break, and then we come back for the last session today. let's continue and make sure you have enough coffee to survive the next hour and a half. We're now shifting. Excuse me. Excuse me. Hello. Yes. Let's continue. We're now shifting gears. We no longer, at least for a while, focus on the BGI. We will now look at different international data projects, right? And we will start by looking at projects that are based on population surveys, right? And we will first hear from Christian Hapfer from the University of Vienna. He will talk about the World Value Survey. Then we have Richard Weike here with us, and he's from the Pew Research Center and the Pew Global Attitudes Survey. Then we have Marta Lagos from Mori, and that's the Latino Barometer. And last but not least, we have Gimea Boodi from the Ghana Center for Democratic Development. And I'm also very pleased that we have the past chair of the Public Policy Department here at the Luskin School, Marty Gillens, and he will be the commentator. And let's then welcome Christian Hapfer from the World Value Survey.
Thank you very much, Helmut. Good afternoon. For me, it's good morning. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning. But I'm a late bird, so it's okay. If you can upload my presentation. Brilliant. So I'm talking about the World Value Survey. We are an international survey program studying the values and attitudes of people. I'm the president, and I'm professor of political science in Vienna. I'm also director of the Institute for Comparative Survey Research in Vienna, Austria. Okay, what are we doing? The survey is a global research project that explores people's values and beliefs, stability and change over time, and the impact on social and political development of societies in different countries of the world. Since 1981, the World Value Survey has carried out representative national surveys in over 120 countries and societies containing 95% of the population of the world. So we're studying countries, but also societies, like Hong Kong, Taiwan. So we are not focusing alone on countries. Our project studies a broad scope of topics and issues, including social values, political values, economic values, cultural values, religious values, ethical norms, moral taboos, perception of democracy, perception of autocracy, electoral behavior, civic activism, protest activism, perception of gender norms and equality, happiness and well-being, social and political trust, electoral integrity, media use, civil society, social capital, among others. So you can see we have a huge battery which lasts about 2 hours. If a person has higher education, it takes only 1 hour and 20 minutes. So we're up to 2 hours and a half duration. That's why we cannot do telephone interviews, because nobody is listening for 2 hours on the telephone to some interviewer. So we are, on the one hand, a research infrastructure. On the other hand, we are the largest social science research program in survey research. So we are both a network, infrastructure, and research program. We are studying changing values and the impact on social and political life. And our network includes sociologists, political scientists, survey researchers. So we are a broad bunch of people, economists, and so on. So we have to learn the language of the others because sociologists have different terms to political scientists, as you know. So we are working with about 250 institutions from 150 countries. So who are we in a nutshell? We are the largest non-commercial academic social survey program. We are organized in waves. We think that values don't change overnight. If you are vegetarian, you're not a vegetarian this week, and next week you're not vegetarian. So it takes longer. Some people, some young people, like my nieces, they change sometime, but not from 1 week, from 1 year to the next. So there's a change, of course. But the assumption is that values are a little bit slow. They don't change as quickly as attitudes towards corona, etc. So every 5 years, we call this wave. We have a wave. And we are covering about 120 countries and about 95% of the world population. We have more teams than we do actually in every wave, because sometimes a team is not able to get the funding. So we have a team ready, but if there's no funding available, they cannot participate. And we have now a time series, because previously some colleagues said we need a long time series to have a long durée. And we started in 1981, so we are around and about since 40 years. So we have a very nice time series. We have about 600 indicators, and our data was used in about 30,000 publications. And we have about 80,000 citations for WS in Google Scholar. Our data is downloaded about 1 million times a year. And our data is completely free. We are 20 in the leading team, including Dr. Lagos. We are scholars, and we are sort of volunteers. We are not, nobody of us is paid for what we are doing, because we love what we are doing, and we are like the fire brigade in Austria. We love to not to fight fires and to study without any payment. But this is our hobby, or our vocation, let's say. So we are also, we have many offices. The main office at the moment is in Vienna. Then we have the legal seat in Stockholm in Sweden, the data archive in Madrid in Spain, and we have more and more regional offices. So we have hubs, WS hubs. One is in Argentina for Latin America, one is in Sweden for Northern Europe, and one is in Spain for Southern Europe. But we are planning to have more hubs in the future in different parts of the world, because it's important to have also regional representation, regional experts talking in Spanish about Spain and South America, etc. Not on the global scale alone, but also on the regional level. So we have 7 waves. The first wave was in 81 with 24 countries, and then we increased it to 48, 71, 60. And the most recent wave, we covered 85 countries between 2017 and 2020. So we conducted 129,601 quantitative interviews. So we are not doing qualitative research, it's not a focus group. We are doing large-scale quantitative research, but also qualitative. So it's not here, but we do also focus groups, we do pre-tests in order to find out what are a good questions for India, for South Africa, and so on. So we try to don't be Western-centric, but we try to be as inclusive as possible. That's why we have altogether 22 scholars in the 2 leading groups, and they are from all countries, and we have a very good gender equality. We have also female and male here, so we are trying to have full gender representation. We are doing probability random samples. The sample size is between 1,000 and 5,000. If a country has more than 2 million inhabitants, the minimum sample size is 1,200. So if Slovenia and or Andorra, they need only 1,000. If you have more than 2,000 inhabitants, you need at least 1,200, because only then you can have subgroups, young women, and et cetera, et cetera. Our mode is face-to-face, puppy or copy, as either on paper or with an iPad. About 90% of the surveys. But we have also postal surveys, especially in Australia, because Australia is very hard to visit all respondents, also in New Zealand. Our data, you can see these links, are free. You can go after dinner or before dinner or instead of dinner and download our data. It's all free in SPSS, SIS, or others. If you don't like the statistical packages, if you want to have a hands-on approach, or if you hate all these SPSS things, you can go online. There's a button for online survey and ask the online system, give me gender by age and emancipative values in Canada. And the system gives you a graphic which you can download and put into your seminar paper or into your book. So you don't have to learn SPSS anymore. This is all free. So this is a short list of our partners. We work with the World Bank, we work with the Gates Foundation, SDG 16 initiative, UNICEF, UNDP. These are all our partners. With all of them we have MOUs, and we work together with them. Again, most of them don't give us any money. We just cooperate with them. And there are many reports, the World Happiness Report, and many human development reports. They're using our data also. Okay, so now I would like to show you what are our indicators in terms which are related somehow with your project. So one index is the index of regime support. I published a book with Oxford University Press about this. And this includes support for democracy, but also support for other regimes. So the index of democracy, regime support, is on the one hand support for democracy, on the other hand the absence of support for non-democratic alternatives, like a strong leader, like expert government, like army rule, like a system which has religious law as the leading opposition. So this is an index of these 6 questions with almost a Likert scale from 1 to 4. Then we have different notions of democracy, which we call liberal understanding of democracy, which includes free and fair elections, civil liberties, gender equality, as a liberal understanding. And then we have misperceptions of democracy, because people say democracy is about unemployment benefits, income equality, and autocratic notions religious authorities should take over. So in some countries, like in China, they say we are democracy, but on the basis of a different concept of democracy. And we have the whole scale. Where, the more blue it is, the more liberal is this country. So Canada is a bit more liberal than the USA. And authoritarian, you also can see there is a different development. So these are our lists of essential elements of democracy. And the way people answering these essential elements, we can tell them, group them into liberal Democrats or authoritarian misunderstanding of democracy without calling it democracy. So we are, for example, if people say religious authorities interpret the laws, this is a typical authoritarian justification of democracy in Iran, for example. And people choose the leaders in free elections is a liberal concept. If they receive states, comes back to the social contract before. If a state is delivering social welfare, then people say, this is democratic because they give me a pension, they give me a stipend. But it's not democratic. It's a misunderstanding of democracy. So we try to solve this problem by having these different types of understandings. Then Pippa Norris in a new book about in praise of skepticism, trust but verify with Oxford University Press. She develops an index of political trust, and there she has 6 levels of trust: parliament, civil service, political parties, government, courts, police. And she's basically the whole book on this what is trust and how it develops, and et cetera, et cetera. So for example, the darker green it is, the more trust. Again, here Canada is a bit higher level of political trust than the USA. This is referring to the last 2 waves between 2014 and 2022. So Pippa Norris, who is vice president of our organization, published this book. The book comes out in, I think, just now. It should be just now available. Then we have the famous Engelhardt-Welzel cultural map. This map is also on our website, where you can see the dynamic movement of countries over time, where America is moving, where Germany is moving in the last 40 years. And you have here this division of cultural values between Protestant Europe, English-speaking, Catholic Europe, Orthodox Europe. And as you can see, the USA is here, just here, in Catholic Europe and English-speaking Europe. Yeah, okay, I'm almost done. Then we have our Vice President, Chris Wetzel. He was developing an index of the emancipative values. And then we have Gender Social Norms Index, which is used by the Human Development Report for 2022, which was published a few months ago. This is about political, educational, economic empowerment of women. It was published just now by the Human Development Report. And then we have an index about gender bias, and an index of perceived human security, which was also developed, published in the Development Report in December last year, and which is also published in a special report. That's it. I hope I was in time. Thank you very much. Should I say this here? Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much, Christian. But what you may not know, Christian, I actually run the 2000 wave in the United Kingdom, for the United Kingdom at that time. And we met at the University of Leuven to talk about the questionnaire construction. And we were fighting over every question. And I cannot remember a session. It was 2 long days, right, where colleagues got at each other because said, this is not the way you can do it. You have to ask it that way. No, in Belgium it's different, right? And so everybody came up with these idiosyncrasies. But in the end, I think it was very, very good because it really, these sometimes combative exchanges among colleagues move the World Value Survey forward. And you learn a lot in these projects, I must say. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
We are democratic, and we try to get all voices, to be inclusive of all religions.
Yeah, so there was a lot of talk about the validity of question construction, and the other big issue, and I'm sure Marty will probably talk about it, is of course the sample design. Yeah. But let's move over to Pew.
Great. Well, thanks so much. It's great to be here. It's great to have a chance to share a little bit of the work that we do at the Pew Research Center. Mark, it was good to see some Pew data in your slides earlier on how polarized Americans are. We've asked them those same questions in other countries, and it's not only striking how polarized Americans are, but how polarized they are compared to other countries. I mean, we really stand out on a lot of those things when you look at other nations. What I thought I would do today is talk just a little bit about the center and our approach to international surveys, and then I'll talk a little bit about surveys and indices and some things we've done that might be relevant to those discussions. So as I said, I'll start out just a little bit on the Pew Research Center model and how we go about doing our work. As a little bit of background, we are essentially a think tank based in Washington. We get the bulk of our funding from the Pew Charitable Trust, so that's where the name comes from. We do get funding from other foundations and other sources as well. We are nonprofit, nonpartisan, non-advocacy. As it says here, we'd like to call ourselves a fact tank rather than a think tank because we put such an emphasis on facts, data, empirical research, and we don't make policy recommendations, which makes us a little bit different from other think tanks in Washington and elsewhere. We have a number of different research programs. I won't go through all these. Many of them tend to be mostly domestic focused, but there are a few that are internationally focused as well. I'll point out the Religion and Public Life team. My colleagues who work on the religion team at Pew look at the intersection of religion and public life domestically, but also internationally. Each year they put out a report on restrictions on religious freedom around the world, which includes a couple of indices on government restrictions on religion and social hostilities around religion, I believe in 198 countries around the world. So as you're thinking about other sources that are out there you might want to look at, that's a good one to potentially look at as well. In the lower right there, that's the part of the Pew World iDirect, the Global Attitudes and Trends program. And what we do is we conduct surveys around the world on political, social, and economic issues. A lot of what we do can be put into broad categories of international affairs and democracy. And we do, a number of different types of research projects, but the biggest thing we do is an annual survey each spring in countries around the world. And the size of it varies, the scale of it varies. It's been as many as 50 countries, as few as 15, so it's varied a little bit over time. And how we go about doing that work is we work with a variety of different research partners. I'm trying to just give you a little outline of that here. At Pew, we develop the research agenda, we identify the topics, write the questionnaire. As it says here, we oversee and direct the entire process. That includes an international methods team we have at Pew that works very closely with our partners to make sure they're adhering to the high methodological standards that we've set. And what we do is we contract with what we call here a coordinating vendor, or sometimes more than one coordinating vendor. And these tend to be big companies like maybe Gallup or Ipsos or Kantar, or smaller ones that work in specific regions. And those coordinating vendors do a lot for us. So they help us ensure that we're getting high quality data, and they manage the relationship with our local vendors. And those local research partners are, of course, very, very important to what we do. They come up with the initial sample design. They do the initial translation, although we have a very complicated translation process. It also involves a linguistics company in Brussels that verifies our translations and works with us on that as well. But the local vendors do the translation, they train the interviewers, they conduct the field work, and they let us know if what we're asking makes sense in those given contexts. Right? We get a lot of feedback from them about concepts and topics and the way we've asked our questions and whether it makes sense in that given country. So, working with those local partners is very, very important to what we do. One other thing I wanted to mention is we think a lot about audiences. Audiences has come up a couple of times over the course of the day, and I think it's important for what we do. And it's important for a project like the BGI. You're trying to reach certainly academics, but I think you also want to reach policymakers. You want to be part of a public conversation about these important topics. So, thinking about your audiences is really important. At Pew, we care about a lot of different audiences, but our top three really are the media, the engaged public, and policymakers. The media in particular, we do a lot of work with. Here's an example of a Washington Post magazine cover. When the Post wrote a story about our 2017 poll on America's global image, The visual there kind of tells it all of what we found. After Trump was elected, America's image declined. That's a story that's been of big interest to the media, and we think a lot about that kind of thing. I mentioned our Digicoms team down there at the bottom. You know, caring about the audience also means dedicating a lot of resources to it. So we have teams on communications, digital, graphics, social media that we all sort of label Digicoms. We have about 175, 180 employees at the center. About 40 of them work in the digital comms space, right? So we have not only a lot of researchers, but a lot of people out there trying to make that research accessible to a broad audience. So that's a little bit about the center, and let me talk some about how you might use survey research in this kind of indicator-based research, index-based research. One thing I thought was interesting in the report is that there was a little discussion on using survey research that is outside of the index, and there was an example of that in the report. Why might you do this? To me, one possible benefit of it is a sort of a check on expert evaluations. This index relies a lot on expert evaluations from VDM and other sources. I'm a huge fan of VDM. It's a great source, an outstanding project, and expert evaluations are very important to this kind of thing. I think it could be valuable too sometimes to look at these expert results in conjunction with public opinion results, right? What are average citizens saying when you ask them questions on these issues and questions that tap into these concepts? At Pew, we've done some research comparing elites to the average citizen in a given country, and as you might expect, right, there's gaps. So I think, looking at how average citizens think about an issue alongside expert evaluations can be useful at times. Obviously, using survey indicators outside of an index extends the analytical power of it as well, allows you to address concepts in a different way than maybe the index itself does not. One example you give in the report is looking at trust in government, I believe from the World Values Survey, a question about how much people trust government, and analyzing it in conjunction with the Public Goods Index. I'm sure there's a lot more that you can do. And at Pew, we've done a little bit of this in the past. I mentioned a couple of examples. We've looked at attitudes about gender equality alongside the World Economic Forum's Gender Gap Index, for instance. And then we've looked at our questions we ask about democratic values alongside other types of data about democracy. And I'll talk a little bit about that. Christian, you and I were thinking alike because you drew on some questions that you've asked in the past that are very similar to ones I'm going to talk about here. We've asked some questions in our surveys that are similar to what the World Values Survey has done when it comes to sort of regime types, right? And I draw an example here that we did back in 2017, where I believe we were in 37 countries around the world, and we asked people about different kinds of government. Representative democracy and whether you think that's a good idea or a bad idea for governing your country. And then we also asked about some non-democratic approaches as well, governing by experts, governing by a strong leader who doesn't have to bother with courts or parliaments, and then military rule. And when we did that, one thing that sort of jumped out of that data is that people think representative democracy is a very good idea, right, overwhelmingly. But surprisingly, they're quite often open to other forms of government as well. So it's not like they reject representative democracy, but even in many consolidated or supposedly consolidated democracies, you have significant numbers of people who are open to these non-democratic approaches. So we wanted to look at that in a little more detail. So we built a measure which I described here a little bit that looks at commitment to democracy. So under this measure, you're considered committed to democracy if you support representative democracy and don't support any of the non-democratic alternatives. You're less committed if you support representative democracy, but also support at least one of the non-democratic forms of government. And then we labeled you non-democratic if you don't support representative democracy, but you support at least one of the other forms of government. And then, we had an other category, which is only a very few people who don't support anything, essentially, when we ask them about these different regime types. And then what we did was we tried to look at the relationship between that measure and the Economist Intelligence Unit's measure of democracy, their democracy index score. And hopefully you can make that out. The formatting's a little bit off there, but there's something of a pattern here. In the vertical axis, what you've got is the percentage of people in each country who are committed to representative democracy under this measure, and then the horizontal axis is that EIU democracy index score. So as you can see at the top right, you get places where there's a high level of commitment in our survey and a high score on the EIU index, places like Sweden, Germany, the Netherlands, Canada. You can see in the lower left, we've got places where there's a low score on each of these measures: Vietnam, Russia, Nigeria, a few other places down at that end. And then you get some interesting sort of outliers as well. A place like Greece or India might be interesting in different ways, who are pretty far off the plot line. So, this is the kind of thing that I think can help tell a story about public attitudes and about, objective measures of democracy in a given country, or expert-based measures of the level of democracy in a country. Something else we've done is look at attitudes towards free expression around the world. And maybe this would be something that could be valuable looking at alongside some of the measures that get into free expression in the BGI. Basically, we created an index based on 8 questions we asked about the parameters of free expression, basically. What do people think about free speech and what should be allowed or not, and freedom for the media, and what kind of restrictions should be placed on the media in a given country. So when we did this, the darker blue countries are high levels of support for free expression, and the sort of orangey pink countries are where there's less. So the U.S. was actually on the top when we did this. They had the highest level of support for free expression according to this measure. Also a lot of support for free expression in Europe, Latin America, a few other places. Less so in Russia, Ukraine, Turkey, West Africa, South Asia. So you get some interesting, I think, variation around the world, and this might be the kind of measure that could work in conjunction with other types of measures that are, in the BGI index, for example. So that's examples of survey research being used outside the index. There are also, I think, possibilities for using survey measures as part of an index, right? Why would you do that? One is the value of subjectivity. This is something that the report talks about a little bit when you're talking about why you're using expert evaluations, right? Sometimes the objective measures might suggest there has been an increase in capacity, but the subjective measures may tell you that that hasn't actually happened, right? It actually hasn't come to fruition. And I think the same is true for average citizen surveys, right? You maybe get a read on, through a subjective measure, whether people are experiencing this increase in capacity or this change in terms of the delivery of public goods. There's some value to having the average citizen's voice in these measures as well. I think we want to be inclusive in building these kinds of measures, and it gives them, I think, more legitimacy in some ways if you've built these scores listening to the voices of average citizens. Katarina, I give you and Dennis Snower a shout out here. Katarina's in the audience. I think you've done some interesting work to build some indices around agency and solidarity that do, in fact, incorporate survey measures as part of those those scores, drawing on data, I believe, from the Gallup World Poll. And I think there's other examples out there too where people have done this. There are a lot of challenges to doing this kind of work, incorporating survey measures, mostly dealing with resources, right? If you want to do 100 countries in your study, you got to do a survey in 100 countries. That's a big lift. It costs a lot of money and a lot of time. So, scale, regularity, as well as rigor and quality are all going to take a commitment of resources if you want to do surveys on a regular basis as part of an index building project. And then the last thing I'll mention is data harmonization is maybe a way around some of these challenges. Taking surveys from different sources, from different organizations that may have asked questions in a slightly different way, and harmonizing those in a way that may give you data you can use in conjunction with an index. I don't know much about the technical details of what they've done, but the Center for the Future of Democracy at Cambridge University has done some interesting work on this front, looking at, for example, satisfaction with democracy. They've drawn on data we've done in terms of asking people about democracy, as well as lots of other survey organizations, pulled it all together so you can use it comparatively cross-nationally. And I think that might be a promising area for drawing on existing surveys in a way that makes them compatible with an index like the BGI. And I'll leave it there. Thanks a lot.
So after two global projects, we look at two regional ones. The first one will be the Latino Barometer, and Marta, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. It's my first time at UCLA. So a new world has been discovered with your index, to me. I think the title of the meeting is challenging, Advancing Governance Indicator. Somebody said this morning, what for? Well, we started our research because we wanted to explain, and we wanted that explanation to be meaningful for those who take action, social and political actors. And that's where the survey got its power. It only exists because it is meaningful for social and political actors. Otherwise, it wouldn't be there. We are a very, very small, the whole office space is not larger than this room, very small organization, NGO based in Santiago de Chile. We conduct national representative samples of the adult population of each country, of altogether 600 million inhabitants of Latin America, with a sample size from 1,000 to 1,200 cases per country, it should say. It's in Spanish there. We have accumulated 450,000 interviews with more than 1,500 variables. All this is available at our website, and we have the same a system that the World Value Survey has. Our database is also in Spain, and you can download it, or anybody can use the online access, for which you don't need any expertise at all. So as I say, this survey exists because it has become a useful tool for social and political actors. Now, there's a world of barometers. I'm the one, together with our colleague in Taipei, Yunhan Chu, who coordinate these, what we call the global barometer. You will also find the global barometer on the websites. And we coordinate the Asian barometer, the Afro barometer with GMI, the Arab barometer, and the Eurasia barometer. Christian Hempfer is, as you see, it's a very small family. Well, you know, we're the freak ones who work for nothing and travel the world to try to, you know, put all this data up. And the question is, what for? I mean, is it any good? We coordinate with try to coordinate with the World Value Survey, and I will tell you later how much we coordinate. I also belong to the CSES, the Comparative Study of Electoral Systems, that is based in Ann Arbor, Michigan. We have connections with the European Social Survey and the Eurobarometer. And of course, who doesn't look at the General Social Survey? So these are, you know, it's a family of families where we draw our knowledge from. But then again, and then there's your type of index. How much are we making of all this data that is out there? Is it not confusing us instead of making things clearer? I insist that social science should make an effort in trying to be like the economists and produce indicators that tell things for, with a certainty, with a definition of certainty that things are happening. We are far too honest intellectually to say, well, this is a subjective indicator, it may be that way or it may be the other way. Say, for example, we have with the World Value Survey different questions for democracy. And the conclusions you get with the different questions are different because the questions are different. So we need to produce, as you're trying to, standard indicators that mean the same. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So what can we improve in comparative research, which is the task I was invited here to do, to talk about improvements? Well, first of all, sample frames. National statistics have not improved in Latin America in the last 20 years. It was better 20 years ago, and they have been declining together with democracy. So our national representation of population is restricted to that quality. Actually, we use Google today or Facebook, a lot of things that can sort of fill in the gaps of the national statistics. Well, we don't also have the possibility of doing like in Holland, for example, in the Netherlands, where you could use the electoral register to do the national election or national representative surveys. And there is this new thing that has developed with the pandemic, the panels. There are 3 companies in Latin America that offer panel studies. They may have 1 million subscribers in a country, in a given country. They try to do a little bit what YouGov does in Britain. Of course, YouGov does it properly and the panels do it sort of commercially. But then you can't use these panels for a national representative survey because they are highly underrepresenting low strata, low education and income. So you can forget that. So you have to come back. Unfortunately, in Latin America, we still do face-to-face. We're going to field the 2022 survey next month face-to-face. So now, what else can we do to improve? Well, hold on. There. Well, we can improve the questionnaires. Developing cross-cultural, multilingual comparative questions is by far an underdeveloped area of empirical research and the most challenging one. I see you have taken part in some of the discussions sometime. Well, there's nothing harder than to give in and change a given question that has already been applied somewhere. And I was talking to our colleague from Pew at lunchtime. It's like when you have a research program that does comparative multicultural analysis, you try to do it different than the other. You never try to converge or get together with the other to try to make a standard indicator. No, what you do is you try to make it the most different possible so that you can distinguish the research programs. I think social sciences is kicking themselves away from becoming a real tool for others if your objective is to be useful for social political actors beyond the science itself. So what are the things I would talk about when talking about questions is first the limits of the instrument. There was a very wide and well-funded research done, maybe finished 6 months ago, from the OECD, directed from Paris, and of course with the majority of economists. Well, they decided to do all the questions on a 1 to 10 scale because it was easier for the model. So you have a fantastic survey with fabulous sample designs, an enormous amount of money invested, and then all your indicators are 1 to 10. And the more arguments you gave them, I was invited to participate in the questionnaire design, the more they said, oh, no. We want this for this model, and this fits this way, so therefore, let's use a 1 to 10 scale. So that's a menace today, because, of course, questions have to do with the objective of the question, and not necessarily with the objective of the method you're going to use to analyze a question. And then there is the use of different techniques, which comes also to the scales. Say, for example, in Latin America, you have to use the middle scale. That if you use a 4-point scale, you need a 5-point scale. You use a 6-point scale, you need a 7-point scale. When Ronald Inglehart invited us the first time to Ann Arbor in 1989, there was the left-right scale with 10 points, okay? Now, where is the middle in 10? There is no middle in 10. So we managed to convince them that you need to have a 0, because when you're in Latin America, you want to be in the middle, and you choose the 5. But if you choose the 5 because the 5 is a numerical middle, you will not be in the numerical scale from 1 to 10. And therefore, all your analysis will be skewed, because you wanted to be in the middle, and there is no middle. So when you do cross-cultural analysis, you need to consider the cultural context of whatever it is you're doing in order to be able to produce a question that reflects that culture. And in that sense, I would say your index is extremely Western. Extremely Western in the sense that you don't know what it would be if you would consider those cultural aspects for the index in each of the regions that the index covers. And then there is, of course, the question format that is also relevant to discuss. Now, which are the questions that are out there in social research, empirical survey research, that are identical and that you can find spread out through literature or newspapers or social political actors? There's this question that was developed by Morlino and Juan Linz in the early ages of democratization in Southern Europe. That is a 3-point scale, 1 democratic, 1 indifference, and 1 authoritarian. That's one of the few, very few. I'm only going to show you 3 because there's no more. And here is the Global Barometer's result on these on this question. Now, when you see these differences, what should one look like for? And when I was looking at the differences of your index, where are the cleavages? What indicators do you have in your index to report for the cleavages of each region that can explain the differences of this indicator? So, cleavages is, I'm an economist, sorry. We have this thing called the non-explained heterogeneity. You have the equation, and then you have this bulk of stuff. It's called, whatever it is you can't explain, you put it there. Well, things that I find in the index that are in this box of the unexplained heterogeneity for Latin America. Where is legitimacy? Where is representation? Where is what Dahrendorf calls the ligatures, the relationship between people? I left for lunch and left my computer on the table because I trust you guys. But that doesn't happen. I was in Barranquilla last week in another conference. Nobody leaves anything on a table if you leave the room, because we live in very distrustful societies. Where is distrust in the index? So you have all these perception indicators. The weight of perceptions change completely the performance of normative and objective facts. And Latin America is not about facts. I mean, what's happening in Brazil has nothing to do with facts. It has all to do with perceptions. And therefore, in order to include this part of the equation, the unexplained heterogeneity, you need to consider these, at least for the region I know, for Latin America, these aspects. Because at the end of the day, somebody said this morning, do we know more? Okay, I'm finishing. Do we know more? Well, maybe we know too much, and that's why we don't know enough. Because we can't make sense of the whole thing. You know, we put it together. It's such a big equation with so many dimensions that the more we add a dimension, the more it is almost impossible to produce an equation. So I would say that's the challenge of an index. You know, what do you need to leave out because it's not relevant enough? And what do you need to include because it's too relevant to exclude? Second question that is widely four-point scale. This is the Eurobarometer question that is there. Apropos, Eurobarometer used to have the first question. They dropped it because they thought, my discussion with the people, with Max Kase in the European Social Survey, Marta, democracy is here to stay. That was 15 years ago. It's not there to stay. So there's another lesson to be learned from history there, that what you think is permanent is not necessarily permanent. Here's satisfaction with democracy, the barometers and the Eurobarometer. These are the three, and this is the last one, the trust question. These are the only three indicators where you go and look in any of the comparative surveys that are around the world that are there to stay. All the rest are different. Again, democracy question, the World Value Survey, which I'm part of, I haven't been able to convince those guys to put our indicator, and they haven't been able to convince us to put their indicator. So how do we do this? And this is the result for trust. So I think, you know, you're building an index, don't make the same mistakes we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marta. I recall that Juan Linz and Miguel, you may also recall that he was really upset when he found out that the European Social Survey dropped that question, which he thought is absolutely important. Yeah.
And we were not able to convince them. Marina and a bunch of guys, you know, were not able to convince them.
Yeah. Last but not least, we have our friends from Africa, and we hear about the African barometer. So over to you.
Thank you, and thank you all for your patience in waiting for the last presentation. It's been a long day, but I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad to share with you a few of our experiences in running the Afrobarometer. My name is Jima Bwedi, but my friends call me Jima. I'm one of the three co-founders of the Afrobarometer, and was its executive head until 2 years ago when we were fortunate enough to get the handsome young man, Dr. Asunka, back there from UCLA, coming to head the Afrobarometer. So I am free from that yoke. But we founded about 2 decades ago, essentially with the vision of giving voice to Africans. And it's been our commitment since then and we do this with 3 core objectives. One is to collect high quality data on African opinions, African perceptions, African experiences, and to widely disseminate our findings. That's an essential part of our mission. And then thirdly, to build capacity in both how to undertake the surveys and how to communicate them to policy actors and to advocacy groups and others. We have grown and evolved from a very loose network of scholars, university departments, NGOs and think tanks and private firms. We've now become a fully fledged corporate entity based in Accra. We are structured largely as a network. National partners and core partners, those are regional managers of the surveys in the main regions of Africa, West, East, and Southern. And we work in North Africa, but we are here to identify an institution there to be core partner. And we work in cooperation with support units. One, and the essential one, is based at Michigan State University, and the other one is in University of Cape Town, and now University of Strathclyde, because one of the co-founders, Bob Martis, has relocated from South Africa to that university. We have a tight central management team of technical directors for field survey, for communication, and for capacity building, and also a chief operating officer working under the CEO based in a small office in Accra. Then there is a governing board, which I have the privilege of chairing currently with board members drawn from across Africa, and an international advisory board that provides some sort of strategic intelligence and also helps link us to policy users at a much higher level than those of us who are academics and technical people can ever reach. Our goal has been to Africanize the Afrobarometer so that we'll be consistent with its name. And so we moved from being based at the University of Michigan, at Michigan State University in about 2008, and it's been based in Accra since then. We've grown in size in terms of coverage, from covering just a dozen countries when we started in 1999 to currently covering close to 40 countries, spanning all regions of the continent, and also doing surveys now in nominal democracies, autocracies, and post-conflict countries and the like. Democracy and governance remain core topics for the Afrobarometer surveys, but we also capture governance across many, many sectors, as well as social development. We track many of these questions from round to round, which then makes it possible for us to do to have time series analysis for most countries. Because we've been adding gradually, there are a number of countries for which we now have 9 data points, 9 time series data, times 9. There are some for which we have only 2. And so for the current round, for instance, we've just included Mauritania. So at the end of the day, we'd have only 1 data point for Mauritania and for Guinea-Bissau and perhaps for Congo-Brazzaville. We try to keep to be very rigorous in our methodology, and we, of course, like Latino, we use a common instrument. We use common methodology and common protocols, and but the research is done in country by country research teams, face to face, like Latino, in the language of the respondent's choice. In Africa, is a continent of many languages, and I'll come to that when I come to the part where I'm talking about our challenges. So for now, let me talk about our successes, our achievements, and our strengths. First, we have kept the Afrobarometer as a public good. Our questionnaire, our data and survey manual are freely available and serve as a guide and benchmark for researchers working across Africa. It's all available on our website. We have done over 240 surveys and more than 350,000 interviews in 39 countries and heading to 40 countries in the current round. We have switched from pen and paper to electronic data capture since about round 7, and that has brought us a lot of benefits in terms of being able to track our field workers in real time. We've expanded from, as I said, 12 countries to 40 countries, and we have covered roughly 75% of the African continent by this time. So in a way, we've succeeded in demonstrating that public attitude surveys can be done even in fragile post-conflict and relatively close political environments. While we maintain a core set of survey questions, we are able to incorporate topical and emerging issues in the questionnaire in each round of the survey. So for instance, in the round 8 survey, because with the COVID experience, we put in a COVID-19 module. We've also, in the last 3 or 4 rounds, been covering climate change and environmental governance. Since round 6, we have been tracking the image of China among Africans relative to other major powers and principalities of the world. Our data on governance, and especially our lived poverty data, speaks to the experience of ordinary people, and therefore we see that as an essential reality check on mainly state-provided and official data that is often input-driven. And I hope the makers of this index would consider this and to think through what you do with our type of data, which is experiential, but it's certainly not subjective, and it's certainly not input. It's about what people are experiencing from actions and inactions of government and other authorities. We think, and we consider it our greatest achievement to have helped to change the conversation about Africa and to make public opinion a pillar of African democracy and African policy making. There's hardly a discussion about an African country and developments in any African region these days that doesn't include some mention or some citation of Afrobarometer data as some sort of useful authority. We work in an environment, in domestic political environments that are quite challenging most often, but our very strong reputation has been helpful to us in securing access to places, because somehow I think governments in many African countries are beginning to see and to accept that if Afrobarometer cannot come in, then it means there's something wrong with them. It's a nice position to be, because when we started, we had to prove ourselves. Now we're in a position where governments rather have to prove themselves to us and the world that they are better than we think. we face a number of challenges, and I'll talk about the challenges, but also combine them with efforts that we are making to address those challenges. Some of them with considerable success, others still work in progress, and a few others, no solution in sight yet. Of course, governance is a very difficult sector to work in. Questions, the topics, the findings we come up with can be very sensitive politically. They may even appear threatening to government and may be frightening to the respondents who have to respond to those questions anyway. And of course, we can only work in countries where respondents can speak freely and with reasonable guarantee of zero negative reprisals against them and the survey and the national partners who put field workers in the field. Sometimes we are challenged by governments either in getting access to the field or when it comes to accepting the results. It is the fact that in a majority of African countries, you need an official permit to go to do field work. That doesn't include Ghana, Nigeria, the few, but it includes Botswana, it includes Angola, many places you have to get a permit. Fortunately, it's now fairly routine. In most cases, it's routine, and there is rare now to find a country where we are permanently blocked, at least in the 39 or 40 countries. We found ways of getting around that. And as I said earlier, governments themselves understand that they look bad if they block us from coming in. We are also sometimes challenged by governments when it comes to accepting the results. And in some places also by opposition parties who feel that they are more popular than maybe the survey might grant them. So how do we how have you been addressing this? First is to work on negotiating with relevant authorities to maintain access to the country, access to the national census office's data, for purposes of sampling. And so, but one of the important ways we have done this and to build confidence is a mandatory requirement that we have, that our national partners offer confidential briefing of the survey results to government leaders as a courtesy. In most cases, they take it. In some times when the government thinks the results are too politically sensitive, they don't want to touch it, we leave them, but at least we make the offer to them. And then the challenge of interviewing in countries with so many languages. And I can say quite a lot about it, but maybe in the interest of time, let me skip it because there are a few things I wanted, just listening to the discussion here, that I wanted to share. So let me maybe leave the challenges and how I would address them to spend the few minutes remaining for me, I believe, talking about, reflecting on the Afrobarometer data in relation to other global data systems and in the context of indicator research. Yes, Afrobarometer produces its own indicator. So we have a demand and supply of democracy, demand for democracy and supply of democracy index, which we construct out of the percentage of respondents that express support for democracy over any other form of government, and who also simultaneously reject all three non-democratic alternative forms of government: military rule, one-party rule, strongman rule, one-man rule. It seems to make a lot of sense to academics. My colleagues, Bob Martis and Mike Bratton and I wrote a well-received book on that. But when you think about it, sometimes it does contradict and does not align with other indicators that may show strong popular support for democracy and accountable governance norms and institutions. So the question always comes, what does it mean when the person who rejects, who says they can accept one-party rule under some circumstance, is also saying that they want presidential tenure to be limited. Constitutionally, they support elections, they support multi-party competition, they support the supremacy of the court when it comes to making judicial decisions, and supremacy of parliament when it comes to making legislation. So there are these, we find ourselves confronting this, and I've gotten to a point where in my writings, I generally don't use the demand for democracy index anymore, because it does create, sometimes it muddles understanding. Or what to make of situations where the demand for democracy is lower than supply. People think they are getting more democracy than they've asked for. Obviously, that has something to do with uncritical citizenship. It has something to do with low expectations of some citizens in some countries for democracy and the like. I think some of our best index is the lived poverty index, which we construct out of indicators relating to going without basic necessities in the course of your life over a period of time. Gone without medicine when you were sick, gone without food when you were hungry, gone without fuel for cooking when you needed it, and so on. Out of that, we construct what we call the lived poverty index. And we think it provides a superior measure to, or at least complements measurements, macroeconomic measurements. So in one, was I think around 6 or so, Gabon had the highest per capita GDP in a list of countries that we covered, but the people of Gabon, respondents in Gabon, were living, they had the highest lived poverty index out of 35 countries or so. So we think that's an index that we recommend to use so long as you are interested in sustainable development issues. Let me end it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very interesting findings at the end, and I hated to cut you off, but hopefully there will be an opportunity to continue the discussion. Somebody left his or her glasses, yeah. Oh, Martha, yeah. I think we're all very much looking forward. We're looking forward to the comments that Marty is going to share with us now.
Thank you for inviting me, Helmut, and apologies for not being here for the entire day. I see we're already into overtime, so I will try to be very brief. First, let me say that the surveys that we've just heard about from these 4 presenters, these multi-wave, multinational surveys, are just an incredibly valuable resource. And as someone who has, on occasion, fielded like moderately sized surveys at one time in one country, I'm in awe of the effort and the accomplishments that all of these different survey projects that we've heard about have produced. What I want to pick up on is something that I think all 4 of the presenters have touched on, and that is, like, what is the role of the general population survey in assessing the quality of governance? And it seems to me that there are many aspects of good governance, many aspects that really population surveys can't shed much light on. right? So there's things like, state capacity, which really concern characteristics of the government. There's at the sort of contextual societal level, things like, the quality or the capacity of a healthcare system, the cleanliness of the air or the water, whether the government, controls its territory, the amount of tax revenue it extracts, things like that. But there's also many aspects of governance quality that are existing both at the sort of societal level and at the individual level. So even some of like the public goods provisions, right? You could talk about, the reliability of a power grid or the quality of a healthcare system, but it takes individual information from population surveys to know like how widely accessible those public goods are. It's not enough just to have a good healthcare system or a high standard of living if those goods, the income or the healthcare, are so unevenly distributed that much of the population can't access them. We can also use population surveys, as the presenters have mentioned, to sort of shed light on the experiences that citizens have in obtaining those goods and interacting with the sort of societal level providers. So we've seen things like the human insecurity indices from the World Values Index, which asks questions like, how often in the past week or the past month or the past year have you not had enough food to eat? Things along these lines. We can find out like how concerned citizens are about losing their jobs, how much they worry about crime. These are all things that reflect the interaction of citizens with these sort of societal level characteristics. Similarly, there's like large literatures on public trust, right? How much do you trust people to leave your computer in a classroom, or simply how much do you, trust your neighbors? And a lot of this literature conceives of public trust as a public good, right? It's not only something that exists at the level of the individual who trusts or doesn't trust their fellow, citizens, but it also has a broader impact on the society, on the economy, and on civic life. Democratic accountability also relates to the sort of relationship, right, between individuals and the government. We can think that things like whether there's an independent media or an independent judiciary, or whether like civil organizations are constrained by the government, like these are kind of things that exist to a large extent at the societal level. But at the individual level, we can use population surveys to look at things like how equal or unequal is access to the vote, right? Do citizens trust the police or the judicial system or their local, government bureaucracies? What sorts of societal fissures exist between subgroups? And are those fissures like getting stronger or weaker? Right? These are all things that relate to the quality and experience of governance, but that exist at the level of the individual, and that we need these kinds of population surveys to assess. And then, of course, things like citizen support for democratic norms and practices, which all of the survey projects that we've heard about have included, whether citizens believe they have a say in what their government does, something that I've spent a lot of time looking at in the American context. So bottom line is simply that governance is fundamentally about the relationship, right, between citizens and governments. And conceptions of things like the quality of life are fundamentally subjective, right? Citizens, have different priorities in different times and places. And in order to understand both the nature of the governance and the extent to which it improves people's lives, you need to look both at the societal and at the individual level. So while societal level indicators are certainly a necessary part of these kinds of efforts to understand the quality of governance, so is individual level information of the sort that only these kinds of population surveys can provide. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we have a few minutes for questions and discussion. Marta, you start. And yes, I also had a question about the Afrobarometer. Perhaps you go first and then I go second. Yes.
No, I think it relates to this question that the Eurobarometer left out, democracy.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was around the 80s. They just dropped it. And this index that Jimai mentioned, because at the time when we adopted the index as a barometer, we have a module of common items between all the barometers that cover almost 90 countries. We thought in Latin America, and many of the people who looked at the data say, why are you asking this? I mean, this is not an issue in Latin America. How many meals a day you have you gotten without, eating in the last whatever time period? But then that indicator, which at that time didn't make that much sense, is crucial today to understand what has happened after the pandemic. So not necessarily indicators have to tell you something at the moment when you apply them. You're thinking of the long term. You're thinking of the items that differ, that make changes, that you have to sustain over time in order to be able to observe precisely what you're looking for, which is change.
Mm-hmm. Another example of that from the World Value Survey is there were quite a number of representatives who wanted to throw out the question relating to inflation. Right?
Yes, for example, inflation is another one. Yes,
yeah, you remember. Yeah, but I had a question. You referred to, I think you said that you wanted to Africanize the barometer. Can you give an example or two what that meant?
Yes. So, I mean, first of all, it struck us, both Mike Bratton and Bob Mattis and I, and the motivation for the Afrobarometer altogether was realizing in 1999 that almost all of us had missed the fact that developments in Africa after the fall of the Berlin Wall, that Africa was going to go through the democratic transitions that took place and dictatorships would be challenged and so on, because many of us had assumed that democracy was not an issue for Africans. They didn't care about that. So first, the idea of talking to Africans, ordinary Africans, about their experiences, their expectations, their aspirations is part of the Africanization vision that we had. The second was that instead of researchers jutting in from Europe or North America into Africa and collecting data, or maybe not even collecting data but doing a lot of guesswork, it's important for this work to be done by Africans themselves and to grow the skill for doing this sort of work in Africa. So that's part, when we talk of Africanization, that's what we meant. The technology, the knowledge, the methods, everything may be global, but we felt it's important for Africans to do it. And I think it's been a good experience so far, because many countries have been very skeptical about data coming from somewhere, even if the data is correct and even if it's accurate. It's very difficult for African countries to disown Afrobarometer when the data has been collected by students from their own universities and researchers that they know.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. questions from the audience? Yes, Laura, we need to get a microphone to you. It's right there. Yeah. And then we collect maybe two others. There's a question in the back, yes, as well.
So this is a question just driven really from curiosity. Is I feel, as somebody who doesn't do this kind of research, that this data can be quite extractive. And I'm wondering if there are projects that try to kind of build into the methodology a kind of deliberation element of like asking people to reflect on how perceptions of all of the indicators of others within society, you know, whether there are attempts to kind of present the data back to the people who have been surveyed and ask them, you know, to reflect on where their opinions sit within the aggregate whole.
I think that's also a question to some of the other representatives. Can we, did you have a question? No, it's the lady in the back. Yeah. And yeah, and then
I have a question out of my own curiosity, because I'm a freelance and contributor to the China Global South Project. You guys were invited to their podcast many times. So you mentioned like sometimes the data you collected were challenged by the government. I assume that is the African states, right? But in a lot of like recent data you guys collected shows like a lot of like African youth have increased favorable opinions towards China than the United States, right? I wonder this kind of data.
That wasn't our data.
whether that kind of data is challenged by, you know, Western democratic states. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? That's not the case. Let me add one. I was a bit troubled in Marta's presentation when you said that over the last 20 years, the quality of the samples has deteriorated. And I was wondering if that is also something that affects other global surveys like the World Value Survey. Could you say the same there? And how do you at Pew react to that? And would you say that in Africa we have an increasing quality of sampling frames? So perhaps, would you like to take it first, and then we go to the World Value Survey and then to Pew? Yeah, over to you. Yeah.
Two questions my way. One is governments challenging the results. Yes, we've had situations. In fact, there was one occasion where the First Lady of Uganda took out an open editorial in which she attacked the Afrobarometer, calling us this new god that has been imposed on them by whatever. So we do get that sometimes, but we've learned to live with it. And very, very often, the same government, the same parties, when they stick around, they come to own Afrobarometer data like their lives depend on it. And it has happened in Uganda, it's happened to the Ghana opposition parties and others. But we've also had developed country donor governments also being uncomfortable with the data. In fact, when we started, we used to give credit to various governments for like USAID sponsoring, because of an experience in a couple of occasions where the diplomatic mission in that country was uncomfortable with the results and felt it would complicate their relations with bilateral relations with the government and wanted to suppress the data. We decided to make it a condition that if you fund the Afrobarometer, it goes into a basket, and that you lose control over it. You can't tell us. We cannot tell you if it's your money that funded a survey in any particular country, and that's how we've gotten around that particular challenge. In terms of sample, yes, you know, some samples are too outdated and have not been sufficiently or more recently updated by UN and other agencies that do that kind of work. So I think my colleague who is now on the seat can tell you a lot more about what Afrobarometer is trying to do to overcome the sample frame challenges, census data challenges, including working with Meta. But Dr. Asuka can better respond to it than I can at this point.
Would you like to respond quick? Yeah.
Yes, just a quick one. Yes, so the census frames are not as updated as we would have hoped. I mean, in some countries, we do have new census data that allows us to have a good sampling frame. But for countries like, DR Congo, Somalia, the last census was in 1975. And that data, certainly, you can use it for sampling. So what we're doing is work. I think Meta Facebook is beginning to develop some digital maps of the continent into some geographic frames that are small enough to cover enumeration areas. And so we're going to build some of our sampling protocols on some of that data. But first of all, we want to experiment with it. We'll look at the census frame of Botswana, which has a very recent census, and in Ghana, and compare that to what Meta has as a data frame to see whether our sampling would correlate with that quite strongly before we move forward.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can we quickly hear from the World Value Survey before we pass on to Hugh? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for these very good questions. Yes. So we try not to have a colonial approach to sending the questionnaire, getting the data out, and then writing books about it. So we try before in terms of our data quality, at the beginning, our quality control was not so perfect because it was a very small organization, and it was all like a SOFA institute, but there was not enough manpower and women power to do this. Now we have a very strict, because we are growing so much, we have a very strict procedure of ensuring the quality. We have a scientific advisory committee consisting of 12 scholars of all ages, of all qualifications, from all parts of the world. When a PI, a principal investigator, wants to start the fieldwork, he or she has to submit 6 different papers just describing the fieldwork, describing the technology, describing the sampling. And then this so-called SRC, they are assessing it and asking questions about questionnaire translation, etc. And then we are briefing the national teams about the outcome. And then before the fieldwork, we are going there, most of us, to talk to the whole fieldwork team. So I had meetings in Greece, in Kazakhstan, other places, just to meet the whole fieldwork team, to talk with them, to inform them, to include them into the process. So it should not be, we are not Gallup, we are not a commercial organization. We want to include them and tell them what it is all about. So this before we start. Then during the fieldwork, we have internal control. About 20% of the surveys have to be checked if they took place, etc. And also external control. We send teams there to do external control. Because in the previous years, in the 90s, some academic journals didn't accept our papers using this data because they were doubtful about the quality. So many scholars, and we're working with people Norris from Harvard, with Roberto Foa from Cambridge and so on, they said 10 years ago, we have to improve the quality so much that all top journals accept articles on the basis of our data, which we did. So I think our data quality procedures are very strict, and sometimes we reject data. Sometimes we get data sets which we don't like. I don't name names. They will not be part of our data set. So when our controls fail, then this data set is not accepted, and that's the end of the story, because we have to have a top-level quality assurance for all our data. Regarding the afterwards, in many countries like Uruguay, like Greece, we have town city hall meetings. So the team inviting citizens to come, and the team in Greece tells them what are the results for Greece compared to Turkey and so on. They can ask questions. And in many cases, we meet the interviewers to have a debriefing. A debriefing, asking them what was the problem, etc., and thanking them and also showing them the results. So, and also they have the right, if they still know the people who they interviewed, to give them a policy brief with the main results. So even the respondents, if they wish, we ask them at the end of the interview, do you want to get a summary after the survey? Then they get this from us, then they see what are the results of their own contribution. So because the aim is every actor, every stakeholder along the way should be included. We are not a commercial company checking the acceptance of Coca-Cola. It's completely different. We want to be inclusive. We want to be on an equal footing. So we have these city hall meetings. And we have many national presentations. So in South America, we had Uruguay and Ecuador. They do presentations in their languages to the stakeholders, to journalists, to students, to staff. And they discuss in Spanish or Portuguese or whatever, in this case Spanish, the results. And another diffusion of us is we have virtual survey panels in international conferences, ISA, IPSA, ECPR, WEPOR. We invite scholars to present papers using our data. And last, I would like to say, at the moment, we have an open call for new questions for modules in the next wave, wave 8. If you want to ask about 10 questions which you want to ask, never dare to ask about governance or something else, you can submit it to us, to Dr. Lagos, myself, and to the questionnaire committee. The deadline is end of December. Please go to the website and you can see the terms. If your module is accepted, we ask your questions all over the world. Thank you.
Oh, that's good to know. Thank you so much. And Richard,
just make a few points real quick. I agree with one thing Marta said on sort of sampling in survey mode, and that you need to be cautious about online surveys. We've built our own probability-based online panel in the U.S. At Pew. We feel very good about, but we're pretty cautious in adapting, online methods in the rest of the world until we give it a good look in each country, because you can, as you suggest, Marta, end up underrepresenting certain groups, especially less educated and lower income respondents. I think it's good to be cautious about that. On the question about being extractive, I think it's a really good question. I don't know if this speaks exactly to your question or not, but one of our hopes is that our research will become part of the public conversation in a given country about the issues that we look at, right? So we work with journalists to try to get attention for our research in those countries. One thing hopefully our research does is people in a given nation are able to see how attitudes in their nation compare with attitudes elsewhere, and hopefully that can spark a public debate or discussion around some of these issues. So hopefully it's like a catalyst for the public to debate important topics. And then just real quick on the idea of or the issue of sort of governments complaining about findings, that definitely happens sometimes to our findings at Pew. It's sort of a universal law that people who don't like survey results are going to complain about them, right? What can you do about that? One thing you can do is try to be as transparent as possible about what you did. Especially in the United States, there's been something among survey researchers called the Transparency Initiative. It set up certain rules and norms for survey researchers in terms of what they need to reveal about their surveys, including question wording, basics of methodology, who paid for it, et cetera, right? So that's one thing we try to do to sort of inoculate ourselves or to respond to criticism, is to be very clear about what we did and why we did it.
Yeah, thank you so much. So let me close the session and also close the deliberation for today. I'm sure we will continue talking about many of the issues that were raised over dinner and also tomorrow. Just to mention that we will have dinner at 7:30 in the faculty club. Of course, you're all invited, and we will have a conversation with Nicholas Berggruen. We will meet I think, in front of the building here at 7:15, and they have a small procession down to the faculty club, which is about maybe half a mile at most from here, and it's just down to campus. Well, let me thank you so far. I can't speak for the entire team, but I certainly learned an awful lot, and I'm very grateful for your input. So we see you at dinner. Thank you.